When a Mage Revolts. Chapter 201, Not One Less. A myriad of thoughts flashed through Benjamin's mind when he read the sentence. The fact that she first became the wife of the bandit leader and then proceeded to become the lead bandit was mind-boggling enough to cause Benjamin to suspect that there was some hidden agenda beneath the surface. Benjamin was unwilling to believe that she did not plan the timely meeting between the bandits and the mages. No, the timing was too accurate to be a coincidence. But then, what was her motive? Benjamin tried hard but could not understand her actions. Could it be that there was a personal conflict between her and Augustine? Could that be the reason why she kidnapped him? Anyway, there was no use for him to brood over these thoughts. Benjamin bowed his head to look at the letter in his hand as he sank into his thoughts. This crumpled draft of a letter that was repeatedly corrected became the only clue to Benjamin in this dimly lit space. There was no doubt that he must find Augustine and get him back. These people believed in him, believed that Benjamin could lead them to a bright future. Benjamin would hate himself if he disappointed them and betrayed their trust. He led these mages to leave the Kingdom of Helius, but he would still be stuck in the town of Krewe if it was not for the help of these mages. He would not allow any of them to be in danger under his watch. No, not even one could be hurt. Benjamin chuckled as he laughed at himself. For some reason, he suddenly remembered a movie that he watched when he was young. He felt like the teacher in the old movie who met this bunch of people by chance. They knew each other for less than a month, and somewhere along the way Benjamin became their leader. A thought stubbornly latched onto him. He will bring these amateur mages out of Isar, and he will find a place for them to live freely. Benjamin was by no means a noble or great person. He just felt that he had the responsibility to do so. It was always said that humans are an overly sentimental bunch. I finally witnessed this quality in action today. The system interrupted sarcastically, insensitive as ever. If sentimentality was not allowed, where then can I generate my courage? Might as well retire early and rest. Benjamin shrugged. Whatever that makes you sleep better at night, I guess. The system nonchalantly replied. Benjamin ignored the system. He held the paper tightly between his fingers, eyes shut as he considered the situation. Soon, he arrived at a decision. All of you should continue with the journey after you've dealt with these bandits. Follow the route we had before, and go towards the place where we've agreed previously. Benjamin turned towards the mages. Don't worry about me. I'll be right behind you. Sir Benjamin. Are you going to find Augustine by yourself? Varus asked. He sounded hesitant. Benjamin nodded. I want to go too. You can't leave us here. I've mastered the flight spell, I will not hinder you. Joanna jumped out and exclaimed. Quite a number of mages became agitated after that. Augustine was their companion to begin with, they knew him much longer than Benjamin did. It was impossible for them to sit by and do nothing. Every one of them made a racket, wanting to follow Benjamin in his quest to get Augustine back. Although Benjamin was touched by their actions, he was torn on what to do. Judging from what was written in the letter, this dame most likely brought Augustine to the capital Regina. Even if she did not go there, Benjamin still needed to find the person named Sydney to obtain some clues. Thus, Benjamin had no choice but to go to Regina. Trouble was brewing around the capital judging from the actions of the church and the Mage Guild. That was why Benjamin still felt that it was more convenient for him to go alone. There was a probability that an accident would happen if he led the group there. How could he manage to protect them all then? No, you would really be an inconvenience to me, he answered. Benjamin intended to say something tragic and sentimental to contrast himself as a lone hero, but he realized post-haste that he was unfortunately unskilled in that department. The words seemed to carry a different meaning than what he imagined in his mind. They seemed quite insulting. The mages who heard his answer became quiet as they looked at Benjamin. Just as Benjamin was puzzled whether he should make up some bullshit to comfort the crowd, Lila suddenly declared righteously, "That's true, we're really too weak. Teacher Benjamin, would you bear to see us go on alone?" What if another one of us was abducted after you left? What do we do? If you don't bring us along to get Augustine, we will die in the next attack by magical creatures. When that happens, we will never let you off even when we become spirits." Benjamin was stunned silent by the utter shamelessness presented to him. What else can he say? His concern was misplaced. Which neuron in his brain decided to fire wrongly? He has interacted with these people for such a long period of time, he should have known that his previous words will not even leave a scratch on their ego. In Benjamin's logic, these people can never be defeated. RWVEL.O. Well, shit then. The sappy atmosphere that he poured much effort to brew was gone just like that. At last, Benjamin sighed, "Are you sure that you want to follow me?" The faint moonlight illustrated the impish grins of these mages, and more than 20 heads nodded fervently at Benjamin. His lips twitched at the sight. "Okay then." Benjamin shook his head, smiling. "Let's go and save Augustine from the hands of that dame." The mages broke into cheers. Benjamin politely pushed away a hug-seeking Frank who jumped towards him. Benjamin flashed a closed-mouthed smile. Although Mage Lila exaggerated the situation, there was a valid reasoning behind it. No one could expect the dangers that would happen in the next part of the journey. If Benjamin left just like that, he would never be able to help if an accident really did happen. He would be in Regina. Might as well stick together and bulldoze their way through any problems. No matter how chaotic the capital is, at least they will die together, no? Yup, this outlook was really optimistic. Benjamin and the squad did not hesitate after they confirmed their course of action. Augustine and the dame disappeared not long ago. They left right after they dealt with the remaining bandits. Those who can fly flew, and those who did not ran. They started to search the areas nearby for their traces. Unfortunately, they did not manage to find anything even after a long period of search. Not even a trace of magic release was detected. What more people? It was as if Augustine was taken away without a fight, and the dame left so fast that they could not even catch up with her even if flight spells were used. After they searched halfway through the night, they were too exhausted to continue. They had no choice but to put up their tents again and rest for the night. At the next day, they continued their search while they were on their way to the capital. After they changed their route and searched throughout the way, it was unavoidable for them to go back onto the main road and meet other pedestrians. Thus, they started to consciously hide their identity by changing their appearance to look like merchants. Varus, who was originally a merchant, led the team. The things they got from the magical creatures were disguised to be cargo. They continued northeast. Sadly, whether from questioning the pedestrians or traces of magic oscillation, they did not uncover any clues about the whereabouts of Augustine and the dame. Chapter 202, This comrade looks familiar. So you're saying, you previously met a woman in her 20s with blonde hair, blue eyes, a sharp chin, and a very weird voice. Varus and Benjamin stood together in the biggest potions shop in Garter. They repressed their excitement as they asked the slightly baffled shopkeeper. Since they arrived in the city, they worked separately as merchants. Varus gave them a simple briefing on how to be traveling merchants, so there was not much problem in the acting department. Thus, they could communicate with the locals naturally, and carefully prod information about the dame and Augustine without exposing their identities. Varus and Benjamin ended up in the potion shop in the city. The shop was opened specially for mages and mercenaries, and they went there to find clues and also to deal with the stockpile of beginner potions that were produced by the two new potion masters. Originally, they did not have much expectations. The mages did not get anything despite their efforts on the way here, and they were starting to suspect the dame of using some sort of disguise to cover all the features that they managed to interrogate out from the bandits. That could maybe explain why they could not get anything. They never dreamt that they would come across the long-awaited clue here in this beautifully renovated potions shop. Ah! Yes, she was a very beautiful lady. The shopkeeper nodded, his eyes questioning. Don't you have a bunch of healing potions to sell at a low price? Why did you ask this out of the blue? She's a niece of mine, Varys answered, unfazed by the question. One of my merchant ships went missing some time ago. She went missing too, so we are very anxious to get her back. It is not easy for us to get any news about her, so we couldn't help but ask more. Did you really see her before? Varys even looked pained when he said that. Benjamin hurriedly performed in tandem and patted Varys' shoulders sympathetically to comfort him. Is that so? The shopkeeper looked troubled after he was presented with the piece of information. I did meet her, but you're probably going to be sadder after you heard what I saw. I think she might be intentionally avoiding contact with you. Varys shook his head. It's fine. Just say it, I know who she is. The shopkeeper glanced around before he spoke softly. So you did know that she eloped with someone? Elope? Benjamin and Varys shared a look. I know. This matter is unpleasant to the ears, and you're definitely devastated by it. The shopkeeper sighed, but his voice was laced with gossip when he asked, that lady first got into a fight with a man in our shop before chasing him. They ran down the street and caused quite a ruckus. Both Benjamin and Varys looked even more mystified. At that instant, Benjamin had a fleeting suspicion that this shopkeeper might have mistaken the lady. Was the lady in his words a different woman entirely? Why else would the development of events be so bizarre? I have a question, Benjamin asked after some thought. He briefly described Augustine's physical appearance. Was the man with him a middle-aged man nearing his 40s, with average height, brown hair, and a hump on his nose? If the shopkeeper was indeed describing the dame and Augustine, Benjamin will be required to carefully consider the situation, and if there was a need to continue their pursuit. Thankfully, the shopkeeper shook his head. No, he looked very young, he said, his has ash-brown hair, and he's quite tall. If he wasn't radiating laziness in his every move, I would have thought that they look quite compatible with each other. Both of them frowned again. What happened here? They were relieved when they confirmed that the man was not Augustine, but consequently, they now have an unidentified person to deal with. Who is he? The woman's accomplice? A partnership was involved now. What exactly did they want to achieve? All of these questions added another layer of mystery to the events. Then did you find a huge box or a sack with my niece? Varys hesitated for a moment before he posed the question. Yup. The shopkeeper cheerfully answered, both of them had a cart with them, and on it were loads of sacks that were filled to the brim. What, are those goods that she stole from you? Varys nodded in understanding, looking pained by the information. There was a high probability that Augustine was stuffed into one of the sacks after he was knocked out. He was probably gagged too, which rendered him unable to cast spells and use magic. Suddenly, Benjamin's face changed slightly as he asked solemnly, the man with her, does he have green eyes, a really short haircut, and a light scar behind his ear? The shopkeeper's eyes grew wide as he nodded, yet. You know him too? To be honest, if he had not been arguing with the woman in the store for quite a long time, I wouldn't even notice the scar. Benjamin looked conflicted after that. He did not say anything after that. He smiled politely at the shopkeeper, while he chuckled darkly to himself. That's right. He would not be able to discover the scar if he did not take his time to observe the person while he was frozen in ice. Varys, who was listening to the conversation, gazed at Benjamin. He looked confused, and it was evident that he has no idea why Benjamin asked this question out of the blue. Who were they talking about? Did he make an appearance before this? He had no way of asking those questions in the present setting, though. No one was speaking all in a sudden. It was awkward for a moment, and Varys immediately put on his professional smile. Thank you so much for providing us these information. If I manage to find her, I will definitely show you my appreciation. However, we shall move on and discuss about the potions now. The shopkeeper was taken aback for a moment, but he smiled right after. All right, I'm glad to be of help. Now, about the potions, the price we offer in this shop is. The topic of the conversation was successfully steered away just like that, and Varus adopted his merchant self and started a price negotiation on the potions with the shopkeeper. Meanwhile, Benjamin stood by the side, a diplomatic smile still on his face. His eyes, however, were focused on an empty spot. No one had any idea what he was pondering. The deal was made approximately half an hour later. The healing potions were probably too basic for any arguments to be made for the price. Thus, no matter how many years of merchant experience Varus had under his belt, he had no power to boost up the price. They settled on selling all of the healing potions for around 100 gold coins. They left the shop right after that. When they left, the shopkeeper happily wished them a good luck in finding the niece as soon as possible. What a nosy, virtuous man! Soon, Benjamin and a confused Varus returned to the inn. Sir Benjamin, what happened? Do you know the person the shopkeeper was describing? The accomplice. Varus blurted after he made sure that no one was listening, no longer able to keep his bewilderment in check. Benjamin heaved a sigh as he shook his head. I wouldn't be so troubled if I really did know him, Benjamin explained after some thoughts. This person. When we just arrived in Isar, there was a person who showed up within the troops of the Queen at night. We had not reached the town of Hank at the time, and he disguised himself as a lost merchant. He came to our campgrounds and Benjamin briefly explained the situation at that time, and told Varus about how easily the man struggled out of the ice seal before disappearing without a trace. Varus was very surprised by the amount of power he had, and he looked scared by it. However, Benjamin did not tell Varus about the content on the piece of cloth that the man left behind. Chapter 203, The Mercenary Association. The mages gradually arrived soon after the two of them returned to the inn. All of them gathered in a modestly sized room and started to share the news they had gotten separately. After they pooled their findings, they found out that the dame left quite an impression within the town of Garter. Aside from the potions shop, she and the mysterious youth left their tracks in a multitude of places like the blacksmiths, the pub, and the branch of the Mercenary Association. From the description from the pedestrians, the two of them shared a peculiar relationship. They were always fighting, but they were glued at the hip. They would never be separated, no matter when and where they were. Benjamin was befuddled at this finding. He was sitting on pins and needles after he knew of this unfamiliar youth. There was no doubt that those two were accomplices, and the dame was definitely gunning for Benjamin. They even knew that Benjamin was not the Grant that the church announced to the rest of the world. What else were they informed of? FWOVLOM. However, why would they abduct Augustine if their only aim was Benjamin? After all, the mysterious youth had the ability to confront Benjamin without fear, and they could immediately lay out what they wanted without all this long-winded crap. Why would they need to grab someone and leave? Something felt off here. There's a branch of the Mage Guild here at the north of the city. We didn't dare to investigate there, but those two most probably went past that area. Shall we go and ask around? Andy suggested. Benjamin shook his head. No. We spent much effort to convince the people from the Mage Guild that we were heading towards the borders. They would never expect us to be back here, Benjamin said. If the Mage Guild caught wind of our movements, how would I be able to go into Regina? To be frank, they already knew from the gathered information that the dame had left Garter 3 days ago. Regina lies in the direction of their journey, and there was a 90% chance that they will be meeting with Sydney, who was mentioned in the letter. That was why they needed to enter the capital city as soon as possible. As the capital of Isar, Regina was not only the federal administrative center for the Queen, it also housed the headquarters of the Mage Guild. The chief here sent people to invite Benjamin to visit before this, and he somehow included a note to warn Benjamin from visiting. The series of behavior was so insane that Benjamin had no idea what was up with him. These peculiar circumstances were the reason why Benjamin felt that there was a need for them to sneak into Regina without alerting the Mage Guild. Then, should we embark to Regina today? Joanna asked excitedly. Benjamin nodded, "We'll move in the afternoon. Remember to walk separately, we should not leave all at once." "That's too obvious." After they started to hide their identities, they were separated into 4 to 5 groups. Some of them were in front while the others were at the back, and although they were not too far from each other, they pretended as if they did not know each other. They wanted to avoid attracting too much attention as a group of 20+ people, where people could relate them back to the group of mages who escaped the gateway. However, Benjamin still had something to do before leaving the town of Garter in a hurry. After some more discussion with the others, he left the inn by himself and headed towards the branch of the Mercenary Association that was located to the west of the town of Garter. In contrast to the Mage Guild, the Mercenary Association did not have a political stance. They are a free organization across countries and run by the people in the society. After some investigation, Benjamin learned that their headquarters was located in Ferelden. They also have branches in the other 2 countries and are a much bigger organization than the Mage Guild. Although the Mercenary Association is gigantic, it does not impose strict regulations on the members. It will not require the mercenaries to do certain tasks, nor will it demand a full background check on each of its members. The whole operation system of the association was very simple: assist patrons to post missions, allow mercenaries to take on missions, ensure the deal was carried through fairly, and finally charge some administrative fee. Although this metaphor was quite weird, Benjamin thought that the association was just like Uber, albeit a slower and more inconvenient one. As he walked past the long corridor that was lined with mercenaries, he felt the tension in the air when the mercenaries gave each other a once-over with their eyes. Unaffected, Benjamin smiled as he faked his exhaustion to rub his eyelids that he applied glue on. He walked into the slightly disarrayed hall and walked towards the service counter. For some reason, this process felt like he was applying for a card at a bank. But this place did not come equipped with comfortable air conditioning. The surrounding was rowdier too. "What can I help you with, sir?" An elder man sat at the counter, his face decorated with scars. His exhaustion was etched in his eyes. He yawned, slightly annoyed. Benjamin did not feel even a tiny bit of displeasure. Apparently, those who worked in the mercenary halls are all retired mercenaries. They were either too old, lost their battle prowess, or too injured to battle once more. They have no choice and no way to earn a living, and could only utilize their knowledge in mercenary business to become the receptionist that they despised when they were young. This happened in every generation of the mercenaries, and the cycle never stopped. Thus, no one would come in expecting good customer service. "Greetings. I'm here to inquire the whereabouts of Seal and Lewis." Benjamin met the 2 mercenaries back in the town of Crew by circumstance, and he ended up asking them to dig out the goods he hid in the kingdom. At that time, the 2 mercenaries told him that he will be able to find them as long as he asked about them in the Mercenary Association. "Seal and Lewis? What did the 2 brats do this time?" The man laughed unexpectedly, and his scarred face made him look very intimidating. "Sir, if you're here for revenge, I think you might as well just give up now." Benjamin's eyebrows rose to his hairline. "No, I'm just asking if they are back from the Kingdom of Helius. I have a personal matter to settle with them." "Oh? They were willing to tell you something like that? You knew that they went to the kingdom?" The man's smile was jeering. "Too bad, they aren't back yet. They might have died at that god-forsaken place where priests are crawling all over the place. I'm afraid they won't be able to meet you." "Oh, really?" Benjamin shrugged nonchalantly. "All right then, I have a mission. I want to find someone, and I'm willing to put out a bounty of 100 gold coins." The elderly man was surprised at Benjamin's words. "Whoa, 100 gold coins for a person, you're an extravagant one, hey?" The man took an old notebook from the counter and started writing on it. "Tell me, who is this that you're seeking? Tell me as many details as you possibly can, this would greatly increase the chance for the mercenaries to find the person you want." Benjamin nodded, lips quirked in a mysterious smile. His name is Benjamin, but I have no idea what his last name is. He's a very young mage, and he resurfaced in the town of Hank previously. He was often seen with another bunch of mages, around 20 of them. He deliberately paused. If anyone knows what his last name is, I'm willing to pay another 100. Chapter 204, The Fish That's Hooked. After completing the process and officially posting the mission, Benjamin left the Mercenary Association. The idea of putting up a search for himself was simple. When the unfamiliar youth appeared, he claimed to be a mercenary, and the dame seemed to be quite close to him as well. Perhaps this would be a good way to lure them out. The Mercenary Association had a uniquely efficient way of dissipating information. A mission posted in one place was instantly receivable in another. Hence, even if the unfamiliar youth and the dame was in Regina, they too would be able to receive and accept this mission. Benjamin didn't expect them to jump right into his trap, but 200 gold coins isn't any small sum either. Even if they're not interested in the job, they'd at least pop their heads out for a peep by going to the Mercenary Association's branch to inquire. That act of popping their heads out is all Benjamin needs to catch them. He wasn't afraid of giving himself away either, since the Mercenary Association keeps its patrons' identities classified, therefore nobody would know that the one who posted the search for Benjamin was actually Benjamin himself. Despite spending a huge chunk of cash just like that, Benjamin didn't feel a sense of loss at all. After leaving the Mercenary Association, he went down the main road for a lone stroll towards the exit of Garter. It was time he headed to Regina. At this time, the mages too started to execute their roles according to the plan. After disguising themselves, they started leaving in small groups of 2s and 3s, with Benjamin being the last to leave as he had to make sure everything here was wrapped up properly. As he left, he could see the disguised mages in their various identities as they hid in the crowd and pretended not to know each other. Some rode carriages, while the others walked in small groups. Benjamin was also quite surprised to find the streets filled with people. With a crowd this size, it was incredibly easy for the mages to pass by unnoticed. So many people leaving the city, and all headed in the same direction. In sight of this, the system suddenly appeared. While I don't know much, the Mage Guild seems to be holding an event in the capital, and not just a lame excuse to invite me over, Benjamin grimaced. Plus, look at all of this. The event seems to be much bigger than we thought. While it wasn't as crowded as the time the citizens were escaping from Havenright's plague, this was still a stunning crowd, so large that Benjamin couldn't help but activate the water elemental sensing technique so that he could tell where the mages are in the crowd. Despite the massive amount of people, everything was strangely orderly. It was as if this was something that happened every other day. Because of that, the journey was uneventful. Even Benjamin didn't get into accidents of any sort. After a day and a half of traveling, they finally arrived at the capital of Isar, Regina. The city walls were as dark as night, extending endlessly towards the mountains on both sides, wrapping the kingdom's heart within its embrace. Regina wasn't always Regina. It used to be just another middle-sized city of western Helius until a princess from Helius decided to name herself queen and form Isar as an independent nation, thus choosing this city as its capital. The princess became a queen, and the term Regina, which refers to the reigning monarch, became the name of the city. Perhaps it was due to its lack of a long history, Regina looked a little shabby compared to the capital of Helius. However, one thing was for sure, the city was very much alive even as Benjamin arrived late at night. Trade convoys moved in and out of the city, along flat paths made specifically for their carriages carrying valuable goods. If one regards Havenright as two-faced with its inner and outer segregation, Regina would be like an aggressive young entrepreneur who just earned his first million and is trying to reinvest it for even greater wealth. While walking on the streets of Regina, aside from its citizens rushing about their day, Benjamin also noticed that many of the shops and houses had colored flags hung on them. Even the trees on the streets were decorated with colorful flags. The entire city reverberated an aura of festivity. Do you have data on the culture of Regina? What festival are they celebrating? Benjamin asked the system in his heart. Even you've never seen something like this, where do you expect me to get the data from? The system replied instantaneously. Renove.com. That was true. Benjamin could only shake his head. Just like this, all three groups of mages and Benjamin made it into Regina. They booked rooms in 3 different inns close to each other. After which, they all gathered in one of those rooms for a brief discussion on what was next in their manhunt, before leaving back to their respective rooms before anyone could make out their disguise. As it wasn't exactly an early hour anymore, they decided to just observe for tonight and only begin seeking information tomorrow. As for Benjamin, he assumed the same look he had on when he visited the Mercenary Association and went to its branch in Regina to see if his bait lured the rats out of their holes. What he heard when he arrived was beyond belief. "Sir, the mission you posted has been completed," the old man by the counter replied him. "You can set a time and place to meet the mercenary. After meeting, he will report to you about the mission, and if you are satisfied you can give us the payment and we will pay the mercenary." Upon hearing this, Benjamin was stunned. Completed? He had intended to just lure the guy out, but he didn't expect that unfamiliar youth to walk right into it. In this moment, he didn't know whether he should be happy, or suspicious. The Mercenary Association's confidentiality when it comes to client privilege was without doubt, else they wouldn't have a reputation like they do today. Hence, the youth probably doesn't know that this is a trap. After all that deliberation, Benjamin could only conclude, this unfamiliar youth must really like money. Perhaps it was the attraction of 200 gold coins, plus some narcissism that drove the unfamiliar youth to take on the job like it was a quick way to make money. While it seems ridiculous, it wasn't unbelievable either. "All right, let's not wait anymore, let's meet tonight," Benjamin suddenly said. "Tonight 11 p.m, Epson Inn at the south of the city, 3rd floor 5th room. Tell him that I will be waiting for him there." If possible, he wanted to find Augustine as soon as possible and then leave Regina before anything else happens. Benjamin was afraid that dragging it out might lead to unnecessary complications. Might as well just end it all tonight. "Oh, let me see. Yeah, okay," the old man took out a weird book and flipped it. "You're lucky, that mercenary happens to be in the city, we should be able to contact him. He will be there on time." Benjamin smiled in approval and nodded. After confirming some details, Benjamin turned around and left the Mercenary Association. He looked at the time, it was slightly past 9 p.m, he still had at least 2 hours to prepare. The first time he met the unfamiliar youth, he did not think about using magic potions to enhance his abilities, so he was at a disadvantage. This time, however, it would be the unfamiliar youth who will be caught unprepared. Upon thinking about this, Benjamin couldn't help but smile stupidly. Chapter 205, Old Friend. Late night at Regina, the time was close to 11 p.m. Benjamin was waiting within the designated room. In order to counter that mysterious young man, he made proper preparations. The space of consciousness stored an immense amount of ice and water balls, ready to be summoned in an instant and deliver a powerful attack. A few of the strongest mages in the battle group were now in disguise and acting as his retainers. They stood beside Benjamin, carrying all kinds of magic tools stolen from the church, ready to act at a moment's notice. Most importantly was that Benjamin had the same powerful magic potion that the opponent has. Apart from the magical ability boost tonic 1 from Richard, Benjamin had also purchased all kinds of magic potion from Garter City which would be able to temporarily boost a person's spiritual energy and affinity to elements. Although the effect is only that of a beginner level, it is actually not that bad after testing. It is only because of the magic potion's power that allowed Benjamin to have the courage to devise this trap to lure the strange young man out. Otherwise, he would not have simply played his cards with an opponent whose strengths are unmeasured. Just like this, time ticked away bit by bit and it was soon 11 p.m. Benjamin shifted his sight to the sealed door. Unconsciously, everyone in the room softened their breathing. No one dared to move an inch, all afraid of making the teensiest noise which would alert the opponents of the danger ahead. What if no one comes in the end? What should we do? The system said out of the blue, almost startling Benjamin, who was concentrating on the matter at hand. If he does not turn up, I could always go to the Mercenary Association to lodge a complaint. Benjamin replied, taking a deep breath and returning to a calm mental state. The association has ruled that any assignment that rewards more than hundreds, should the mercenary disappears, the association would dutifully prepare the mercenary's personal information for the employer. With that, we would naturally be able to locate his whereabouts and rescue Augustine. The system realized, to have kept this move up your sleeves, you sure are cunning. Thank you for the compliment. Benjamin smiled in his mind's eyes. He had already wagered a hefty sum for this, how could he afford not to prepare an alternative plan? What if the strange young man had realized that something was off and disappeared once more? Benjamin had thought of these sort of scenarios beforehand. Anyway, he had made a perfectly sound preparation. All that is left now is for the opponent to fall for the laid-out traps. Just as Benjamin was mentally conversing with the system, 2 soft knocks came from the previously quiet room door. Immediately, Benjamin regained his composure. He made eye contact with the few mages behind him and nodded to them. Standing up, he rubbed his cheeks and plastered on a warm, natural-looking smile. Following suit, he walked to the door and grasped the doorknob and turned it lightly. With a pattering noise, the door opened. In the momentary silence that had followed in the quiet room, came a sound that was filled with astonishment. How could it be you? Benjamin stared at the familiar face at the door and could not help but to widen his eyes, his face an expression of disbelief. The man outside the door lifted the hood of his cloak, revealing a face full of wrinkles of an old man, which was completely different from that of the strange young man. In fact, this was the face of a person whom Benjamin was quite familiar with. The man who had knocked on the door was, in fact, Chief Silver Fox, whom Benjamin had met in the imperial capital. This little brother, have we met before? The old man had not recognized Benjamin and thus wore a cautious expression. Hearing that, Benjamin regained his composure and sighed unbelievably. Are you kidding me? Benjamin thought he had successfully lured the mystery man out and was ready to take down the opponent. In the end, his meticulously planned ambush was ruined by this scene, which was completely out of his expectations. It was all for nothing. This kind of scenario, which bugger would have thought of it? In order to avoid the church's search, Chief Silver Fox had left the imperial capital early on. Benjamin knew that. However, he had not in his wildest imagination had imagined that the old man actually came to Isar, to Regina, and took up the assignment Benjamin had issued. What is this? Fate? But could there be such a coincidence in this world? This is called misfortune. The system chimed in just at the right time. Benjamin grieved tearlessly. But as the other mages were staring wordlessly at him, he had no choice but to remove his disguise and return to his original appearance. He shook his head and turned his head to face Chief Silver Fox again with a bitter smile. Long time no see. Benjamin said with a slight helpless tone, I could not have imagined that you would come to Regina and took up my assignment. Staring at Benjamin's original appearance, the old man's expression went from one of suspicion, slowly to that of a strange look, one that feels like there's some familiarity but he could not think of it just yet. But after a moment's pause, he managed to recognize Benjamin. With that, the old man wore a stunned expression, as if he had just seen a piece of shit in the shape of a gold bar fell from the sky. You are that silly boy who loved to disguise himself as a beggar. The old man, who always went about with squinting eyes, suddenly had his eyes wide open. Aren't you supposed to be in Haven, right? Why are you here? Benjamin could not help but to smile helplessly. The matter? That's a long story. Behind him, a few of the mages still disguised as Benjamin's retainers exchanged wordless glances. Their hands were still squeezing the magical ability boost tonic as if they were still awaiting the beginning of a battle. They could only gape at the pair, all the while wearing a blank expression. Under this type of situation, Benjamin could only accept that the plan had failed. He allowed the mages to leave before closing the door and gave Chief Silver Fox a thorough explanation of the entire situation. From beginning till the end, from Haven right to Regina, and all the things that had happened in this period of time was covered by Benjamin. Of course, upon further consideration, he did not blatantly express that he was the mage that had summoned the massive water ball upon the imperial capital. So he purposely made the story of the escape from the Kingdom of Helius a little vague to prevent the old man from thinking too much of it. Even so, the story was quite complicated. After spending 15 minutes or so, Benjamin finally managed to lay out the situation with some clarity. "Do you mean you had issued that assignment not because you had wanted the assignment completed, but it was actually to lure out the man that had taken away your friend?" the old man asked after hearing Benjamin's story and contemplating it with a doubtful expression. Benjamin nodded bitterly. The old man hesitated for a moment before extending his hand and patting Benjamin on the shoulder. "I apologize for ruining your plans. But from my stay in Isar, any type of assignment that requires looking for a person is pretty much swept up by me. You even advertised such a large amount of gold as a reward, let alone I had not known that it was you. I definitely would snap up the job. You can't really blame me for that." Benjamin could not retort. He could only sigh bitterly. He knew in this kind of situation, he could not put the blame on another person. Alas! It was all but a wishful thinking. Benjamin recovered his nerves when a thought appeared to him. Benjamin's expression changed a little as he said, Are you still helping people to solve their problems?" The old man nodded his head and said, "Yap. Even though I've only been in Regina for a short time, but the Mercenary Association had a few old folks that were ex-Imperial Capital mercenaries before escaping to here. My relations with them ain't bad. I'd be able to rely on these old friends who are quite well informed." Benjamin's eyes lit up momentarily again. Chapter 206, This shop is suspicious. The old man gave it some thought upon hearing so and said, "Do you want me to help you find your missing friend?" Benjamin nodded. As though he had some other thoughts, he thought about the matter and slowly spoke, "It's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that the recent situation in Regina has been unusual and the day of celebration is around the corner. If he is well hidden, I'm not sure if I can find him." "Never mind," Benjamin did not mind, "just try. If you can find our friend, then 200 gold pieces is yours." Of course, he would understand the unpredictable situation in Regina, but he believed in Chief Silver Fox's capability. If he could get the old man to help, then it would definitely be easier to find his friend. Benjamin's offer made it difficult for the old man to decline Benjamin's request. In the end, the old man had to agree to assist Benjamin. And so, Benjamin described to the old man the persons he wanted to find. To ensure that the persons would be found, he described every single one of them, Augustine, the dame and the mysterious teenager in detail. The old man appeared very professional. He pulled out a little notebook and took down every word that Benjamin uttered. After taking down some notes, the old man lifted his head and said, "That's all? Are there any other leads?" Benjamin thought about it before nodding and said, "There is one more." As he spoke, he pulled out from his pocket the draft-like letter, the letter that the dame threw away. He uncrumpled it and handed it over to the old man. "This is the letter that the lady boss of the bandits wrote. If it is possible, you should look for this Sydney person, that is definitely an important lead as well," he explained. Sydney. However, as he held the letter, the old man had a brooding expression. "EOL.O. Oh?" Benjamin became very excited at the old man's reaction. "Do you know this person?" The old man scratched his chin, and spoke in a weird tone, "I know a person named Sydney, but I'm not too sure if the person that I know, and the person you are looking for is the same person." Even though he did not know why the old man's sudden change in attitude, Benjamin was still very happy. Where is she? I want to meet her. The old man hesitated and said, She started a business in the east of Regina, and it is quite famous in its area. I can give you her address, but don't get your hopes up, she may not be the same person. As we were speaking, the old man tore a paper from his own book and wrote down the address in detail, then passed it to Benjamin. Benjamin took it, had a glance at it and kept it safely. Don't you worry, I will help you find those 3 people. This address can be easily attained by asking anyone on the streets. I'll give you that for free. The old man continued on. Benjamin smiled gratefully to hear this and said, Thank you. The old man merely nodded. And so, even though he used mercenary services to set the trap that went to feudal, Benjamin was not too disappointed. He met an old friend by accident, and with his help, he got a lead. This made him more confident that they would find Augustine. It was almost 12 o'clock, even though Benjamin really wanted to go to Sydney's shop to have a look, but it was too late and the shop would most likely be closed. So, after seeing the old man off, he explained to the others about the situation tonight, and then returned to his own room and prepared for the visit at Sydney's shop tomorrow. After his routine meditation, he covered himself with a blanket and fell asleep. A night of not talking. The next morning, after everyone woke up, they left their respective hotels according to their plan, and split themselves up to search for information in Regina. And Benjamin, his job was to handle magic potions to prepare for any battle, and head out to the address the old man gave him. Needless to say, there were definitely more people on the road today compared to yesterday. Benjamin was not used to the city's layout, and he had to squeeze between the crowds. In the end, after spending about an hour, he finally reached the shop entrance. Sydney's shop was on the east side of Regina and it was away from the main road, and looked like it was in the dark corner of the city. The shop was not too big, and it did not look like much. There wasn't even a signage, only a small advertisement board. If one did not look carefully, it would be easy to miss it. Then, he stood at the corner of the road, gazing at the sign on the shop. Benjamin was shocked. There was a line of text in the sign. Legal Clubhouse, Sisters Massage, Welcome. What the hell? Benjamin was dumbfounded. He did not want to have any stereotypical thought about the place. What could massage mean in this country? He was not very sure. Moreover, he was even more surprised at the fact that massage would exist in this world and that this culture could actually develop in this country as well. And as an upstanding citizen, it was hard not to prejudge such a place. Massage clubhouse. Was it really the kind of massage clubhouse that he was thinking about? At first, he was planning on charging in even if the place was really dangerous and life-threatening, filled with people waiting to ambush him. But now? What do I do now? I'm a little scared now. Benjamin took a deep breath as he said so in his mind. What are you scared of? There was a strange excitement in the system's voice. Was Zhu Beiji afraid when he broke through the cave? You must remember that all of this is to save someone's life, not for an illegitimate reason. You go in there, you're noble, you're great, you are self-sacrificing, no one will blame you. Even though he was not satisfied at being compared to Zhu Beiji, but it cleared his head. The system was right. They did not know if Augustine was alive or dead and was waiting to be saved. He already promised that nobody would be left behind. How could he pull back just because of a massage parlor? But Benjamin did not know why he felt nervous. He swallowed subtly before walking forward and pushed open the half-covered door. After passing through the dark, damp, and narrow pathway, very quickly, he came to a place that looked like a hotel lobby. He looked around curiously, only to see a bored-looking woman sitting at the counter, facing a tiny mirror, and was fixing her makeup. Hey, hello, I'm looking for someone. The woman did not even look up at him as Benjamin stepped forward and said. The woman wearily swept Benjamin with a gaze and then immediately looked back at her mirror and continued to apply her blush. Little boy, this is a big day, you should be going to the celebration. Do your parents know you came here? Her voice sounded lazy, as though she was indifferent to everything. If you're looking for someone, then I'm sorry. The girls are all at the celebration, there is no one here to attend to you. Benjamin only looked her and wore a somewhat quizzical air as he heard this. From the way the woman described the massage parlor he realized, as though, that the meaning of the word massage in this world, was the same as his world of origin. This massage parlor was actually that kind of a shop. Incredible. Wait a minute. What was he thinking? He shook his head, trying to get rid of the weird thoughts in his head. Benjamin recovered his stern expression and said, even if there is no one here it doesn't matter. I'm here to look for Sydney. Can you tell me where she went? Chapter 207, The Healthcare Anecdotes. Benjamin was surprised to hear that from the woman. But, he did not immediately take any action, nor did he answer Sydney, he just retained the wide-eyed facial expression, and used the water particle sensing technique to scan through the entire shop. The room opposite the hallway, the second floor accessible by the stairway, the kitchen, the shop was not big, except for some things that were unsightly. Benjamin thoroughly scanned through the place. But he did not find a soul. He did not find the dame hidden among the bandits, and he also did not notice the teenage stranger who revealed his identity. Needless to mention about the kidnapped Augustine, as his shadow was nowhere to be found. This made him a little disappointed. It seemed apparent that those two people did not stay at Sydney's place. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? If you have something to say, just spill it. Why were you looking for me? Perhaps it was because Benjamin took some time to scan the entire shop, and so Sydney wore an impatient look in her face as she urged him to speak. I'm sorry. Benjamin gathered his wits. He thought about it before giving her an excuse. Not too long ago the River Fete had a merchant shop that was attacked by bandits. There was a blonde woman who was kidnapped by the pirates. I was asked by someone to look into this matter. I heard that you were a friend of the woman. Have you heard from her? An odd expression surfaced in Sydney's face as she heard Benjamin speaking. She did not answer immediately. Benjamin was happy to see Sydney's response. Did he need to ask more? If she did not know anything, how could she react this way? He found the right person. The Sydney that was mentioned in the crumpled letter was definitely this Sydney. He was definitely at the right place. Of course, even with his excitement, Benjamin did not put down his guard. Honestly, he was already saving his magic in the space of consciousness. He could attack any time in case such a need would arise. Even with his face looking as normal as possible, but his mind was as taut as a bowstring. The quiet Sydney finally decided to speak. Where are you from? Caretas or Ferelden? The indifference in her voice disappeared like smoke in the air, suddenly glaring at him with an icy glare, making Benjamin surprised for a moment. Where was he from? What did it mean? Benjamin hesitated for a while, crossing his arms across his chest, and calmly replied, I don't understand what this sentence means. The two countries that you mentioned, I have never even been there once. Upon hearing this, Sydney was stunned, and suspiciously asked, so you are saying that you are not here to assassinate us? Why would I want to assassinate you? With plenty of experience in disguising, Benjamin's expression looked especially sincere. I just want to find the lady, to find out what really happened. That's all. Is that so? Of course it is. If I am here to assassinate you, then I should have brought a few more guys. Why would I appear here alone? That's true. Benjamin maintained his innocent and sincere expression for a while, until finally, the doubt lingering in Sydney's eyes slowly faded away. Even though her expression still showed a little confusion, but it seemed like she had already dropped her guard around Benjamin. After pausing a while, finally Sydney broke her silence. A few days ago, when she first came to Regina, she came by to see me. But, I don't know anything about what happened on the merchant ship. Benjamin immediately asked, then do you know where she is now? Don't worry, I really don't have any ill intentions toward you. I just have a few questions I wanted to ask her. After hesitating for a while, Sydney nodded and said, she is still in Regina, I'm not too sure where she is staying. But she comes by to see me every 2 days, when the time comes, I can help you ask her what happened, but... Just as Sydney was talking, and she was about to continue her sentence, suddenly, she placed her left hand went beneath the counter and drew out a gun. She aimed the gun at Benjamin and her facial expression had a dramatic change, followed by a cold laugh. She did not hesitate as she pulled the trigger. Bang! Did you really think you could lie to me? She said as she pulled the trigger. The taunting words followed by the loud bang of the gun going off, echoed in the dark and dank massage parlor. Sydney and Benjamin were not very far away from each other. The gun came out of nowhere and there went the bullet immediately out of the chamber, and was suddenly at Benjamin's nose. But Benjamin did not look at all panicked. Just as she fired a shot at him, a thin film of water appeared before him. The bullet hit the film of water, causing a faint sound before harmlessly bouncing off, and fell to the ground. It did not even break the skin of his nose, much less kill him. A bullet that had never been cast with magic spell would not be able to break a simple magical barrier. Just then, Sydney's taunting laugh seemed frozen. Very obviously, Benjamin was very prepared for what was going to happen. The gun that Sydney kept hidden behind the counter, was already discovered by Benjamin when he was scanning through using the water elemental sensing technique. He only acted as though he did not have a clue. I didn't mean to lie to you. He innocently opened his arms and said, I was just lazy to attack, so I wanted to try my luck, just in case you really were silly, then I would benefit from it. Unfortunately, I still had to do something. He squinted as he spoke, smiling at Sydney. Sydney's hand that was holding the gun trembled a little. You are a mage. From just her voice you could hear, even though she tried really hard to suppress it, but she was panicking. Ferelden's mage, I knew there would come a day when they come after me, but I never thought. I am in fact a mage, but I have got nothing to do with Ferelden. Benjamin could only shake his head and say, even though I told you a lot of lies, but believe me, this one is true. Unfortunately, she did not believe a word he said. After the failed attempted murder, the massage parlor boss could only see the gun in her hand. Suddenly, she turned the muzzle of the gun and pointed it at her temple. She was ready to kill herself. You should just give up, I will never say anything. Luckily, after experiencing the incident where the priest committed suicide, Benjamin had some experience in this matter. And so, before Sydney could pull the trigger, he conjured a water ball without even using a half a second and he hit her with it. The poor fellow, she could not even complete her suicide speech, but was hit by a water ball that was bigger than a person. At that moment she lost her balance and fell to the ground. The gun flew out of her hand, and Benjamin seized it without hesitation by controlling a water mass that got dispersed from the water ball. Then, Benjamin used the ice-breaking spell to conjure some ice cubes, and immobilized the dizzy Sydney. Oh my God, it's so cold! Her teeth chattered as her limbs were locked in ice. Obviously, once you remove her swaggering title, she was just a normal person, without the physique of a knight, and with no magic potions to enhance her physique. She was frozen in ice. If she stayed frozen for a longer period of time, she could be paralyzed for the rest of her life. But Benjamin did not feel the need to stop just because she was a woman. I admire the loyalty you have towards your friend. His tone was so calm it had a hint of anger. Unfortunately, your friend had taken away my friend, and I am not someone without loyalty, so I will not let you go. Chapter 208, Appearance. Sydney, who was frozen in ice, kept her mouth shut as she shivered, refusing to mince a word. However, it did not take her long before she spoke up. She left, to watch the celebration. I don't know where she is. Benjamin immediately asked, when will she be back? I I don't know. She was turning pale, looking all unusually helpless, maybe in the afternoon, or maybe even at night, I really don't know. Benjamin nodded as though he was deep in thoughts. Judging from her disconcerted situation, she could not possibly be lying. Without question, after abducting Augustine, the dame came to Regina and in all possibility sought refuge from Sydney. Benjamin finally found her. But if the dame really settled down here with Sydney, why could he not find Augustine? Could it be, she did not even bring Augustine here, but when he thought about this, he could not help with the fear. How many people did she come with? Did she have a lot of tow sacks with her? He quickly asked, where did she hide the sacks? Did she have an unknown middle-aged man with her? Sydney looked confused at Benjamin's question as she replied, What are you saying? Benjamin gave it some thought and asked, was she alone when she came here? Didn't she bring along anything? Only Sydney's head was exposed from the ice covering her body. She struggled to nod her head. Benjamin frowned. This was rather strange. Regardless of Augustine's whereabout, previously when they were in Garter, he heard the dame and the unknown teenager were inseparable, and they had a lot of tow sacks with them. But now Sydney said she only saw one person, without any tow sacks and no unknown teenager. Weren't they partners? Just as Benjamin was thinking about his next move, suddenly, from the hallway behind him, there came a sharp voice yelling. Sydney, why did you keep the door open? Quick! Something is happening outside. Benjamin turned, only to find a woman wearing leather armor, rushing in from the hallway. The sharp voice almost gave Benjamin a fright. At the same time, the woman saw Benjamin and the frozen Sydney. At that very moment, her beautiful face revealed a stunned expression. Benjamin's heart went thumping. Shit! Judging from the blonde hair to the recognizable voice, he could guess who this woman was. She was the dame. So, before she could react, Benjamin made the first move to attack her. Following the gentle movement of magic, a few compressed water bombs flew from his hand, through the air towards the dame in the narrow hallway. Be careful, Rebecca. He is a mage. Unfortunately, when Benjamin attacking, the frozen Sydney just had to yell loudly. So the dame was not caught by surprise. With Sydney's warning, the blonde woman quickly gathered her wits. She did not panic when faced with the water bombs as she moved in a blink of an eye and moved away from the hallway, dodging the flying water bombs. She pulled out a dagger and charged at Benjamin. Benjamin was surprised at her speed. But, she might be very agile, but compared to the unknown teenager, she was still lacking. So, Benjamin could still chant a spell, before his opponent could attack. He wrapped himself in a layer of water bubbles to protect himself. In a blink of an eye, the woman rushed towards him, plunging the dagger down. Just then, the dagger hit the water bubbles, and suddenly a blue-red light flashed and bounced the dagger off. Benjamin immediately realized, his opponent's weapon was imbued with magic. The situation became tensed. The dagger had just bounced off the bubbles, the woman had already turned her body around, and broken through the force that threw her away. She immediately launched her second attack on the water bubbles. And Benjamin knew in his gut, the water bubbles that he conjured might not be able to withstand against his opponent's subsequent attacks. And so, he suddenly adjusted his spiritual energy to control the few water bombs by making them change their flying direction. He targeted the blonde woman again and let the water bombs charge towards her. Be careful! The frozen Sydney yelled again, like a useless spectator, making Benjamin so angry that he wanted to knock her out. Unfortunately, the battle that he was facing was one of the fastest paced. So, he did not have the time to silence Sydney's, and could only concentrate on the blonde woman. Before the water bombs could fly again, the blonde woman moved quickly, wasting no time, using the magical dagger to stab the bubbles 3 times. As the bubbles burst, the water bombs were almost ready to fly. Just then, she laughed coldly, turned her body in a flash and was ready to dodge, as though expecting the bombs to hit Benjamin himself. Benjamin could only laugh coldly and shake his head at the scene before him. Was she really expecting him to be a mage who lacked control? Just as the blonde woman was ready to dodge, Benjamin snorted, controlling the flying water bomb close to her, and it exploded in that moment, releasing a torrent of water. Although it did not immediately kill her, a few of the bombs exploding together would inflict strong impact. The blonde woman could not dodge it and was flooded under the water by the overwhelming waves. The result? In that moment, Benjamin immediately used the water elemental sensing technique to detect what was happening to his opponent. However, not within a few seconds, the relief on his face fell completely. In the water, the blonde woman's leather armor released a faint red light, blocking most of the water current. And so, his opponent did not faint from the water pump. Instead, she quickly found her balance. After rolling a few times, she managed to escape the water. This made Benjamin's intention to control the water current, conjure it into a water ball, and capture his opponent went to futile. He could not help but feel this was getting problematic. His opponent was strong, a little stronger than he expected. No wonder she could effortlessly abduct Augustine. Now that he thought about it, among all the mages, there might not be anyone who could take her down. But it was just a small problem. When he thought about this, Benjamin smiled. His moves were not that simple. When the blonde woman escaped the water current, he gave up on trying to control the currents, changing it into the spell to transform it into a pillar of steam. Following the gathering of the water particles, the violent steam started gathering around him, then he conjured a gust of whirlwind twirling around all four corners of the parlor. His thoughts were very simple. Wasn't this woman's evasion skill really good? Then he just needed to seal off all directions and see how she could dodge it this time. The steam went right at the blonde woman, and at that moment, her agile body started losing balance. At that moment, she could only use the dagger to pierce through the wall, to stabilize herself to avoid herself from being blown away and to keep both her feet on the ground. She knew very well that for someone like her who could only thrive at close combat, if she was blown away, then she would not be able to counter any attacks. Chapter 209, Villain. The moment he saw the potion bottle, Benjamin became uneasy. Impossible. He felt the blonde woman's skill after she took the potion. From the look of things, the boss had not even entered the violent stage yet. Even though he was not sure of the effect the potion had, but, if it could greatly increase the strength of a person, then, Benjamin trying to blow the person away was not going to work anymore. In this kind of situation, Benjamin could only use the steam and try to take his opponent's potion from her, chant his spell, and try to conjure up the water bombs again. He was not afraid of staying, but he needed to stop his opponent, only then can he interrogate her about Augustine's whereabouts. This was also the only reason why he was yet to use the ice-breaking spell. He was afraid of killing her. As he was trying to stop her from drinking the potion, his opponent firmed her resolve. She didn't even bother to open the bottle, and could only hold onto the bottle in a death grip, moving her mouth closer to her hand. Very quickly, with a shatter, the bottle was crushed in her hand. The green potion mixed with her red blood. But she still very quickly sucked it all, including the glass, into her mouth. Benjamin was dumbfounded. The blonde woman's actions were odd. The steam could not find a gap to grab the potion. When she put the bottle into her mouth, she spat out the glass, splattering the floor with her blood. After which she acted like nothing had happened, her face not showing any signs of pain. After seeing this, Benjamin did not even have the time to exclaim at his opponent's actions. He failed at trying to stop her, and could only use this opportunity to throw about 10 of the previously conjured water bombs. Bang! As the bombs exploded, the power it produced was still quite considerable. The walls of the room even started to crack. But in the midst of the buffeting steam, a thin and small blonde silhouette actually stood up. Rebecca. Sydney, who was frozen in ice, was also surprised, her voice weak, not sure if she was excited or sad. She watched the steam become a gale, and the blonde woman acting like she had switched bodies with a scion one. Her whole body was emanating a faint green light. The water bombs that hit her body caused nothing but bruises, she didn't even lose consciousness. When the blonde woman raised her gaze, the blue eyes had become a light green, it gave others the impression that she wasn't even human. Benjamin could not help but take in a breath of cold air. Truthfully, he was quite knowledgeable in potions, but he had never seen anything like this. In all likelihood, it would be a potion master's precious work. In one country they might only be a few bottles of it. She actually had such an item? Benjamin felt tricked. Seriously, someone who can get this kind of potion, was actually kidnapped to become the wife of the head bandit? It was definitely on purpose, right? Obviously, Benjamin could not stay his hand anymore. If he doesn't do something he might end up in danger. And so, when the blonde woman prepared to rush him, he had no choice but to use the ice-breaking spell. Accompanying the low chant of the spell, countless pieces of ice crystal powder answered in unison as a faint light started to surround Benjamin. Benjamin used the new method that he had learned, and adjusted the water element in the ice crystal's internal components, strengthening the pieces of ice. He then directed the ice fog to protect him. This was his best move. Just as the ice fog appeared, the blonde woman's face changed, and suddenly she halted her movements. She stared at the ice fog surrounding Benjamin, as though she sensed something dangerous. Her eyes flashed but did not move any closer. From the looks of things, she could sense the power of the ice fog and did not dare to make her move. When Benjamin saw him, he let out a sigh of relief. Honestly, he did not want her to rush into him. If she did, regardless of how powerful that potion was, the blonde woman would definitely have become riddled with holes. Nothing could protect her. Then, he would not be able to ask her any questions. Thinking about this, he separated a small lump of the ice fog, and increased its freezing power to its maximum, and hurled it at her. When the blonde woman saw this, she leaped a few steps away and dodged the projectile. Benjamin was getting impatient. Seeing the blonde woman dodging the ice fog effortlessly, he suddenly realized that the situation was now at a stalemate. His opponent did not dare break through the ice fog to attack him, and as such, was also unable to get past him to save Sydney. On the other hand, his magic was having a difficult time attacking the agile blonde woman, even the pillar of steam was unable to blow her away. The fast-paced battle from before had slowed down considerably. But the current situation seemed to be very beneficial to him. He smiled as though he had a card up his sleeve. "Your potion, how long do its effects last?" He looked at the shining blonde woman as he softly asked, "This level of potion, how many can you take, dame?" Upon hearing this, the blonde woman looked astonished. "Maybe you thought that because you are quick, I wouldn't be able to stop you." Benjamin went on, "But look at your friend. If she continues being trapped in this state, and if something goes wrong and she is frozen to death, don't blame me." He looked back at Sydney, who was still on the ice. Sydney was not as alert as before, like when she still had the energy to yell at the blonde woman. Now, her eyelids were drooping, her teeth chattering. She looked as though she was about to lose consciousness. Benjamin couldn't help but think that if she continues frozen in the ice, she may end the same as the Titanic. "Sydney!" The blonde woman yelled frantically, to no avail. She could only glare hatefully at Benjamin, before nastily snarling, "What do you want?" He didn't know why, but when he saw this, Benjamin felt as though he was the villain. Their sisterly relationship was so deep, but he was destroying it, using people's friends to threaten them. How did things become like this? He was the victim. Of course, suddenly becoming the villain, he noticed he had the desire to speak a lot of nonsense. But, he suppressed the urge to chatter unnecessarily and replied, "What do I want? Do I need to say it? You took someone from my camp, where is he?" "Your camp?" The blonde woman looked confused. Only after a while only did it dawn on her, you are the leader of those mages. Benjamin snorted when he heard this, and replied sarcastically, your memory is quite good, seeing as how you just remembered. He is not here. The blonde woman's face suddenly changed and became very strange. She began to stutter, as though trying to hide something. Not here? Is he still alive? Did you kill him? Benjamin asked. The blonde woman shook her head. As long as he is still alive. Just as he was about to ask for Augustine's location, the blonde woman looked as though she remembered something. Her face changed again, but this time she looked calm. She looked at Benjamin. You are standing so calmly here, yet you are only one mage. The situation outside, are you not scared? Benjamin raised his eyebrow. Afraid? Why should I be afraid? He couldn't understand what the blonde woman was trying to say. She should just tell him what was. Beating around the bush will only make him, the supposed villain, talk too much. No matter if it was in films, television shows, or cartoons, he has seen too many instances where the villains let their guard down. He would not make the same mistake. Isar has changed sides, are you not scared? Now it was the blonde woman's turn to laugh as though she had something up her sleeve. The Kingdom of Helius has been planning this for a long time, purposely inviting Her Majesty, the Queen, and the army to the Crusaders' Gateway. On the day of the celebration, they took the opportunity to launch a coup, and imprisoned a large number of mages. Even the leader of the Mages Guild has been put in the prison. As she said this, she took 2 steps forward, and through the ice fog, aggressively looked at Benjamin. Now Regina is controlled by the kingdom's church, and you're still not afraid. Translator's note. Chapter 210, The Scene That Should Not Appear. When he heard this, Benjamin's first reaction was to think, was this woman crazy? What the hell? When he left the house this morning, the whole of Regina was still bustling, every street was filled with a celebratory atmosphere. Even though he didn't know what festival it was for, but the Mages Guild would treat it as a normal day. If the Queen leaves, then they preside over the workings of the city. It has only been a few hours, and yet the blonde woman tells him that the church had launched a coup, and is already in control of the country's capital. How can he just take her word for it? So, he decided that this just some scare tactic. Don't talk so much nonsense. Benjamin said, you let Augustine go, and I'll let your friend go. Both of us will have to be willing. If this continues on, it won't be beneficial to anyone. The blonde woman shook her head and said, believe me, I have no interest in fighting you. It is very dangerous outside, there are patrol guards going on their rounds everywhere. I had a tough time escaping, and as such there is no way I will run out to get your mage. Even though he still felt some doubt, but Benjamin still felt foolish to think that this news could be true. He suddenly remembered meeting the 3 priests in the woods. At first, the 3 priests were disguised as merchants, keeping their reason for traveling to Regina a secret. Now, if what the blonde woman says is true, Benjamin couldn't help but shake his head. Very possibly, the church has been preparing for this for a long time, and are now using the Crusaders' Gateway siege as an opportunity to suddenly enact the secret plan. I need to verify what you just said, Benjamin said. He turned and went to Sydney's side. Following the instructions in a magic book that he saw a long time ago, he sliced his finger open. Using his own blood as a medium, he drew a simple rune on Sydney's body. He then used a weird tongue-twisting spell. Benjamin felt as though his brain was being pierced by a needle because of the sharp prickling pain that was present. The water particles in the air around him moved in a weird way, compelled by his spiritual energy, combining with the blood from Benjamin. At the same time, the blood flashed, and moved darkly. It dripped onto Sydney's forehead, and it was absorbed by the skin of her forehead, before disappearing. Was it a success? At that moment Benjamin felt as though there was a small bomb in Sydney's brain. If he were to say something, the bomb could explode, and this woman would die tragically. Is this what it feels like to release a curse? You, what are you doing? The blonde woman was observing what was happening with her own eyes and looked like she wanted to stop it, but did not dare to go through the thick ice fog. She just stood there in surprise. Curses have been banned by the Mages Guild for a long time, you actually. So what? I'm not a member of the Mages Guild. Benjamin raised his eyebrows as he spoke indifferently. Even though it has been a long time since he learned about curses from the Academy of Silence, he had never done it in practice. Since this was the first time it was actually successful, it made him feel good about himself. Of course, the process had an evil atmosphere, so much so that he himself thought that he was like a villain. But he had no choice. With the situation unfolding like this, Augustine was his opponent's bargaining chip, and Sydney was his. He could not possibly keep a person frozen in ice for so long. What if she froze to death? So, he could only use a curse. Once this curse had made him feel so tortured that he might as well die, but now he had to use it to control Sydney. After he successfully cursed her, he removed Sydney's ice prison, and let her shivering form fall to the ground. Sydney! The blonde woman wanted to run forward to pick her up, but Benjamin was blocking her way. She could only stand in place and worry. Don't worry, she is all right, she is just passed out from being frozen for so long. Benjamin looked at her coldly. I am going to go outside to see what is happening. If you try anything, I'm sure you understand what will happen to her. The blonde woman's face was full of hatred, but she didn't say another word. Benjamin nodded and headed out. But he decided not to touch the ice fog that was surrounding his body, just in case she decided to make a split-second decision and attack him. Very quickly, he reached the front door. At the door, it must have been locked when the blonde woman came in. The signboard that had the words Sister's Massage was now flipped over. After some thought, Benjamin went to the door, used the water particles sensing method, and scanned for what was happening outside. The street outside was quiet. Benjamin frowned, but he knew that the street here was a little out of the way. If there really was a coup in Regina, it would take some time before its effects arrived here. Just as he was hesitating, deciding whether he should go out, there came a magical disturbance from the end of the street he was scanning. At the corner of the street, a middle-aged man's silhouette appeared. With a panicked expression, the middle-aged man started to chant a spell and conjured a fireball, as though he wanted to attack someone. Suddenly, a group of knights wearing anti-magic armor appeared out of nowhere and surrounded the mage. They then used an armored fist to knock out the mage, before dragging him away like a cow to slaughter. Just like that, they left. In a fleeting moment, the chaotic street became calm again. Behind the thin wooden door, Benjamin registered what had just happened, his face cold as ice. Maybe he should be feeling shocked, but he just watched as the mage was taken away. His first thought was not of the fact that the church had indeed taken over Regina, but he felt conflicted. This kind of things should only happen in the Kingdom of Helius. He thought that if he left the kingdom, it would mean that they would be leaving the mages' hell. Even though Isar was not friendly to mages either, but it is still a piece of land that magic can grow, which is different from the Kingdom of Helius. But he just realized there was not much difference between the two kingdoms after all. Under the same sky, there will still be innocent mages being captured and thrown into the abyss by armored troops. He could only hide behind a door, watching. This kind of thing should not happen here. Truthfully, it should not happen anywhere. He was deep in thought for a while before returning to the lobby. He watched the blonde woman help Sydney to the room to rest, and suddenly opened his mouth, his voice so calm it was a miracle. Tell me, what is happening outside? The blonde woman turned around and looked at Benjamin and said, the celebration. The leader of the Mages Guild was carrying out the final prayers to the gods. Suddenly, a huge group of patrol guards appeared, and in the name of the Queen, captured all the mages present, and also forcefully detained all the people present. As long as they looked a little suspicious, they were taken away. Benjamin was confused. in the name of the Queen. The blonde woman nodded her head and said, to the public it was in the name of the Queen. He even had the Queen's keepsake, which was why the mages did not dare to fight back. But, I was just leaving the palace when I saw a few priests disguised as government officials, discussing how to thoroughly control Isar before the Queen's return. That is why I knew, the people leading the coup is the church, only the people in the Mages Guild were kept in the dark. The Queen's keepsake? Just with this keepsake the mages went away quietly. Benjamin was shocked. I asked around regarding this news, and turns out before the attack, they kidnapped most of the mages' friends and family. The blonde woman said softly, moreover, the situation then was the entire army of Regina, everyone was controlled by the people of the church. Maybe the Mages Guild still think that there is some misunderstanding, so they are just obeying, waiting for the Queen to clear up the misunderstanding, maybe then she will release them. When he heard this, Benjamin sank deeper into thought. This was definitely a planned coup. Controlling the army, capturing the mages, masquerading as government officials, this was not done in a day. They would have needed to plant enough spies in Regina's government and army, and at the same time discover the weakness of the people of the Mages Guild. Only they could attack and successfully take control of Regina. He was afraid that the church had months and years to prepare beforehand. They could have been planning this even before the empire was split. What intense preparations! Chapter 211, Anti-Magic Prison. When she heard this, the blonde woman snorted with dissatisfaction and said, "Who do you think I am? If you want to know, go find out on your own. Even if I knew how many people there are in the church, I have no obligation to tell you." Hearing this, Benjamin looked at her again. On her body, the faint green light that the magic potion gave her was starting to fade. With an estimate of another 10 minutes, the strengthening effects should wear off. What kind of person are you? Why would you take Augustine? After some thought, he decided to bring their conversation back to its original purpose. I think, you have no need to know these things. The blonde woman walked up to the counter, and hit the surface. With a touch of hostility she said, after the attention is over, I will return the person you want back to you, and you will remove the curse you placed on Sydney. After that, whether you leave this place or take on the church single-handedly is up to you, it has nothing to do with me. Hearing this, Benjamin shook his head. This reply did not satisfy him at all. He also wanted to smoothly rescue Augustine, and what the blonde woman is saying may not be desirable. The only thing is, at this moment, he suddenly remembered the rest of the mages in his group. This morning, each mage had their own assignment, leaving the hotel and headed out into Regina to gather news. But now, they have gone ahead with what the church was doing here. Benjamin couldn't help but worry, how they were doing now. Even though they were disguised as normal people, Benjamin also told them to keep away from the celebration, the Mages Guild, the palace, and the like, but Benjamin worried that they would be in danger. Moreover, the church has been here and made a scene. Maybe he won't have a good relationship with the Mages Guild. Could it be, he really had to quietly hide here, and act like he didn't see anything, and always just observe from the sidelines? It's not that he wanted to help the Mages Guild or the Queen. Only, the church was like this now, after they managed to seize the gateway, but that only helped the church instead. And so, Benjamin wasn't feeling too happy about things. He has to do something about this. The effects of the potion are about to wear off, and after it wears off, do you think you will have the right to discuss terms and conditions like you are doing now? When he thought about this, he looked at the blonde woman and quickly asked. Sure, you can kill me, then you can kill Sydney, we won't have any complaints about it, but don't you even dream of finding your missing person. The blonde woman laughed, spread out her hands and said with a look of indifference in her eyes. Seeing it, Benjamin just shook his head. I don't plan to let you do anything. He said, as long as you tell me where is the anti-magic prison, and I won't ask you any more questions. The blonde woman looked surprised when she heard this. Maybe it was because she was aware of Benjamin's intentions. She saw the look of a crazed person in Benjamin's eyes, but very quickly, she nonchalantly shrugged her shoulders and told Benjamin the prison's address. The location of the anti-magic prison was very close to the palace. When he heard this, Benjamin couldn't help but frown. But, he didn't change his mind. After noting down the address, he nodded his head, he didn't care for unnecessary words, turned and walked out the door. In the hallway, he used some of the tools he brought, and once again disguised himself experience and some skills he learned from Michelle. He was getting more skilled at it. Very quickly, he managed to turn himself into a beggar. After making sure the outfit looked authentic, dressed in Iser's style, and also prepared himself to think like a beggar, he went to the door and used the water particle sensing method to make sure there was no one outside. Then, he opened the door and left the massage parlor, and went back to the remote street. He used the feedback from the water particles to avoid the patrol guards on the street, and with a beggar's face, he slowly headed towards the anti-magic prison. Do you really plan to go in there and break them out? On the way, the system suddenly decided to show up, and asked, sounding worried. Who said I was going to break them out? Benjamin shook his head, and responded in his mind, how can I break them out? Those mages have their family and friends in the hands of the church, even if I was successful, they won't leave. So there is no need to say, even if I single-handedly manage to break them out of prison, the chances of success is way below zero. Then what do you plan to do? The system asked. Benjamin took a deep breath and answered, I have to go scout the place. That woman has too many secrets, I don't know why she took Augustine, and I don't know where the unknown teenager who was with her before has gone to, and with her level of fighting skills, and how she mysteriously became the wife of the head pirate. These are mysterious things, the words she said, I need to check it out for myself. Moreover, if the other mages in the group were taken by this coup, then they will definitely be in the anti-magic prison. He just needed to figure out a way to spy on the anti-magic prison, then he will know whether everyone is saved or not. This is vital to the decision he has to make next. And it was because of this, he decided to leave the safe place, and in this chaotic situation, disguise himself as a beggar, and head straight towards a dangerous place. Because of the water particles sensing method's help, in the beginning, Benjamin could avoid everyone on the road, as he slowly approached the city center. But on this road, he noticed that the previously noisy and chaotic street had now become abnormally desolate. Aside from the patrolling guards, a large number of them were normal citizens, who were now hiding in their homes, trembling, not knowing what was going on. A long street, from a brief view, not one door was open. Colorful but lonely flags waved in the wind, the floor was covered with crushed paper flowers. There was a strange apocalyptic feel to the place. Benjamin could only confirm that it didn't matter if it was the church who led the coup, but now Regina was a mess. Hopefully, no one was in any danger. As he went closer to the anti-magic prison, the patrolling guards were also increasing. And so, Benjamin had to slow down, and used the water particle sensing method to avoid their line of sight, carefully moving forward. Unfortunately, even if he was already so careful, but he still met with a few patrol guards. Hey, what are you doing sneaking around? The patrol guards surrounded him, a few of them glared at him, their eyes fierce. Guard, what is going on? Benjamin knelt on the ground, an expression of fear on his face. Why is there no one else on the street? I want to go back. Hearing this, the guards looked at each other, and one of the guards stepped forward and gave Benjamin a kick and said, the Mages Guild had plans to rebel and was discovered by the Queen. Her Majesty has now sealed the city, preparing to get rid of the traitors. You walk out here on your own, could it be that you are a traitorous mage? Screw you! Benjamin couldn't help but scold in his mind. But in reality, he did not let that emotion show on his face but continued acting, holding on to the arm that the guard kicked, shaking his head in panic. No. I am not a mage, I don't know anything. "Sir, please don't kill me." Seeing this, the guards who were surrounding him began laughing out loud. Being surrounded by the laughter, Benjamin managed to look even more frightened than before. "It is impossible for you to be a mage." After laughing, the guard that kicked him shook his head and said, "Leave, the square on the west side of the city is specifically to house the beggars, you should just go there, don't run around. After Her Majesty the Queen gives the order, then you can leave." Benjamin immediately nodded his head, "Yes. Yes. Thank you, sir." Just like that, the guards divided themselves into two groups, one escorting Benjamin towards the square. They were on the west side of the city, and the square was on the east side, so, the road that they were taking would definitely pass by the center of Regina. But, they probably didn't want to offend the palace. The two guards took a longer route. On the road, there was a part where they passed really close to the anti-magic palace. "Hey, you there, how much money did you get today?" one of the guards asked. He wasn't even sure if it was the guard that liked to kick people. On the way he wanted to get his fix, and kicked Benjamin again. "And not much." Benjamin stuttered as he answered. "How can it be not much?" The guard snorted and said, "There were so many people here for the celebration, I heard that beggars get a lot of money." "Really, there really isn't much." "Enough, stop talking nonsense, take it out then and let us see, don't make us throw you into jail." Maybe because there weren't any other guards around, the two guards escorting Benjamin became increasingly unscrupulous. So, they nastily threatened him. Benjamin could only cry and turned around. "All right, don't kill me, sir, just as long as you don't lock me up, I'll give you everything." As he said this, he acted as though he was reaching into the torn and worn-out pocket to take out something, and held it in his hand in a fist, and put out both his hands to the two guards. "Why are you closing your hands? Open them." Just then, the guards smiled an ominous smile, stretched their hands, and took hold of Benjamin's fists, as though they wanted to break them apart. Then, it was at that moment. The fear on Benjamin's face suddenly disappeared, instead, a cruel smile took its place. He opened his fist, and grabbed the two guards' arms, and opened his mouth to speak in a calm tone. "Since you wanted to see, then see properly, watch carefully." And at the time, the two guards he was holding on to lost the strength to reply. Held between Benjamin's two fingers was an ice needle. The two guards were unprepared as the needle pierced their skin. At that moment, a fearsome ice wave unfurled in their bodies. Not even a second passed before frost spread over their faces, their veins turned green and they could not move anymore. Their faces were frozen in a ridiculously funny and greedy expressions, there was still glee in their eyes, their focus was on Benjamin's hands, and they didn't even have time to look surprised. Benjamin looked at them and shook his head. Chapter 212, Crowd Stuck in the Square. Chapter 212 Crowd Stuck in the Square. Perhaps the guards took the longer route so that they could rob Benjamin. So there weren't any witnesses to his murder. After getting rid of the bodies, Benjamin hid in the crack near the wall, and used a water sphere to wash the dirt off his body. Then he removed the beggar's disguise and changed into the military outfit that he just stole. After quickly checking the outfit for rips and tears, he emerged again. Disguised as a patrol guard, he suddenly had an idea. Of course, he didn't have any chance of blending in with the guards. He wasn't even a real guard, he didn't know the commands, it will not be long before the others discover him. The thing was, the beggar's disguise can't be used anymore, and he could now only act as one of the patrol guards on duty. If they were to only pass them by, and not draw any special attention, he believed that he could get away with it. "How far away is the anti-magic prison from here?" he asked the system in his mind. "It's very near, just walk straight for 5 minutes, turn at the corner and it's there," the system answered. After making sure he had the right directions, Benjamin tried to copy the other guards, pushing out his chest, and with a calm demeanor, he headed forward. At the same time, he also used the water particle sensing method to avoid other people's line of sight. Since it was the city center, there were more patrol guards around. Benjamin met a few groups of them on the way. But, Benjamin followed the "Don't open your mouth" principle, and when he met any patrol guards, he just nodded in acknowledgement, and then coolly walked past them. Maybe his attitude was natural, so no one noticed anything out of place with him. Not long after that, he smoothly entered the entrance of the anti-magic prison. At the entrance of the prison, there was a small house. There were a lot of patrol guards watching the door. They didn't look like they would let anyone through. If the blonde woman wasn't lying, in the basement of this house, would be where the mages who were captured are kept. Without even asking, there was no way Benjamin could go in unless he revealed his identity as a mage, and be dragged in. Besides that, just relying on this half-baked patrol guard disguise, he definitely would not be able to go in. So, he could only use the water particle sensing method to do some reconnaissance. There were not many empty spaces around the entrance, only a bit of cover from the nearby trees and plants. And so, as Benjamin observed the patrol guards around him, carefully hiding himself behind the tree closest to the entrance. Then, he closed his eyes. Using the feedback from the water particle sensing method, he tried to get a sense of the prison for the mages. In this world, there are many ways to stop a mage, just like the cleansing center in the imperial capital. By just using some special ingredients to make iron railings, it interferes with the nearby elements, resulting in the failure of casting spells on principle. This method is similar to Benjamin's anti-magic water sphere. Regarding the prison in Regina, after a general observation, Benjamin noticed that they used another method. Maybe due to the fact that this area does not produce those required special ingredients, and so, every captive mage has to wear some weird bracelet. The bracelet looked as though it was made with the bones of some magical creature. It was abnormally strong, and it could limit the mental strength of the mage, preventing them from casting any magic, or escape. Benjamin could sense that with the mages in the prison, there was no difference between the elements around them and elements around a normal mage, but the part that was sensitive to the mental strength had disappeared. He could not sense that anymore. Seriously, different places uses different methods. Through the water particle sensing method, the image that appeared in Benjamin's mind's eye was quite solid. Men, women, old and young, all kinds of mages, they were stuffed to the brim in the prison. There were kept 2 to 3 in a cell. Their faces were either worried or angry, some had their mouths open and were screaming. Unfortunately, the patrol guards on duty did not care at all. And Benjamin? He was squatting down in the dark corner, and looked in cell by cell. The prison wasn't big. In order to go through all of it at least once, he even changed his hiding place once in a while in the middle of his search. After half an hour, he had looked through all the cells in the prison. He did not recognize a single person in the prison at all. Benjamin let out a sigh. From the looks of things, the mages that escaped with him out of the kingdom were quick thinking on their feet. When the patrol guards were hunting and capturing mages, they felt something was not right and hid, and no one was captured and brought to the prison. But where are they hiding? As he was thinking about what to do next, Benjamin carefully avoided the other guards, and slowly made his way away from the dangerous city center. After giving it some thought, he headed to the West City Square. From what he heard from the guards, they were gathering the homeless in the city square. If the mages in the group were outside getting news, there was a chance that someone went there. Whatever it is, he has to find the others first, then only can he make the next decision. If not, even if he made a light pillar appear, what kind of trouble would it stir up in this town? So, it was very important for him to go to the square to take a look. Nothing happened to Benjamin while he was on his way to the square. He knew all the patrol guards' location through his water particle sensing method, and avoided them. Looking at the miserable street, even he could tell that the city just recently went through a disaster. But, as he approached the square, the silence in his ears were slowly being filled with noise again. He hid at the corner of the street, and peeped out. the place in front of him was not a square anymore but a market. A wide open space that was no longer wide or open. The movement of pitch-black human heads, all across the square, the scene made him restless. All kinds of noise came from all over, it was more chaotic than the usual haggling of prices at the market. As Benjamin took in all of this, he can't help but frown. Why are there so many people? Even though he only just reached here, but by a rough estimate, there was about more than 1,000 people at the square. What the hell was this? Are there really so many homeless people in Regina? As he thought about it, Benjamin stayed behind the building, using the water particle sensing method, to carefully observe the situation at the square. What he didn't expect was that just as he began to search, among the closely packed people, he already found a few familiar silhouettes. Joanna, Frank, the old blacksmith, there were about 5 mages, at the corner of the square, looking around with worried expressions on their faces, looking just as helpless as the people around them. Just then, Benjamin felt his head started to ache. They were actually here. After a moment of doubt, he continued searching the crowd, but in the end, aside from the 5 people, he couldn't find the other mages. He had no clue where the other 10+ mages went. Did they get separated? This could be problematic. After giving it some thought, Benjamin came up with a decision. He should just ask the 5 that were present here. And so, he changed back to the beggar's disguise, and with an ignorant look on his face, he walked out of his hiding place openly. The patrol guards around the square noticed him in an instant, and just like that, after a few questions, he was thrown into the crowd at the square. The hot wind blew against his face, as well as the headless crowd. Benjamin joined the fray, just like the Great Wall of China on National Day, if you sneeze you will sneeze into someone's mouth. But, following the directions from the water particle sensing method, he was still able to move slowly through the crowd, and in the end, squeeze himself next to the 5 mages. Chapter 213, Tinder Beneath the Clear Skies. Maybe it was because it has been a long time since Benjamin disguised himself as a beggar. When the mages turned their heads, they could not recognize Benjamin. "I'm sorry, we are also very poor, we have no money to give you." Hearing this, Benjamin impatiently shook his head. He wiped the dirt off his face and looked at the 5 people again, and said with a soft voice, "It's me, Benjamin, do you really not recognize me?" Immediately, the 5 of them recognized Benjamin. A few of them were so surprised they quickly covered their mouths, almost yelling out loud. Benjamin could only quickly gesture for them to be quiet, to not be so excited. Teacher Benjamin," Joanna said in a low voice, "why are you here also? Did those guards bring you in? They say they are capturing mages under the command of the Queen, what is going on?" Instead Benjamin replied, "I'm here to look for you. Where are the others? Where did they go?" As they heard this, the 5 of them exchanged glances, but only one could give an acceptable answer. "At the time, we were still at the hotel getting information from other people," Frank said with a clueless expression. Then, suddenly a group of patrol guards came in and said they are here for the mages, and they brought us all here. We did not dare tell them who we were, so we did not retaliate. But everyone was separated to get the news, we are not too sure about the others. So that's what happened. Hearing this, Benjamin sighed impatiently. Even though he did not know what happened to the others, but since they were not in the prison, and they weren't here either, then that meant that they were smart, and when the guards appeared, they found a way to hide. He could only comfort himself this way. "Teacher Benjamin, what is going on?" Frank asked hurriedly. "I thought the church was not here, why are they capturing mages now?" Hearing this, Benjamin shook his head and let out a bitter laugh. Because they could not let the people around them hear what they were talking about, they moved closer together and he told the 5 of them in a soft voice about the coup. And when they heard that the church had taken control of Regina, in that instant, their faces fell. Their expressions told him that they could not accept it. As to why they could not accept it, The old nightmare was resurfacing again. Benjamin could understand their feelings. Shit, after all that trouble of coming here from another country, and in the end the church still managed to get here, bringing all sorts of problems here. Why was this day so difficult? And so, the five were quick to come up with a conclusion. Teacher Benjamin, we can't let them succeed. Joanna said in an angry voice. Even though there was a sticking their nose where it didn't belong feeling, but Benjamin nodded his head, showing his approval. As the only free mages in the entire city of Regina, they couldn't just watch from the sidelines anymore. So what if they brought trouble onto themselves? To let the church continued to be this arrogant, did they even belong on this earth? And so, they couldn't not get involved. The mages of the Mages Guild are now locked in the anti-magic prison. If only they can be rescued, and realize that the church has falsified the Queen's command, they should be able to settle the rest of the problems on their own. After giving it some thought, Benjamin said this to the five of them as they stood closely huddled together. The five of them didn't give an opinion, and only nodded their heads. But, Teacher Benjamin. Suddenly, there was a concerned look on Frank's face as he said, "We are stuck here, I don't think we can leave. The square is surrounded by countless knights in magic-resistant armor. If we show our hand here, we will just invite the people of the church over." Hearing this, Benjamin also sank deep in thought. That's true. They should think of a plan. As he looked up at the people stuck in the square, aside from the vagrants and the beggars, there were a lot of the local citizens or tourists from other countries clueless about why they were brought here. Without question, they were definitely not willing to be locked up here. With so many people around, the higher-ups will need to do something about it. Benjamin guessed that the order will come in another hour or two, and once they have been properly examined they will be set free. Of course, how the church will decide that, he had no idea. Letting them go is only one option, another is to kill them all, allowing this day to become the bloodiest and most painful moment in history. This was also another possibility. The words that he wanted to share, the situation at the square, was similar to a pit. The guards were surrounding the steps leaving the square. They were surrounded like pigs. Benjamin felt his hair stand on end the more he thought about it. Truthfully, to the church, the people of Regina are just a group of heathens who deserve to go to hell, no? Regarding them, they won't have any mercy. So, to kill them or a massacre, they have a high chance of carrying it out. The current situation was an effect of the coup, and the church was still trying to take complete control of Regina by capturing the mages in the city. But after the hunt was over, the church will take control of the government officials, and soldiers with questionable opinions will be removed from the army. What else would they do? At that moment, Benjamin suddenly realized that they were at a turning point of history. Every small thing that happens today can change the fate of the countless lives, pushing the country towards an unknown territory. A sense of urgency came upon him. Time was of the essence and they needed to move fast. With this train of thought, Benjamin took a deep breath. Suddenly, he gestured to the five people, and said something in their ears. Once the five heard it, they nodded their heads, turned around and headed towards different directions, blending into the crowd. After delegating jobs to the five, Benjamin, with a resolute look, also moved forward and disappeared into the crowd in a different direction. The chaotic crowd did not notice the six determined and suspicious people. "Hey, did you hear? These people plan to keep us here, they don't even plan to give us food." "No way, didn't they say that the guild will betray them? What does that have to do with us? Why is the Queen doing this to us?" "I don't know either, I hear what others are saying, shouldn't you ask someone else?" "Brothers, the Queen plans to let us starve to death here." "Hey, what did you say? The guards chased all of us beggars here, how can they not prepare something for us to eat? I don't believe this." "It's true, just go to the square and hear, those rich people are saying the same thing. You see us, a group of beggars, we have stayed on the streets for years and have not starved to death, in the end we are going to starve to death in this god-forsaken place. This is injustice. No way, I have to ask someone. The square, that was already oddly noisy, was suddenly plunged into countless conversations. The story that was created spread like black ink dripped into water, and was fast as lightning. Very quickly, it changed the tank of clear water black. The group of people who were stuck there stood under the hot midday sun, their hearts full of doubts. Their confusion added to the fear. Under the instigation by the 6 of them, the fear turned into disappointment and anger. There was no need to say that they were very unsatisfied with the guards. Under the instigation of the different rumors, soon, people were moving to the edges of the square, facing the guards and the knights, wanting to leave this place. The results were unchanged. The guards were still the same, using their combat skills to intimidate and force the people to go back. The problem was that any form of violence will not deter people who believe they are about to starve to death. Get lost. I want to go home. Enough. Hit again. You just try hitting again. Do you really think we won't touch you? Let me out. No, I don't want to die here. In the end, under the watchful eyes of 1,000 people at the square, a guard drew a long sword impatiently, and in one swift motion pierced it through the other's chest. Fresh blood spewed out into the clear sky, right into the hearts of everyone present. Everyone glared at the guard. Ungrateful fool, look at this, if you still dare to come here, this is your end. The guard, standing on a high platform, angrily pulled back his sword and yelled. He thought that this bloody act would shock the other citizens. From a point of view, he really did shock everyone. The noisy and chaotic square suddenly became as silent as a winter's night in the cemetery. No one said a thing, no one made even a sound. They were miraculously quiet, and only observed quietly, their eyes on the guard standing on the higher platform. Maybe the silence was too loud that the guards and knights were also starting to realize something was wrong, and looked suspiciously at them. What is wrong with them? Did they eat the wrong medicine? Among the silent crowd. Silence always brings about a new challenge. Suddenly, no one knew who it was who rushed out towards the guard and made a noise like someone was pulling apart his flesh and blood. Damn it! I'll fight with you all. Chapter 214, How to Become a God Stick. Maybe the church had more important things to do and this was just not important enough. The number of guards and knights guarding the square did not even come up to 100. In the beginning, with the assistance of the government's power and sophisticated weaponry, they could rely on 70 to 80 people and hold the thousands of people in the square. But now that the unarmed masses were in despair, this kind of trap that relied on psychological pressure will burst faster than bubbles. Like blowing the horn to signal the charge, after the first person who ran out, the crowd's suppressed anger was lit up. They were like man-eating ants leaving the nest, flocking towards that one patrol guard. The stresses of daily life were bad enough, now they were provoked in such a bloody way. At that moment, all the guards had their swords out. Some were looking at the surging crowds in panic, some were still confused. Sadly, the soldiers will never understand the crowd's feelings. Who asked them to stamp out something that did not even had the chance to live for a few minutes? True, their bodies were well built, their training was effective, their weapons were sophisticated, but under the attack of thousands of people, even the anti-magic armor could not protect their lives. The first guy who went onto the steps was shot down by them. The second guy used the first guy as a shield and gave them a punch, but he was shot down as well. The third person hid behind the other two bodies and managed to knock down the guard closest to him to the ground, but he was killed as well. When the 100th person rushed to the steps, he grabbed the sword from the guard's hands and viciously stabbed it into his enemy. The buildings around the square had never had such a powerful smell of blood. The blood of countless people mixed together, drowning the white steps and flowing down like someone put a dark red carpet down on the dirty floor. From his guess, since Regina was built as the capital city, there has never been so many deaths all at the same time. Hidden among the endless crowd, Benjamin was starting to have some doubts. He bent his head to look at the blood-stained shoes, not knowing what he was doing now. Was it right or wrong? The church was motivating a change in government in Regina. The people were still undecided, and their future direction was still not clear. Whatever he did now was like grabbing the gravel from a judge and dropping a heavy sentence on the city. From that moment on, countless fates were changed. The car was already speeding up, he could not brake in time. As he thought about all this, Benjamin sighed. Since he could not brake, then at least he should hold onto the steering wheel and direct the car no matter to destruction or to a new beginning. Regardless, he must make the situation go in the direction he wanted. Good or bad, right or wrong, it was as though that was not important anymore. With the rapidly passing time, morality and logic became two huge mirrors. The reflection was clear but utterly useless. Things were happening one after another, and in the rush, he could only make decisions that he thought were right and walk in an unknown direction. And so, in the agitated crowd, the mages also went forward and hit a few guards. But Benjamin specifically told them not to use magic, so their identities were not compromised. Truthfully, they did not need to show their magic. Even those who were wearing anti-magic armor could not fight back an attack from 1,000 people. On the beautiful armors were dents that were hit by bloody fists. That particular knight who killed the first person was almost beaten and hit to a pulp. The chaos in the square lasted for about 15 minutes. The masses who lost control paced the perimeter, killing all the guards and knights whom they saw. In this kind of fever-pitched atmosphere, even the calmest and gentlest child was affected, shoving a knife into the guard's stomach with no hesitation whatsoever. After 15 minutes, the crowd's anger was dissipating, and all the guards and knights in this area were killed. Many looked at the messy scene in front of them and fear came over their faces. There were already people who wanted to sneak away. As though sensing the crowd's panic, Benjamin nodded his head, and he felt as though he should stand up. As he said the spell to conjure up a pillar of steam, the wind produced by the steam swept through the entire place, and the masses could not even open their eyes. And because of this, no one knew what to do but to look to the source of the wind. As the people watched, Benjamin spread his arms open, his back against the sun. In his blood-stained beggar's outfit, he slowly floated to midair. Everyone could not tear their eyes away. What is that? I don't know, is it someone is here to save us? Amidst all their discussion, Benjamin did not pay any attention to them. With a calm expression on his face, he gradually flew to the highest point of the square, and silently watched the bloody square filled with corpses. The noon sun lit him up, just like the spotlight on the dance floor. As though they were being pulled by invisible strings, the clueless people, like sheep following instructions, suddenly followed Benjamin, gathering at the basin-like square. They tried to get as close as they could to Benjamin, in fact, they stood closer than before. Everyone looked up, with shocked or stunned looks on their faces. They stared without blinking at Benjamin floating in the sky. The entire square looked like some sort of religious ceremony. Then all the discussion died down. The violence that just happened in the square did not matter, and now, they were as silent as a praying church. Only the steam scared the birds that took to the skies and flew around, squawking intermittently. In the moment of silence, Benjamin finally opened his mouth. "This is a tragedy for I, sir." He kept his expression composed, trying to make his voice louder, letting everyone hear him clearly. "The Queen is out at war, and the enemy has come into our country, controlling our armies, framing our mages, putting them in prison and gathering the innocent people in the square. They want to make Regina their own." With that, countless gasps could be heard echoing throughout the crowd. Everyone looked at Benjamin with stunned expressions on their faces. Maybe it was because they had experienced anger, murder, and panic through the whole process, so their minds were confused and they were upset. They didn't have the energy to doubt Benjamin's words. They just lifted their heads, like birds waiting for their next meal, waiting for Benjamin to wash their panic away with a clean reason. So, Don't feel guilty for killing those guards, they were bought by the other country, and they only want to destroy all that is good in this country. And as the people listened, Benjamin's voice continued on, Isur's future is in your hands now, you must stick together, then only you can rescue all the imprisoned mages. The enemy's spies will be chased out, and most importantly, no one will blame you for killing the guards, because you are the heroes who saved the country. As Benjamin was speaking, he silently controlled water balls that he conjured high up above him, reflecting the light of the sun, and the end result was the light glowing on his body. There was no other choice. To try to convince the confused crowd, he had to use the package deal. His thoughts were pure. This group of people could kill all the surrounding guards, it was a crime of passion. After all, they are a group of normal people, and they definitely needed counseling. Now that they have killed the guards, they will think that they are sure to die now. At this moment, they are directionless. If nobody came forward to take the lead, then this group of people will definitely be scattered. Some will definitely faint on sight. This was why Benjamin had to stand out and tell them that their actions were not a crime but instead, a heroic act. In reality, hope is what this group of people really needed right now. In other words, Benjamin turned reality into something that they were willing to believe in. They could only believe in everything Benjamin said. If they did not, then they would become criminals who ruined their lives, they might as well die. So why would they not believe? Chapter 215, Turning Back Again. Up until now, things were going smoothly. Floating in the sky, Benjamin lowered his head until he could see the enthusiastic expressions on the people's faces. There was no question, these people believed him. So, he did not intend to let it drag on. Time waits for no man, who knows what the church was going to do on the other side of Regina. He did not understand much about the whole situation, but he believed the faster he moves the better it is. The enemy is at our doorstep, we have no other choice. The tone of his voice was firm. This is the last chance to save Isur, we have to grab it. If not, we will have no choice but to flee from today onwards and die while being chased by the enemy. Follow me. As he said this, he kept his arms apart and gently flew in the direction of the prison. Among the crowd, there were people who looked fearful, but most of them did not hesitate. They followed behind Benjamin and moved quickly towards the anti-magic prison. From a different point of view, it did not matter who they were before, a beggar, a carpenter, a merchant, a teacher, after experiencing the chaos, they were already exiles. Those who were cowardly had already run away during all the chaos. The people who left had their bodies covered in blood. They were so desperate that they were willing to bet their lives on this. Because of this, they decided to listen to Benjamin. So Benjamin went along the road, flying low in front of them. Around him was a large group of people with different clothes on and of all ages, but covered with fresh blood. With determined looks in their eyes, they followed Benjamin, walking forward. Not too long after that, they met patrol guards on the road. This group of more than 1,000 people was nothing against the smattering of guards. With both sadness and anger, they surged on, and just like before, they killed all the guards. There were also guards who tried to escape, but Benjamin attacked from the sky. There was no way they could warn anyone else. He understood very clearly that the enemy could not be ready in the slightest if he were to attack the prison with this group of people. The guards at the square could not be compared with those at the prison. Benjamin had observed before that while the guards by the prison were not in the thousands, they had at least 300 to 400 people. A mob of above 1,000 people, against 300 to 400 soldiers. Even with the help of magic, Benjamin could not imagine how many of these people will survive. They had to use stealth and get the imprisoned mages out to let them join their forces, then only can they ensure that the church's plans are dashed and lose their control over Regina. About the church's involvement in kidnapping the family and friends of the Mages Guild, Benjamin thought about it. But now, he did not even know where the church was keeping them, and it was impossible for him to split the group up to save them. So, he decided after reaching the prison, he will lie to the mages there and tell them their loved ones were all killed by the church. This will definitely trigger them into doing something. This is definitely going to bring about another wave of terror. But there was no other choice. In order to curb the church's evil plan, he had no other move to make. If not, the church will take complete control of the situation, and the mages in prison will have no other ending except for death. When he thought about it, it required a lot of energy from him to go against the church. He controlled the light water spheres around him and made it trail him so he would not lose the halo that inspired the thousands. Benjamin could not help but feel a little helpless. Honestly, although he did not know what was going on with the queen, she was definitely gaining a lot out of this. Taking down the prison would be the limit for Benjamin and the crowd. Now that their anger is still pulsing, they should take this opportunity. Once time passes, they might change their mind. To keep them on as his underlings then would be impossible. And those mages in the prison may not want to follow Benjamin's instructions anymore. It was because of this that he could not bring Regina into the fold. The things that he was doing was only a last resort to give the church trouble and to help the mages get a better life. His mind was going through all the questions: how do they take down the prison, how to get something out of all of this for himself, what will happen after all this, they don't have a retreat plan, how to find some space that while fighting the church, he had to get Augustine out of the blonde woman's reach and her plan. Benjamin felt the pressure was great. These questions, he had to solve them in a very short amount of time. Truthfully, he was no Zhu Zhiliang one. And even if he was Zhu Zhiliang, under this kind of complicated situation with little to no information and a short timeline, there really was no hope. He could only wring his brain and try to get all of these things settled. And so, while thinking about all of these things, after about half an hour, Benjamin brought the people closer to the anti-magic prison. He did not continue his flight across the sky, and also got rid of the light-reflecting water spheres. It was too conspicuous, and it would just bring the guards to where they were. He walked in front of the group, leading the large number of people to the pre-planned location of the attack. The location is just behind a group of huge buildings. Even if the 1,000 people hid here, they would not be noticed by the guards near the prison. Standing at the corner, Benjamin turned and looked at the different faces that were looking at him. He held his hand in a fist and a complex feeling filled his chest. A group of normal people who were forced to the square and under his instigation, became a group of soldiers who did not act like soldiers, and a group of bandits who did not act like bandits. This battle might be their first and their last. There was no need to mention that the elderly and the children are not too far away from death's door. Benjamin felt as though he should say something. The prison is up ahead, we just need to release the imprisoned mages and tell them this is all part of the enemy's plot, and Isar will be saved. After giving it some thought, he added, maybe before this, you were just a beggar, a merchant, a homemaker, or a stable boy who sweeps horse dung every day. But from today onwards, you are all heroes. Everyone stared at him blankly, no one gave him any response. It was even more so for the people standing far away. Since Benjamin was not floating, they could not even see his face or hear his voice. Seeing this, Benjamin went a little blank. Suddenly he started to laugh. It was him who was thinking too much. It did not matter what these people's thoughts were, if they could follow him all the way here, it showed their determination. With these thoughts, Benjamin turned back and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he cleared his throat, and yelled like the guy at the square hysterically, "Fuck the soldiers! Fight them all!" Like a familiar memory, anger and determination showed on the people's faces. They rushed out of the corner, rushing towards the tiny house in front. Of course, the guards at the prison door heard the shout, and were shocked by the appearance of such a large crowd. In that moment, they gathered together hurriedly, preparing to fight with the weird group that looked like they just came out of a pool of blood. Attack! Attack! The guards screamed and the normal people yelled, echoing across the clear afternoon skies. Just as the two groups of people were about to hit each other, suddenly, there was a loud signal like it could break through the eardrum, and covered all the other noise. Benjamin was stunned. Just then, on the other side of the prison stood another group of troops. When they appeared, a familiar, magically enhanced and loud voice rang out. "The Queen is here! All rebels surrender! The Queen is here!" At that moment, Benjamin felt a weird premonition. He stopped in his tracks and looked up at the direction of the sound. The other group of people were all on horses. They all looked well trained with a majestic air around them. Their beautiful armor glinted in the sun and looked very different from the soldiers of Regina. And the main silhouette in front, Benjamin thought it looked really familiar. Febol.cm. The Queen, who should still be in Crusaders' Gateway, was at that moment here in Regina. She was at the head of the group on a horse, a look of "I will handle this" in her smile, leading her battalion of soldiers, and charged towards the prison. Translator's Notes. Chapter 216, The Rules of Chess. At the same time, somewhere far away from Regina, in the capital city of Helius, Haven Right, a gentle breeze blew through the corridors of St. Peter's Cathedral. The flowers and grass bent in the direction of the wind. The warm sunlight shone on the rooftop and passed through the stained glass. The light refracted into beams that shone on a small room in the depths of the cathedral, forming all sorts of patterns on the floor. In this room filled with light stood 3 men. The bishop wore a pure maroon robe and stood on the podium. Beside him was a priest in black whispering something to him. At the corner of the room, there was a young man in white shirt leaning against the wall, his mind having wandered somewhere else. After a while, the priest seemed to be done reporting to the bishop, nodded, bowed at the young man, and left the small room. The sound of the door shutting was clear in this quiet room. "Benjamin!" Suddenly, the bishop opened his mouth and called the young man. The young man was still unfocused and did not reply the bishop. "Benjamin, what are you thinking about?" The bishop did not show any signs of frustration, but continued to talk with a calm and peaceful voice. "It's already been so long, you should be used to this name by now." The young man came back to his senses, looked at the bishop and said, "When will I be able to use my old name again?" The bishop showed a calculative smile and replied, "All of this is your mother's hard-thought plan to prevent you from being disturbed when growing up. In the future, when you have enough power and are not be afraid of the nobles' criticisms anymore, you can use whatever name you like." The young man seemed to be unsatisfied. "I already have a lot of power. I can use the divine arts to destroy any of the noblemen in the city, why should I care about what they think?" "Because you can't just kill everyone." The bishop's voice was as calm as ever. "You need them and their services to spread your good name amongst the people. You need them to give instructions to the citizens, to give you offerings. You need their money even more to maintain the army and the holy knights, which are high expenditures. Great power does not translate to how many people you can kill, but rather, how many you can make to do your bidding." Hearing this, the young man's eyes shone and was ready to argue, but then he swallowed back his words. "Teacher, I've already heard these words many times." After all that, he could only force these words out as he could not think of any way to argue, but it was done so with a manner where he was not willing to be taught. The bishop stared at him silently, his hands clutching a thick Bible, as if someone else was looking through his eyes at that moment. Seeing this, the young man averted his gaze and did not speak. After some silence, "Grant." Suddenly, the bishop spoke and his voice was like a violin slowly being strung. "Do you want to know what they told me just now?" Hearing this, Grant hesitated for a while but still nodded. In his heart, there was confusion. From the day when Benjamin took his place on the stakes, no one has ever called him Grant anymore. The bishop was adamant to make him feel used to it and not let the nobles feel that something was not right. He did not know why the bishop would address him with his real name now. They were messengers from the Crusader Gateway. The bishop explained, "The Queen of Isa and her troops have retreated. So we have reclaimed the gate, and would not let the gate be captured again." Hearing this, Grant nodded blankly and said, "A peaceful country means good news." Only this. The bishop seemed to have some disappointment in his voice. Why did the enemy retreat, and how did we easily manage to take back the gates? What do you think about these? Not again. Grant was annoyed. They retreated because we staged a coup in the capital of Isar, and they had no choice. But, he still took a deep breath and answered. This is what people see on the surface. The bishop shook his head, saying, I've taught you for so long, but are you only able to see these things? Grant lowered his head like a teenager in his rebellious phase, not saying anything. Thus the room was dead silent again. After some silence, finally, the bishop broke the silence and spoke. Isa retreated because they were not charging towards the gates in the first place. He was like a patient teacher, slowing saying, For 50 years, we have infiltrated their kingdom in the darkness and placed pawns to prepare for the future. After Isar was built, it was even more so. The Queen of Isar noticed this and purposefully led her troops to leave the capital as if they wanted to attack the Crusader gateway. But from the beginning, all she wanted to do was draw our chess pieces out, making it easier for her to get rid of them without worry. Hearing this, Grant raised his head. After some thought, he asked, if it was so, why did we still stage a coup in Isar? Because we wanted to retrieve the Crusader gateway. The bishop continued, this was a trade planned from the start. If we wanted to take back the gate, there will be sacrifices. On the other hand, Isar can get rid of our chess pieces, but they will lose the opportunity to take the gates. Hearing this, Grant was silent for a while, then suddenly said, from the looks of it, we lost more. The bishop nodded. Because the accident happened to us, this was all to reduce losses. He looked at Grant, his eyes full of anticipation, but we do not have to use all of our power to stage a coup. If it is done right, after the purging, we would lose only some of our chess pieces, they would probably not find half of the spies. After stopping a while, he continued, the main point is not about the coup or the attack on the gates, but on how to get small victories in this trade. It is hard to achieve total victory in a short time. It is only through many trades that our power will accumulate and we can show much stronger we've become. Even though the bishop still spoke calmly, under the calm gaze, Grant felt pressured. At that moment, he could feel that it was getting harder to breathe. Teacher, why are you telling me all this? Under pressure and wanting to escape the situation, he felt like he just asked a stupid question. Because before you become a chess player, you have to understand the rules of the game. The bishop did not notice him, but turned around and looked at a mural of the Holy Spirit. One day, you will become the new pope. But sadly, you are trying to escape your destiny and your natural talent. Your divine arts are already stronger than mine, but you still do not know how to utilize it properly. Hearing this, Grant was silent for a long while. Like the bishop, he raised his head and looked at the vibrant murals, but his face was full of confusion and frustration. It was like a holy aura that descended on the room and enveloped both of them, making them enter a prayer-like silence. After a long while, suddenly, it was like a water dripped on Grant's forehead and his vision was suddenly clear. He walked to the bishop and said quietly, so, this was the reason why Bishop White, who was at the gates, escaped when surrounded by the mages, but because of his wounds, he regretfully died. Now knowing why, his tone was firm, and bore hints of challenging the bishop, as if the bishop has lost the pressure he put on him before. But the bishop turned around, not angered, and showed a smile. You learn fast. He said, Bishop White was a good man, but was rather conservative in ways. He started suspecting news of the Pope's seclusion, so, to maintain the stability of the Church, we had to use that as an excuse to get rid of him. Hearing this, Grant kept quiet, but showed a sly smile. The two looked at each other through the rays that were refracted by the glass. In the middle of the room, they were like father and son staring at each other for the first time when the son was about to leave home. After a long while, Grant seemed to have thought of something, looked away, and suddenly asked, well, if it was a chess piece that was out of control and wanted to join this game, what would he do? Hearing this, the bishop narrowed his eyes, his calm gaze suddenly turning sharp. Chapter 217, The Aftermath of a Coup d'etat. In the capital of Isar, Regina. It was very chaotic at the central part of the city, especially nearby the anti-magic prison. At first, Benjamin was leading a bunch of angry citizens about to attack the prison guards. But the most unexpected situation occurred when they were about to charge. Single-eyed Queen came out of nowhere and blew the horn. The loud noise froze everyone. The Queen was said to be at the gates. Why would she suddenly come back out of nowhere? Benjamin immediately realized that it was a trap set beforehand. The Crusader Gateway was not that close to Regina, and even if they were quick, they would not make it back in less than 10 days. The Queen appearing meant that she already laid waiting somewhere in Regina, unbeknownst to other people. She hid in the dark, waiting for the prey to take the bait. And now, with her elite forces, Benjamin could only pray that they would not strike immediately. Luckily, very quickly, the Queen's troops charged towards the prison and started slaughtering the guards and did not care about the stunned militia. Seeing this, Benjamin finally understood what was going on. The Queen was using the church's coup as a way to get rid of the spies in Isar. What a gigantic game of chess, leading the army by herself, taking the Crusader Gateway. All of this was just an act. Thinking of this, Benjamin suddenly felt demotivated. The church's conspiracy was discovered, and the mages were about to be rescued by the Queen. There was no point of them staying here any longer. Plus, he looked at the people that were following him. After they saw their Queen, the rioting crowd started to disperse. They were all citizens of Isar, and the Queen had a high place in their hearts. Plus the adrenaline and impulse they felt from the beginning was probably already weakening. The urge of them leaving would only grow stronger. The 1,000-strong militia stopped before the appearance of the Queen. Following that, when they saw that the Queen started attacking the prison guards and no one was stopping them, they all understood, turned around, and ran. So, what was Benjamin's reason for staying? He and 5 other mages saw this and exchanged looks. Panicking, they quickly blended themselves into the fleeing crowd and left the place before the Queen could notice. If the Queen were to recognize them, they would probably not be able to leave anymore. With this, they quickly left the central part of the city and stopped at a deserted street. They started discussing on what to do next. The scene at the prison already signified the end of the coup. The church had no other way of creating more chaos. But with Benjamin's prediction, the chaos would still remain in Isar for some time. Thus, they could not leave Regina quickly. To capture the church's spies, there were probably troops waiting in ambush around Regina. Them leaving rashly would mean them entering the Queen's traps. At this point, the Queen was busy getting rid of the secret agents and had no time to care about them. Thus, they could still remain here for a while. Benjamin's relations with the golden-haired girl needed more time for closure as well. The coup happening was an accident along the way of them saving Augustine. But now, there was another accident within the accident, thus, their following movements had to be right. So, after discussing with the 5 other mages, they decided to go back to the inn to observe for a while before taking action. On the way back, the streets were all empty. Because of this, they did not meet any blockade. After returning to their rooms, the other mages who went to gather information all returned shortly as well. Seeing that everyone was safe, Benjamin was satisfied. According to them, when the coup happened, the troops under the command of the church started investigating people. When they saw that the situation was not safe, they all hid in secluded streets. After a few hours, when they saw that there were no longer any patrolling troops, they sneakily returned. Looks like after following Benjamin for so long, their skills in stealth has improved a lot besides other things. It was still chaotic outside, so they might as well hide in the inn like other normal citizens, shutting their doors to the outside world and taking this time to meditate. Very quickly, the chain of events that was triggered by the coup started reaching a fever pitch. In addition to other things, the traffic on the streets were almost 2 out of 3 parts less than before. It remained so even after the ISER government gave an official statement on the second day to explain the situation, saying the bloodbath was a result of the citizens' heroic acts to defend themselves against the enemies of the country and assured everyone that they should remain calm. But in reality, most of the citizens were skeptical. For this to happen during a festival, everyone was happy originally, but the sudden political upheaval undoubtedly left a mental trauma in people for sure. Other than that, on the second day, the streets were filled with patrolling troops frequently questioning passers-by, checking if they were spies from the church. Faced with this sort of situation, it was hard for the citizens to feel safe. The act of the Queen probably damaged her reputation by quite a lot. But Benjamin was too lazy to care about all these. After meditating in the inn for the whole day, he managed to bring his mental state to its best. On the afternoon of the second day, he put on a disguise, left the inn, and was ready to go to that sister's massage shop. On that afternoon, he purposely controlled Sydney's curse to make it trigger a little, which should be enough to give her pressure. In reality, this lady who took away Augustine had a really mysterious background. From Sydney's small talk, Benjamin could guess that they were being hunted by many people, not only in Ferelden, but also Caretas. All of them seemed to have some grudge against them. But Benjamin had nothing to do with them, and did not know why they came to find him. Other than that, his thoughts were with that young stranger who found out about Benjamin's identity. Before this he had heard from other people that he was working together with the golden-haired girl, but in the massage shop, Benjamin could not find him at all, and it was all too strange. With many unanswered questions, he came to that street once more, walking to that same door. Maybe due to the current situation, the shop was not open for business as usual, even the sign that once hung on the door was kept away. The bald door that had some weird patches on it looked rather depressing. Benjamin understood that the opposition was waiting for him. Before he entered, he let out his water particle sensing technique to observe the situation within. The whole shop was very empty, there was no one at the front counter, only in a room, Sydney laid on a bed, and was saying something to the golden-haired girl. In that corner of the room was a giant sack. In the sack, Benjamin could feel a familiar face whose eyes were closed tightly. It was Augustine who had gone missing for a long time. Seeing this, Benjamin could only laugh bitterly and shook his head. He found him finally. He suddenly thought of Augustine's story, on how he became a mage. At that time, Augustine was complaining why the mage who taught him did not use real ropes for tying, but right now, he should be satisfied. Chapter 218, The Hostage Strikes Back. Passing through the corridor and the counter, Benjamin did not hesitate and pushed open the door. They were not surprised by Benjamin's sudden appearance at all. They probably already noticed him when he entered the front door. At this point, the blonde girl stood in front of Sydney and stared at Benjamin coldly. "We've brought your friend, he's in this bag." She did not speak any nonsense and was straight to the point. "If you lift the curse, we will return him to you." Hearing this, Benjamin showed a wry smile, and after a while, he said, "I'm not in a hurry, I have to make sure it's the correct person, right?" Hearing these, the two women looked at each other. The blonde girl looked unsatisfied, but did not reject his request. After that, she lifted the giant bag that was beside them with one hand. She opened the bag and dragged Augustine out. Augustine's eyes were tightly closed, as if he was in a coma. He did not react to the blonde girl's rough treatment at all. Benjamin saw this, nodded, and said, "All right, I'll lift her curse." Saying this, he walked towards the two women. "What are you doing?" At that moment, the blondie girl looked cautious and said this. "Lifting the curse." Benjamin opened his arms, and with a harmless expression, he said, "The medium for the curse is my blood, so I have to use my blood to cast a spell for the curse to be lifted, don't you know this?" The blonde girl was skeptical, and said, "Curses are forbidden, related information about it has already been long lost." Benjamin replied, "I'm sorry, it's not lost in Helius at all. After that, he formed an ice blade to cut open his finger. He used his bleeding finger to point at the two. The two women hesitated for a moment, but after exchanging looks, they nodded. Thus, Benjamin came to the bed, and with a friendly smile, he extended his finger towards Sydney, who was feeling uneasy. The blonde girl stood at the side, staring at Benjamin. Her wary expression made her seem as if she was preparing to see if Benjamin would strike back. Sadly, even if she was prepared, Benjamin still acted out. At the moment when Benjamin's blood was about to drip, suddenly, not even after half an incantation, a hot and humid gust of air appeared with Benjamin as its center and expanded. "I knew it!" At that moment, the blonde girl exclaimed. But she was not blown back like before. Instead, she threw a punch at Benjamin despite the wind. Judging from the impact of the power, it was obvious that she had already drank a potion before Benjamin came in. But Benjamin was prepared for this as well. Before the opponent's fist could strike him, he used an ice block he prepared in his space of consciousness previously to create a small shield between him and her. The strengthened blonde girl was powerful. With just a punch, the ice shield broke, but Benjamin was able to catch a breath and step backwards, distancing himself from the girl. Seeing this, the golden-haired girl did not continue attacking, but turned around, blocked the wind from hitting Sydney and prevented her from slamming against the wall. "What are you trying to?" she furiously said as she turned around and looked at Benjamin. But when her gaze returned to Benjamin, she was stunned. The words that she was saying halfway were stuck in her throat. At the other corner of the room, Benjamin had already brought Augustine behind him. He even conjured an icy mist to surround them, giving them 360 degrees of protection. "My apologies." He faced the blonde girl and smiled. "You probably expected me to strike back, but you were wrong on why I did it." In reality, he did not plan to trade in the first place. Saving Augustine was important, but at the same time, he had to be clear of these two's motives. Bringing a bunch of bandits, bumping into him and his group of mages, then disappearing with Augustine. He could not think of any reason to do any of these at all. If the blonde girl did not want trouble, then why did she bother to do all these in the first place? Benjamin had to make clear of this. It was obvious the opposition did not want him to know why, thus, he could only use this sort of method. When he was getting close to Sydney, he was also getting closer to Augustine, who was unconscious. At the moment he struck back, the blonde girl was too occupied with fighting back and protecting Sydney, thus she did not notice her hostage. With this distraction, Benjamin blocked the attack and used the pillar of steam to conjure a great wind, easily grabbing his friend. But after rescuing him, the situation was totally different now. Just like a trade, both sides had their items to trade with. Benjamin's item was Sydney's curse, and the opposition's item was Augustine. But right now, he used this opportunity to rescue Augustine, making his opponent lose their item for trade, so they have to use another object to trade. "Who are you people?" With victory on hand, Benjamin asked, "Why did you command a group of bandits to walk along the same route as us and bring my friend to this place?" The blonde girl gritted her teeth like she was about to rush over and chew Benjamin into small pieces of bread. Sadly, the icy mist that was reflecting the dim light made her unable to do so. "Shameless fellow!" she cursed. "Thank you." Benjamin acknowledged this shamelessly. Seeing the blonde girl's eyes, at the moment, she was probably planning to bet everything and fight Benjamin to the death. But who asked her to be so careless? "You've lost your trade option." After mocking them, Benjamin put away his smile, calmly saying, "Right now, if you don't want your friend to die from the curse, you ought to explain yourself properly and stop trying to be all mysterious." The blonde girl replied immediately, "Quit dreaming." "Really?" Benjamin humphed without much expression and clapped his hands. Following that, Sydney screamed in pain and clutched her head, falling to the floor. The blonde girl saw this and immediately rushed over to help Sydney back on her feet. But no matter how quickly she rubbed away the sweat from Sydney's forehead, she could not do anything to suppress the pain from the curse. Benjamin silently observed all this, and even yawned, showing a blank expression. "That's enough." Finally, after the room was filled with screams for about half a minute, the blonde girl showed a helpless expression, then looked at Benjamin, saying, "Stop it, I'll tell you everything." Hearing this, Benjamin nodded emotionlessly. He let out a small shockwave of mental energy. Following that, Sydney, who was screaming, stopped as well. The blonde girl brought her back up on the bed, and then stood up and said, "Regarding all this, you've been thinking too much. From the very beginning, I was not charging towards you. I was looking for someone else." "Who were you looking for?" "Augustine." Benjamin did not accept her answer. But right when he thought the blonde girl would continue speaking, suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him. "She was looking for me." Benjamin turned around, confused. It could only be seen that the Augustine who was unconscious suddenly stood up, and morphed into the young stranger. The young man who left the banner Benjamin Latour, "Welcome to Isur." Chapter 219, The Feel of Hijacked Senses. When faced with this situation, Benjamin could only breathe in deeply with both hands lifted, indicating that he surrendered. Before Benjamin came here, he had thought of the possibility that these people could be setting a trap and even considered the young man's presence. But he did not predict that the young man would have such bizarre abilities, that the young man was able to disguise himself as Augustine to such extent that even Benjamin was unable to see through him at all. He had underestimated them. After identifying it was Augustine that was surrendered to him, he did not use his water particle sensing technique to verify his identity. Otherwise, no matter how great his disguise was, Benjamin would have been able to see through it. But there was no use regretting over what had already happened. Benjamin was put in a tricky situation as he did not know what was his opponent's motives, thus, he could not predict the young stranger's next move. All the young stranger had to do was to forcefully press the dagger and Benjamin's puny little life would be gone. Thus, he had to think of a way out. "I suggest you be careful with that thing in your hand." Feeling the slight pain from the back of his neck, Benjamin said this calmly, "If you kill me by accident, no one can remove the curse on Sydney. She will die from the recurring pain eventually." He could not help but admire his capability at speaking nonsense. In reality, if he died no one would be able to control the curse, it would just remain dormant forever and never activate again. Her life would no longer be in danger. It was just like removing the curse. But, these people did not know this. The blondie had mentioned that magical curses had long extinct outside Benjamin's country of origin. No one knew why. Thus, Benjamin could just come up with lies. His opponents would be wary because of this even though they did not believe him fully, they had to be careful out of precaution. As for the stranger, even though he was all mysterious, he was still a gang with the blondie. If he really understood curses, the girl would not be confused when Benjamin talked about curses. "Relax, if I wanted you dead, I would have killed you long ago. There would be no chance for you to be talking right now." The young stranger said so jokingly. "What do you intend to do?" Benjamin asked helplessly. "Get rid of the curse on Sydney." The blondie said so immediately, with that gaze. If not for Benjamin's lies, she would have asked the young stranger to take action already. "Then you should return my companion to me," Benjamin replied the blondie bluntly while calculating his next moves. What about casting a spell without verbally chanting to ambush them? Seemed to be viable. But he had to find a perfect opportunity, not giving the stranger time to react, which could turn the tides immediately. Otherwise, if the ambush failed and the stranger's hand shook, his puny life would be gone. Speaking of that, where did that damned system go missing? Before the stranger ambushed him, judging from the system's personality, it would have noticed something wrong and came to warn him. Why at such a crucial event the system did not alert him as if it was dead? How mentally tiring! "Why are you asking me?" I don't know where he is. The blondie replied coldly. Benjamin felt that something was not right. What do you mean? You took him away. He refuted. No, she's right. The stranger standing behind Benjamin suddenly spoke, that she purposely brought bandits to find you, and the person she took away was me. Benjamin was even more confused. What are you talking about? He felt that he was missing out on something. Let me just tell you, it's not my first posing as that old man called Augustine. The young man said so in a carefree manner, as if he was joking. After leaving Hank, I dressed up as Augustine and joined your group. Thus, she came to find me and had nothing to do with you at all. At that moment, Benjamin started to feel his brain was freezing. What are they even talking about? Fiu novo. You, why did you join us? After a long time, Benjamin finally uttered. Mercenary work. I can't reveal too much. The young man sounded as if he was just casually speaking with Benjamin. All you have to know is that it's part of my mission, and I won't hurt you for the moment. You can relax. Relax his ass. Benjamin was speechless. But after giving it a careful thought, ever since they left Hank, Augustine did change a lot. His presence in the group was less outstanding. Sometimes Benjamin would even forget his existence. After some consideration, the young man's words seemed convincing. What was going on? The guy disguised himself as Augustine, and hid himself among the group, but was not discovered at all? What was he up to? If not for the blondie's appearance, would this guy hide in his group and continue observing their every action while spying on them? Benjamin felt a chill up his spine. What was more important, where was the real Augustine? Where did this fellow throw him to? Where is the real Augustine? Benjamin asked immediately as he thought of this. At that time, I knocked him out, and tied him like how you tied those two mages, and left him in the inn room, the young man replied. He was probably discovered the next day like how the two mages guild people were discovered by the owner of the inn. As for where he is now, I have no idea. Benjamin was not sure why, even though he was being held at knife point, he did not feel any threat, only that he was cheated. What a mess! What are your real motives? If you don't tell me, I will never remove the curse. Thus, Benjamin said this adamantly. But after saying this, before the young man could reply, the blondie seemed to be provoked by his words. Miles, this guy is too much, we have to teach him a lesson. She ordered. The young man called Miles smiled and told Benjamin, you heard that? Your fate is in my hands. Please act like you have no control at all, if not, she's going to be furious. Benjamin saw this and felt strange. Were these two competing? Moreover, it was like, he had no need to be fearful at all. Didn't you say you followed us to complete your mission? As he was thinking of this, suddenly with an overbearing and shameless attitude, he said, if so, you probably would not want me dead. If I won't be dying today, then why should I be afraid of you? If you don't follow as I ask, I will torture Sydney to her death and commit suicide. As he was speaking, he stopped for a while, just to look at the blondie who was blowing her top, then continued, what are your motives? Tell me honestly, if not, you will all suffer. Chapter 220, Escaping from Certain Death. The whole room entered a state of silence. It was probably because they had never seen such a shameless person. Both the blondie and young man were stunned and speechless. Even the dagger that was pressed against Benjamin seemed to have been let loose due to the young man's astounded reaction. Suddenly, Benjamin had a light bulb moment. An opportunity? In an instant, he started casting spells without chanting, and conjured a few water balls continuously. The water that came out of nowhere surrounded Benjamin, almost flooding the whole room. The dagger that was pressed against Benjamin by the young man was distanced from Benjamin due to the sudden surge of water pressure. Bingo! Benjamin was delighted at this. He managed to divert their attention by talking to them garrulously. This was his plan all along. By casting a spell without chanting verbally, he managed to retaliate without them realizing at all. Even if his opponent's reactions were to be any faster, it would be hard to prepare for him to strike them. Moreover, he had witnessed previously that they could not kill him for various reasons. Right now they had no control over his life, thus the dagger pressed against the back of his neck was just an act of intimidating him. There was no need to be afraid. The water he conjured came pouring down without warning, flushing the two far away from Benjamin, thus securing him his freedom again. But the blondie and the young man regained their composure immediately. Unexpectedly, before Benjamin could conjure more magic, the young man dashed into the water, and with unbelievable speed charged closer and closer to Benjamin, who was shielded by the water screen. Benjamin was shocked. Did this guy just turn into a fish? The water that protected Benjamin was different from normal water. Even though there was no time for compression, but the water balls inside could be controlled with just a spell chanting. The water had great pressure force and could just push the young man away effortlessly. But in reality, the young man was unaffected. As if the young man was a man of steel, no matter how continuous the water pump slammed on his body, it was like gentle breezes to him and not inflicting any sort of threat. Benjamin, who was covered in the water, could only see his opponent charge towards him and approaching him closer like he was moving on ground. Benjamin's jaw hit the floor. Was he really human? Benjamin was left without an option. In view that the young man was able to move against the current and about to punch him, Benjamin had to use the flowing current of the water to send himself out of the water. Then, he quickly compressed all of the water and conjured an icy mist like before, and changed it into freezing mode. Within a blink of an eye, he froze the young man in an ice ball. These chain of events happened too fast. The young man could not escape in time and was frozen. However, right after escaping from the water, Benjamin had to deal with another attack. "You shameless fellow!" The blondie was not as formidable as the young man. The water he conjured just now proved to be a challenge for her to overcome. But at this moment, all of the water was used up to seal the young man. She lifted her dagger and charged at Benjamin furiously. From the way she looked, she appeared to bear murderous intent, as if she did not care what Benjamin had said about Sydney dying from the curse anymore. At that moment, Benjamin was shocked. The blondie's movement was reinforced by the effects of the potions. She was much faster. In this short amount of time, Benjamin could only conjure a giant icebreaker. He had not time to compress or change its form, and could only use it to block her from charging awkwardly. But, just a piece of ice could not block the potion-buffed blonde-haired girl. The fuming blondie rushed headfirst into the ice block, and created a human-shaped hole in the half-meter-thick ice. What was even more terrifying was that she did not slow down much at all after charging through the ice. She sustained minor wounds and had blood flowing from her face. Yet she continued charging towards Benjamin without a change of expression. Benjamin did not have time to dodge. He had no choice. The fast form of spell casting would take at least 1 or 2 seconds. But, judging from the speed she moved it, she would probably not even use half a second to launch an attack. "It's over." Seeing that sharp blade reflecting the cold light appeared to be more and more magnified in an unformidable speed within Benjamin's sight, his heart sank. He had no other choices, and had no way to dodge or block this attack. In fact, judging from the looks of the blondie, she would definitely show no mercy. This was probably where he was about to die. "Rebecca, don't kill him!" At this moment, the young man managed to break out of the ice ball and shouted. But it was obvious the blondie was too furious to hear anything, and wanted Benjamin dead at all costs. The ice ball he used to trap the young man was the whole reason why he had not waited to stop the blondie. The enchanted dagger sliced across Benjamin's throat. The shadow of the blade created a dash of light in the air, indicating how precise, quick, and smooth the blondie's motion was. Smooth like cutting air. What in the world? At that moment, the blondie was stunned. The young man who was too late to prevent this was also stunned. Even Benjamin, who thought he was about to be killed, was stunned. What was going on? With everyone in shock, Benjamin could only stretch out his hand and feel his own throat. He did not die. Other than not dying, his throat was fine. Not only was there no sign of any wound, he touched the whole neck and could not feel one small wound. What just happened? When the dagger sliced through his throat, he was sure that actually happened. That feeling, like lightning passing through his throat, deadly, precise, unavoidable, and with zero chance of mistake. But, he did not suffer any damage at all. That strong sense of confusion not only made Benjamin, but also the blondie who attacked him, as well as the young man, all stare in shock and went silent for a very long time. It was very obvious, this hit was meant to take his life as it cut his throat. Right now, Benjamin should be lying on the floor with blood gushing out, dying from convulsion. Thus, they saw Benjamin in a new, ghastly, light. How did this end up this way? Those gazes made Benjamin suspect himself, unless he was like Michelle, not knowing when he has already turned into a phantom. This was unbelievable. But, why did the dagger not cause any damage to him at all? Cough cough. But, at this moment, Benjamin suddenly heard a familiar, robotic voice coming from the depths of his brain. At that moment, Benjamin frowned. The system was missing for so long. Why did it suddenly decide to show up again? Unless... After some thought, he asked unbelievingly, "Are you responsible for all this?" Chapter 221, Revenge. Benjamin was a little taken aback by the system. Hatched? Quite some time had passed since the system was trapped in that weird round bead. At first, Benjamin was quite curious about what would come out of this fish egg, but with the passing of time, this thing had not changed a bit, and so, his curiosity faded. After all, this was something which came out of the pure blue space. It was not surprising even if it underwent changes 8 or 10 years later. Unexpectedly, the bead chose this moment to undergo changes. It seemed that was probably the reason the system did not provide him a warning just now. More importantly, the system developed a new ability, and saved his life just now? Benjamin was in disbelief. His ignited flames of curiosity compelled him to want to return to the space of consciousness and examine the changes on the system in detail. But the problems outside the space had yet to be solved, he should attend to matters in accordance with priorities. So, he could only set this matter aside and look into it thoroughly in the future. Before Blondie and the young man could react, Benjamin rushed to first create a distance between himself and his opponents, and summoned an ice fog to properly protect himself, in case he fell into the same danger again. "You? How did you do that?" The two of them snapped back to their senses. The young man looked at him in disbelief, and asked hesitantly. "No comment," answered Benjamin, after giving an icy humph. While he was responding coldly, he once again used nonverbal spell casting, very suddenly summoned a load of ice arrows and began his attack directed at Blondie. This woman most definitely wanted to kill him just now. If it was not for the system's sudden appearance which miraculously saved his life, he would be a cold corpse by now. He was not a particularly vengeful person, but he was not going to swallow his rage so easily this time. Faced with Benjamin's sudden attack, Blondie could not react in time. She could only dodge and somewhat sloppily avoided this strike. However, Benjamin eyed her coldly and detonated the mass of ice arrows. Along with a loud explosion, the ice arrows turned into countless smaller pieces of crushed ice, scattering apart aggressively, and launched a full-blown attack regardless of any. In that moment, crushed ice filled all corners of the room as if a lethal hail had occurred. Benjamin remained unmoving. A water bubble emerged beside him, and blocked the pieces of crushed ice which flew at him. As for the others, Sydney was initially washed into the corner by water, unconscious. Just when she was about to be hit by the countless pieces of crushed ice, the young man suddenly appeared before her and blocked all of the ice shards which flew at her. As for Blondie, she shielded her weak spot with her hands, as her enchanted leather armor lit up with a faint redness. But because she had sustained an injury from her previous crash into the ice boulder, and now with this strike, she was beaten black and blue. Fresh blood pooled into a big puddle at her feet. Due to the flying pieces of crushed ice everywhere, it was very hard to have a clear view in the room. Benjamin had to rely on his water-sensing technique to see through all this. He did not pay attention to Sydney and the young man in the corner, and instead used the steam steadily flowing from the pillars of steam to surround Blondie, who had not recovered. If things were as usual, Blondie might still be able to resist a little. But after getting hit by so many attacks and having her sight obstructed, before she could grasp onto any shield in time, she was lifted into the air by the steam and lost her balance. Following that, Benjamin once again used an ice-breaking spell, summoned 4 icicles and shot them right at her. Blondie was blown into the air, and so had no way to dodge. The icicles hit her precisely on her forelimbs, and with a shocking, blood-curdling scream, she was nailed directly onto the wall in the room. Benjamin completed this series of acts very quickly. Just when the line of sight in the whole room was still totally obstructed, just when nothing could be seen, he had already nailed Blondie on the wall. And after the specks of ice, smoke, and dust had all dispersed, what emerged in front of everyone's eyes was a dying human figure on the wall, along with meandering trails of blood left behind. In that moment, the whole wall was akin to a gory painting depicting religious sacrifices. "You shameless bastard!" Blondie already looked like a man of blood. After getting deeply wounded, she could not even speak properly. "Thanks for the compliment," Benjamin smiled as he heard Blondie speaking. He conjured a small piece of ice and drove it into her left cheek, which pierced through the right side of her cheek. Immediately, Blondie let out a chilling scream once again. Along with low moans of pain and fresh blood which spilled incessantly, her slowly lost her consciousness and was unable to say a thing. But Benjamin merely watched the whole scenario, poker-faced, and shook his head. "Benjamin Latour," at this moment, a voice suddenly came from a corner of the room. "Don't kill her." Benjamin turned around, and saw that the young man was shielding Sydney with her behind him, his body unhurt from top to bottom despite experiencing the crushed pieces of ice. At that moment, he was quietly staring at Benjamin. Although he was quite surprised at the fact that he was unhurt, Benjamin still lifted his chin and indifferently said, "She wanted to kill me in the first place, why can't I kill her?" The young man made an expression of uneasiness. Putting his hands up, he said, "I was about to stop her." "But you failed to." Benjamin raised his eyebrows and gave a jesting smile. "You couldn't stop her from killing me and you can't stop me from killing her. Isn't that fair?" While he spoke, a piece of crushed ice flew up. Just like the previous dagger, the piece of crushed ice gently glided over Blondie's throat, slitting a smooth, lovely line. Accompanied by the gushing of fresh blood, the low groans of pain suddenly stopped. The head of the bloodied human figure nailed on the wall gently lowered. While doing all this, Benjamin also finished phrasing the last point in his sentence. Only at this point did the young man turn around, and look towards Blondie, who had stopped breathing. He made a peculiar expression. Benjamin looked at the wall with a poker face, like an artist admiring his own work. "Could you use that, something like a fireball spell, to cremate her?" "It doesn't look quite proper like this," said the young man, suddenly heaving a sigh. "I don't know the fireball spell," replied Benjamin. After glancing once more at the corpse nailed on the wall, Benjamin turned around, and once again threw his gaze on the young man and the unconscious Sydney. "Don't rush into planning her funeral, I'm not even done with you yet." He looked at the young man coldly, and said, "What are both your identities? Why did you follow us disguised as Augustine? How did you know my name?" He needed to properly deal with this mysterious bastard. "But," the young man shook his head and said, "You've just killed her," and immediately turned around to ask so many questions. Isn't that a little inappropriate? At least leave me some time for a moment of silence to mourn for her. Benjamin's expression was as cold as ice. I don't have time for jokes with you. If you don't talk, you're next. Hearing that, the young man suddenly began laughing, and opened his arms, acting like he wasn't putting up any resistance. He said, "All right, if you manage to really kill me with magic, I'd be grateful to you in hell." Assessing the situation, Benjamin frowned. Blondie was fine, but this person was definitely a little more difficult to handle. Although he did not know what magic potion he consumed, but so far, his speed, his power were way above Blondie's. Moreover, judging from his behavior the other night, Benjamin really could not think a way to defeat him in a moment. If it was not for the protection of the ice fog, Benjamin might not even be able to rival him. But since he asked for it, then he should give it a try. Wasn't that right? Chapter 222, Immunity to Magic. When the large sword of ice touched the young man, something incredible happened. For some reason, the sharp sword of ice didn't hurt him. The young man was only wearing ordinary clothes, no enchantments, no defenses, yet the sword of ice strangely bounced off, not even a hole in his clothes. Benjamin furrowed his brows. There was something odd going on here. You've seen it for yourself, I'm different from the average person. The young man patted the spot he was apparently stabbed and calmly replied, "You can't kill me anyways, so why waste your energy?" But Benjamin didn't reply. At that point, it was as if he had discovered something new, his curiosity piqued. He was clear about the fact that magic was the only supernatural power in this world. There was no existence of Douqi, a power in the Chinese web novel series Battle Through the Heavens, or spiritual power or any bullshit of that sort. To be able to flick away the bullet without any effort, there was something off about this person. Thinking along this line, he suddenly imploded the large sword of ice, once again releasing large pieces of crushed ice as an attack. Since the young man was facing the edge of the sword, the damage he received should have been fatal. But after the ice shards scattered everywhere, Benjamin looked again only to find that there wasn't a single scratch on his body. Why? Benjamin couldn't help asking. You want to know? The young man stretched lazily and replied, "Remove the curse on Sydney first." You wish. Benjamin rejected him without hesitation. However, this peculiar phenomenon piqued his interest. Since his opponent had a "hit me however you want, if I die it's on me" attitude anyway, Benjamin naturally didn't have any qualms. He suddenly chanted the incantation for the Pillars of Steam spell and used steam to wrap him up, attempting to lift him. But, still, the result was the same. The young man didn't move an inch, only his hair gently billowed. There was no effect whatsoever. However, Benjamin didn't look one bit disappointed. During the process of controlling steam, he had observed everything in minute detail. After observing, he discovered that there seemed to be a strange energy revolving around the young man. This energy could repel all particles away, and so, magic was unable to touch him, resulting in this illusion that he couldn't be harmed by water or fire. On that thought, Benjamin once again directed steam and forcefully tried to close in on the young man. But, when the steam was inches from him, it suddenly seemed as if the steam lost control of itself. It split back into water particles and left the young man, like it was fleeing a calamity. Is this why he wasn't not afraid of magic? Benjamin fell deep into thought. Did you get this power as a result of consuming magic potions? Benjamin couldn't help but ask. The young man crossed his arms and stared at him, not showing any signs of wanting to respond. Okay. Benjamin thought for a while and then pulled out a gun. As fast as he could, he started firing. Aiming at the weak spot between the young man's legs, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet hit the wall, making a dent. Benjamin was surprised by what just happened. All he saw was that the young man had jumped to the side and was now clearly in a panic. The moment he pulled the trigger, the young man dodged the shot at an incredible speed. motherfucker. The young man glared at Benjamin and weakly shook his head. Do you really think that I can't kill you? Benjamin shrugged and was just about to say some provocative words. However, he suddenly remembered the earlier result of his observation. Whether it be water, ice, or steam, no magic could maintain its form next to the young man. This also meant that this wall of ice fog surrounding him couldn't actually stop his opponent. If the young man wanted to forcefully close in on him, he could technically break through this ice fog the way he did to the water flow Benjamin created earlier on, and could quickly close the distance between the two of them. And with the opponent's speed. Thinking about this, Benjamin couldn't hide his slight change in expression. He awkwardly smiled at the young man. When the young man looked puzzled, he turned around and ran. You must be kidding me, this bastard is immune to magic, and was so good at dodging it's crazy. Since Benjamin was on his own, he better hide as far away as possible. But, the young man had no intention on letting him leave. Excuse me, you want to just escape like that after killing a person? In the blink of an eye, the young man had ran past Benjamin and now blocked the exit to the hallway, obstructing Benjamin's way out. So? You're planning to avenge her? Benjamin frowned, tightening his grip on the gun in his hand. Why should I avenge her? RioBL.cm. Benjamin was speechless for a while. He took a deep breath before slowly saying, then, what do you want? The young man pointed into the room. Release Sydney from her curse. Why should I release her from the curse? Benjamin said defiantly, I don't know your purpose, but I'm sure you can't kill me, correct? The young man pondered for a bit. I could return your friend to you. Benjamin laughed out loud and replied, Augustine isn't even in your hands, how are you going to return him to me? I don't know his current location, but I've left him and the other two blokes from the Mage Guild in the hotel at Town of Hank, replied the young man. There is a high chance that he was taken away by people from the Mage Guild. Do you really want to look for him at the Mage Guild? I heard that they've been looking for you for a while. You ought to be careful. Benjamin really couldn't retort. If Augustine was really taken away by the Mage Guild, then he really wouldn't know what to do. He couldn't just walk up to their doorsteps and ask for him, or he might as well be a sheep walking to slaughter. The Queen would definitely look forward to that scene playing out. But... all right, you bring him in and I'll release her from the curse. After some thought, Benjamin suddenly decided, we'll settle it this way. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, I'll excuse myself now. He still planned on leaving this place first and calming down before making a decision. Whether or not Augustine was actually in the hands of the Mage Guild was something yet to be determined. The bottom line was that he didn't want to stay in a place with some dude he couldn't defeat. What if this bastard suddenly changes his mind? Although he had Sydney's curse as hostage, but he still felt that he should stay away as far as he can. He had experienced enough in this so-called massage parlor. Finally, the young man nodded and moved aside, clearing a path for him. Okay, as long you don't bilk. Am I someone who would bilk? The system spoke up. Yet, you are in his mind at the same time, Benjamin replied. Just like this, Benjamin walked right up to the door of the shop. He turned around and gave a suspicious glance at the young man, turned back, and left. Chapter 223, Funny Emoji. Due to the special location of the Mercenary Association, even if the city was in a slightly dismal state, this building would never lack crowds of people. For example, during the previous political shift, some mages were able to avoid being chased out to the square because they hid here. He arrived at the counter, took out the receipt for a mission which he had previously requested and placed it on the counter. Hello, I have a message for the person who has accepted my mission. Benjamin said with an air of formality, please tell him to come look for me at 10 p.m. tonight. I have matters to discuss with him. Too many things had happened since they first arrived in Regina. The situation too had changed and Benjamin now felt that he needed to seek help from Chief Silverfox. At the very least, the old man could help him by confirming if Augustine had really been taken away by the Mage Guild. The middle-aged woman at the counter schemed Benjamin's receipt, then took out a book to cross-check. Frowning, she said, "This mission of yours seems to have ended." Benjamin nodded his head. "Yeah, it did. But I have some unfinished business with my hired hand. In short, I just need you to pass this message to him." There was nothing else he could do. He didn't know the exact position of Chief Silver Fox, so he could only rely on the Mercenary Association to act as a middleman and pass the message. "Are you sure? If the mercenary does not reply, we will not be offering you any sort of help, so you shouldn't get your hopes up," replied the middle-aged woman. "It's fine," said Benjamin. And just like that, the middle-aged woman returned the receipt to Benjamin. After Benjamin had stored it properly, he nodded at the woman and quickly left the Mercenary Association. Walking on a remote street, he purposely activated his water particle detection spell and observed the situation in Regina. Quite a few guards were patrolling the street. It seemed they were still investigating if there were more spies from the church. Most of the citizens were fearful of leaving their houses, but mages were on the streets now, walking proudly and merrily. Thinking about it now, the imprisonment of a few members of the Mage Guild was probably all an act orchestrated by both the Queen and the Mage Guild. Benjamin was curious about this plan of luring out spies of the church. Was it because the Queen suddenly had a desire for control, or could it be that the mages see the church as an enemy, and so thought of this elaborate plan to bait them out? Benjamin also found it hard to determine the relationship between the Queen and the Mage Guild. No doubt, they are on the same boat. To be able to cooperate and put up such a convincing show, their level of trust in each other was truly astounding. He figured it would be better to stay far away from the Mage Guild. Benjamin walked on the streets. After confirming that no one was tailing him, he carefully returned to the hotel. Many things had happened this afternoon. He even walked to Hell's door, and was close to taking a trip to Hell itself. He was understandably exhausted. He returned to his room, shut the door, and collapsed on his bed. He rested for a bit and after regaining his energy, entered the space of consciousness. The space was a boundless darkness, but it allowed Benjamin to feel an inexplicable peace of mind. The three runes shone in bright blue and formed a neat triangle. At a closer inspection, the distance between them was slightly closer than before, probably the result of the training from these few days. When they eventually do touch, who knows what would happen? Benjamin looked left and right. He began to search for another familiar silhouette. But, even after looking everywhere, the system was nowhere to be found. Where did it go? When Blondie tried to slit his throat, it was because the system suddenly hatched that it managed to save Benjamin's life with some strange power. At the time, Benjamin couldn't properly examine the changes in the system. So now that he was relatively free, he was decided it was finally time to understand what the system had truly become. Furthermore, he was curious about how the system saved him. After all, the circumstances at that time was too strange. He was desperate to know what new ability had the system obtained which allowed it to perform such an unbelievable feat. Although he had no proof, his instincts told him it had something to do with the pure blue space. "Hello, where are you?" Benjamin shouted. "System? The unbeatable, incredible, artificially intelligent system? Where did you run off to?" A familiar robotic voice emerged slowly behind him. I'm not sure myself why things turned out this way." Benjamin turned around, and in the darkness behind him, was the sudden appearance of a funny emoji. That's right, a 3D funny emoji. A cartoonish, yellow ball, with arching eyes, and a gleeful to the max smile. What appeared in front of Benjamin's eyes was like a CGI-ed cartoon character in a movie. It was as big as a basketball, casually hovered in mid-air, and gave out a faint aura which made one want to beat it up. Benjamin went silent. "What the hell is this? Can you say something? I feel so awkward." The system's voice rang out from the funny emoji, with a subtle undertone of rage. Benjamin took a deep breath, and tried to compose himself before looking at the system and asking, "What is this shit?" "What?" The system didn't understand. Benjamin shook his head and said, "What I meant is, what in the world is this thing? Is this the result of you hatching? Why does something like an emoji even exist in this world? This antithesis is too strong, isn't it? What the fuck is going on?" Benjamin struggled to articulate due to his shock. He could only incoherently throw out questions, unsure himself of what he was asking. "Do you think I wanted to become like this?" It was like the system found a channel for catharsis. The system's voice grew louder. "When I was hatching, I felt all the things in my database unleashed suddenly, all the images, screens, whatever bullshit it was, were pooling over to the other side. Then, I don't know why, it felt like everything was spinning, the display froze on the emoji folder within Tencent file, before it finally stopped spinning on this emoji." Benjamin wasn't sure what he was supposed to say. It sounded like a sick tragedy. But, the system had already hatched into a funny emoji, there was nothing he could do now. He couldn't just change it back to its previous state, now could he? Truthfully speaking, this weird way of being born also made Benjamin feel an inexplicable sense of that he had been pranked. If the system's appearance after hatching was decided from the storage files, then how did it so coincidentally settle on the funny emoji? His phone and laptop were full of saved images. Like those web games which forcefully installed themselves, wasn't there a whole bunch of pretty ladies in there? It would still be fine if it didn't take on that image. Benjamin could still accept it if it took a more majestic image, maybe something like a dragon or a lion. But, this motherfucker went with a funny emoji. Benjamin was so angry he kind of wanted to laugh. What kind of shitty luck is this? Benjamin could only helplessly exclaim. Also, why do I feel like this 3D emoji form of yours looks very low quality? It does. Yeah, it really is low quality. Benjamin immediately began complaining, as if he had caught on to a vital point. Take a look at those 3 runes, that shape, that texture, those are special effects worth at least $500. Then, take a look at yourself. You're, at best, 5 cents? How did you end up with such trashy special effects? Although the system was wearing a funny face, Benjamin could feel rage radiating from behind that taunting smiley face. He knew it wasn't right, but he couldn't help bursting into laughter. What are you laughing about? The system leaped up like a cat whose tail had gotten stepped on. What? Look at yourself, how can I not laugh? Benjamin stopped smiling and looked stern as he bluntly asked. Your animation quality is so terrible, it has pulled down the standards of the whole space of consciousness. Please reflect on yourself and stop trying to intimidate others. The funny emoji got so angry it began to shake in rage. Chapter 224, A State of Nothingness. Benjamin could only slowly begin to accept the fact that the system had now become a 5-cent special effect funny emoji after 10 minutes straight of laughing. It doesn't matter now. He never had high expectations for the system in the first place. How did you save me from the dagger? He faced the taunting face, trying to maintain a serious expression. What's your new ability? Show me. Ah, about that. The system's tone suddenly turned a little awkward. Honestly, I'm not so sure what happened either. But if you return to reality, I can show you again. Return to reality? It can't do it in the space of consciousness? Thinking along these lines, Benjamin left the space of consciousness and returned to his room in the hotel feeling confused. He was daydreaming on the bed, his surroundings were very quiet, with not much noise around. Can we begin now? He asked silently. Hold on, it won't be much longer, I'm counting down now, 3, 2, 1, start. Following the system's countdown, Benjamin's sight suddenly blurred. He found himself in a posture as if he fell straight from the surface of the bed to the ground, his back slammed into the floor. What the hell? Benjamin was bewildered. Feeling around the inky black darkness beneath the bed along with his face full of dust, he rubbed his eyes and crawled out from under the bed. The hotel room was still the same, the oil lamp shining, with everything strangely quiet. But looking at them now, he felt a wave of confusion. What happened? He couldn't help asking in his mind. I activated that power and you went through the bed and fell on the floor, replied the system. He went from being on the bed to below the bed? Immediately, Benjamin became curious. Do it again. This time, try maintaining it for a longer time and stop only when I tell you to. His heart once again thumped restlessly, ready to explore this new discovery. I can't. Activating this skill is very tiring. The system quickly rained on his parade. To maintain the state for a longer time is nigh impossible, my RAM was about to explode, I could crash. Fine then, Benjamin was frustrated but had to reluctantly accept this answer. In his heart, the questions were still unceasing. Benjamin didn't feel anything particularly different when the system unleashed his special power. And yet, judging from the result of him being able to phase through the bed, he had, at one point, seemed to have entered some sort of state of nothingness. It was as if he actually became some sort of phantom-like entity, losing the ability to interact with objects and as such, couldn't lie down on the bed. Thinking back now, when Blondie wanted to slit open his throat with her dagger, he also seemed to become this nothingness. This caused the weapon to slice thin air, instead of hacking open Benjamin's throat. Interesting. How is it done? The body of the system came from the pure blue space, so if the body gave it a set of abilities, then these abilities should also be connected to the area. But judging from the current results of his observation, this state of nothingness was quite different from how he felt the last time he entered the pure blue space. Benjamin couldn't help but begin to ponder the principle behind this concept. Was he broken down into particles? During the short process, he really didn't feel anything, not even anything similar to the aura of water particles. It was so strange, it really felt like nothing had happened. Once again, Benjamin returned to the space of consciousness, held the small yellow ball of funny emoji in his arms and attempted to obtain more information by interrogate it. The result was just as expected, the system didn't know how it happened, and stammered for a long while without saying anything useful. This method proved to be a dead end. The ability seemed to have a long time to cool down. And as such, Benjamin planned to wait until the next time he had time to slowly research it. Furthermore, although he couldn't understand how it worked, but the ability in of itself was very which it could potentially save his life in all sorts of crucial moments. He decided that as long as it was useful, there was no need to be fuss over the other aspects. Thinking along these lines, Benjamin also casually asked if any other new abilities were acquired. The system replied with a negative. However, Benjamin wasn't disappointed. The system was fucking useless in the first place, and the fact that it now grown to become a tad bit more useful was already a huge piece of good news. He wasn't going to ask for much more. One mustn't be too greedy. By the time Benjamin finished examining the system's changes, it was already close to night time. Since Benjamin didn't have other errands to run, he entered the space of consciousness and began meditating after his dinner. After a few hours of meditation, seeing that it was close to 10 o'clock, Benjamin left the space of consciousness, exited his room, and got ready to meet Chief Silverfox. The purpose of his previous visit to the Mercenary Association was to set up the meeting tonight. Under present circumstances, with various problems waiting to be resolved, he would need more information. Since Old Man Silverfox, who had many connections, he was clearly the best choice for obtaining said information. Benjamin waited patiently for his arrival in the designated room. Chief Silverfox was clearly someone who is punctual. The moment it was 10 o'clock, he arrived, shut the door and nodded at Benjamin. "What's wrong? You didn't get caught up in the commotion these few days, did you?" asked the old man. Benjamin thought of the incident at the square, but didn't say a word, unsure of whether that counted as him getting involved. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. He shook his head, diverting the conversation. Right, I wanted to see you today to ask you about some things. I'm not sure if you have news, but do you happen to know what the situation in Regina is right now? If a group of people wanted to leave, would they be stopped? They couldn't remain long in Regina. Staying in the hotel and remaining in disguises, never being able to reveal their faces or identities, how could they live like that? Yeah, leaving is fine, replied the old man, but, to capture spies from the church, many outposts were set up around the city which only allow those whose identities have been thoroughly checked to pass. If you want to sneak out, it's basically impossible. Hearing this, Benjamin felt that the situation was quite tricky. He hurriedly asked, how long would this go on for? The old man shook his head, and answered, I'm not sure about that. It's up to the top dogs, I guess. Okay then. Benjamin felt helpless. But this state of martial law would probably not last for very long. Groups of merchants still needed to go in and out of the city, and citizens still needed to continue their daily lives. So as much as the Queen desired to weed out all the church's pawns, it was impossible to maintain such strict regime. Benjamin decided to wait for a while more. Things would definitely become better. Thinking along these lines, Benjamin pushed this matter to the side, and after hesitating for a while, asked the second question. By the way, since you've been in the Mercenary Association for so long, have you heard of a guy named Miles before? Previously at the massage parlor, Blondie had used this name to address the young man. The information Benjamin obtained wasn't much, so the old man's side was his best bet to see if he could get some insider information on him. After all, he needed to understand the story of the young man so that he could decide what the young man's motives truly were. Miles. Upon hearing the name, the old man's expression changed to shock. You're asking about that Miles? Benjamin shrugged and replied, tell me all about every Miles, I'll decide for myself. The old man was puzzled. He shook his head and said, there is only one Miles, but I don't know a lot about him, just bits of information here and there. Oh? Hearing this from the old man, Benjamin suddenly got excited. Do tell. Chapter 225, Bribing Soldiers. Just like this, from the old man's accounts, Benjamin felt as if he just had a class on how much can one bullshit when discussing legends. From the rumors, Miles was extraordinarily skilled, and an expert at disguises, which fitted with Benjamin's impression of him. And so, there were no descriptions of his actual appearance in the rumors. Most people think that he's already in his 40s, there were also some who think that he's in his 60s and even some who think that he is actually a woman. Benjamin felt that it was beginning to sound like quite a stretch at this point. From the rumors, Miles only began to garner attention these past few years. He made his mark in Caretus, and rose to fame in Ferelden. As for his origin, many believed that he is a foreigner from the mysterious, unknown lands far east of the two countries, beyond the unexplored Ross Desert. As for how he became famous, it was due to his accomplishments of completing countless impossible missions after becoming a mercenary. Going deep into the forest of death to gather ingredients, assassinating a certain very well-known and powerful mage, guarding and delivering highly confidential documents through the borders of many countries. The missions given by the Mercenary Association are all confidential, but quite some information still leaked out, and although no one was sure how true they were, people would naturally pay attention to that one person when all these information pointed to him. And in the process, rumors like him slaughtering a dragon, him being the true master of the Mercenary Association, him not being human but was actually some other type of life form, all these nonsensical stories also popped up, and Benjamin listened helplessly. It wasn't as if Benjamin hadn't met him before, he wasn't that powerful, please. With a body immune to magic and his remarkable skills, to have him kill a few mages was definitely a piece of cake. But his other rumors, which sounded like conspiracy theories, was definitely mumbo-jumbo. In fact, from the information given by the old man, Miles was very famous in the world of mercenaries, but there was a lack of reliable information. No one mentioned his immunity to magic, nor did anyone mention which side he belonged to. The only similarity among all the rumors was that Miles had never consumed potions before. Listening thus far, Benjamin was still a little surprised. Is this guy an actual mutant? Without the blessing from an external source, it was difficult to imagine that an average human being could obtain that level of physical ability. But, looking at it from another perspective, Benjamin too had a strange defense mechanism towards magic. He felt that he was nothing extraordinary all of a sudden. All in all, Benjamin could only try his best to think positively, hoping that there was no greater scheme behind this. After coming to an understanding of Miles, finally, he also discussed the search mission with Chief Silverfox. Circumstances have changed, so he still brought himself to ask the old man to scour for news, to see if Augustine was really taken by the Mage Guild. The old man seemed to not quite be able to handle the Mage Guild too, but finally, he still nodded in agreement and promised he'll do his best. Oh, and Suddenly, Benjamin seemed to have remembered something. Before the old man left, he followed up with another question. How's your son's wound? Is there anything I can do to help? Hearing that, the old man turned around and smiled wryly. He said, would you like to tidy up his grave from the funeral last month? My condolences. The old man didn't make any expressions of sadness, but instead kept that smile. Is that it? Is there anything else? If there isn't, I'll be on my way first. I'll look for you again if there's any information. Benjamin shook his head and replied, that's it, sorry for the trouble. Well, one's gotta work after receiving money. The old man waved his hand and left. Seeing that, Benjamin breathed a sigh and left too, returning to his room. He saw that it was about time, so after meditating for a while and washing up, he laid on the bed and sank into deep sleep. In the next few days, Benjamin and his group of people hid in the hotel and stayed in their rooms, patiently waiting for the situation in Regina to change. The number of interrogating soldiers in the streets did not decrease, but rumors of the unexpected incident at the square slowly trickled out into the city. From the streets to the alleyways, everybody was talking about how that day at the square, a man who looked like a beggar descended from the sky and killed all the rebelling soldiers surrounding the square. Then, he led everyone at the square to bravely rescue the mages imprisoned behind bars. However, just when the queen was thinking about awarding him a medal, that man disappeared into the crowd without anyone knowing where he went. All the citizens of Regina call him the one from above. Benjamin coincidentally heard this at the hotel hallway, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Descending from the sky, rescuing the mages, these people sure have a knack for imagination, exaggerating a motley crew into a courageous revolutionary army, and even giving him all the credit for the Queen's efforts. But it makes sense, the mob was made up of the city's people. Once the people adjourned to their homes respectively, they naturally had to boast about themselves a little, and at the same time, took the opportunity to also embellish Benjamin. Furthermore, the title "The One from Above" definitely sounded a little better than Water Ball Demon. After all, he was wearing beggar clothes, he should already be grateful about the fact that no one called him Ji Gong, a beggar monk from China's Song dynasty. Thus, although it seemed like there was nothing to be proud of, Benjamin still felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Of course, now that the rumors have spread, the quiet glee in his heart was also further layered with wariness. The rumors would definitely reach the ears of the Queen. She is busy with capturing the spies now, but once that is over, the Queen would definitely open up an investigation on this matter. Many people had seen Benjamin's face when he was in the air, so he couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't recognize him. He still had to be more careful. And it was also due to this that the mages didn't dare to even meet these few days, they were too scared of exposing themselves. The skill of double meditation that was researched and developed earlier couldn't be used either, as it gives off magical oscillations. Thus, everyone could only meditate respectively, curb their traces and wait patiently in the hotel. Benjamin was also waiting. He was waiting for news from Chief Silver Fox, or if Miles had found Augustine and was prepared to make an exchange with him. The bottom line was, he will not be making the first move for the time being. The thing was, he didn't receive any news with all the waiting but instead, received unexpected guests. Thunk thunk thunk. On an afternoon 4 days later, a hurried knocking came from the door, interrupting Benjamin's meditation. He opened his eyes and an expression of confusion showed on his face. After hesitating for a bit, he didn't open the door. Instead, he asked, "Who is it?" The other side of the door fell silent for a moment. Then, a voice said, "We are under orders from the Queen to check if there are spies from the enemy nation here. Please open the door. If there are no problems, we shall not trouble you." Oh! Benjamin couldn't help but rejoice a little. Thank God he had slightly disguised himself when he went out for a meal earlier, just in case. He was worried if he'd be recognized had he met the guards with his real face. Thinking along those lines, he stood up and opened the door. Outside the door stood 3 soldiers clad in armor, they were even wearing their helmets which obscured their faces. Immediately, Benjamin made a mental warning in his mind. However, he still welcomed them with a smile, and didn't display any suspicious behavior. "Sirs, look around as much as you want, there are definitely no problems here." Hearing that, the 3 soldiers nodded. 2 of them walked into the room and began searching everywhere. As for another one, he faced Benjamin and began a list of interrogative questions. "Where are you from?" Benjamin answered naturally, "I am a merchant from the Kingdom of Helius, here on a business trip." Being born in the Kingdom of Helius was still quite a sensitive issue, but it wasn't right to hide it. If the soldiers discover a loophole from his accent, then it would be easier to elicit their suspicions. Lies are meant to be a mesh of truth and false, so that they won't be seen through by others. Just like Benjamin had expected, the soldiers were unsuspecting and asked a few more simple questions before ending their inquiries. The 2 soldiers had also finished their search of the room. Benjamin had a few items related to magic, but this was still quite normal in Isar. There was no way he could be a spy for the church. "Are you still a mage?" the soldier asked in a surprised manner. Benjamin shook his head and said, "Goods. I know the regulations for the sale of books of magic in Isar are quite strict, but hopefully you guys will be more accommodating." While speaking, he took out a few gold coins and placed them into the soldier's palm. After disguising as a merchant for so long, he had also grown to be very familiar with the tricks of the average merchant. He knew this tactic would work. He also understood the way things were in Isar. These few pieces of gold coins were enough. The soldier realized the situation, and silently pocketed the coins. He nodded, as if silently acknowledging it. However, just when Benjamin thought these 3 soldiers were ready to leave, the soldier who had just pocketed the coins suddenly turned hostile and in an extremely stern tone, said, "The sale of books of magic warrants confiscation of the said goods and a fine of 100 gold coins. Sir, I'm afraid you will have to come with us for a while." Chapter 226, Chapter 226, Guildmaster. "Brother, you can't do things this way," Benjamin said as he wore a helpless expression after being deceived by them. "I'm sorry. This is the rule. We can't do anything about it," the soldier replied coldly. "Then give me back my money," Benjamin immediately said with a straight face. "What money? How come I don't know about it?" Probably because their faces were covered by their helmets, the soldiers were starting to talk in a shameless way. Benjamin was so pissed off that he almost hit them. To tell the truth, if he was not afraid of revealing his identity, destroying these 3 soldiers would be a piece of cake for Benjamin. He even had magic oscillations. But if the 3 soldiers were to disappear for no reason, surely the officials would start to look into it. Thus, Benjamin had no choice but to hold back the impulse. The bribe money of a few gold coins, to be honest, was quite a lot. Even so, these soldiers still had to cheat after taking his money. Benjamin had no idea what these 3 soldiers meant to do. Fine. I don't mind walking for a bit. Let me talk to your commanding officer. So, he squinted his eyes and acted like an experienced person, as if he was not afraid of the sky or the earth. He said, "It's not like I don't know anyone here. If your higher-ups knew that you took my bribe, let's just see if you can still live here in Isar." He knew clearly that he should not meet with any officials to protect his identity. But at this moment, he can lose anything but the momentum. They would just have to compare which of them had more bargaining strength. If he acted as if he had friends in high places, they would not dare to do anything to him. The reaction of the soldiers were the same as he had expected. After hearing this, the 3 of them fell silent, as if they were considering something. At that time, no one spoke in the whole room. Upon seeing this, Benjamin stared coldly at the 3 soldiers with his arms crossed, trying to pressure them further. "This Mr." Finally, one of the soldiers spoke. He said, "Okay then. If you want to meet our commanding officer, we can bring you to him. He will talk to you." "What is this attitude?" Benjamin suddenly felt like something was wrong. Could a normal soldier speak of this without any misgivings? Thinking about this, Benjamin could not help but to turn on his water particle detection and feel the 3 persons hiding inside the armor. However, what shocked him a little was that he actually felt elemental change and spiritual energy disturbances on these 3 people. These 3 were not just any soldiers who was searching the area. They were mages. This was shocking enough. However, the stranger thing was that Benjamin thought one of the guys' faces was really familiar to him for some reason. Where did he see that guy before? At the town of Hank. System suddenly came out and reminded him. "Do you still remember that time? That person from the Mage Guild who was told to invite you? That person who called Hawk? The one that you knocked out unconscious, you tied him up and kept him locked up in the hotel room." Upon hearing this, Benjamin's heart thumped. The Mage Guild. After being reminded by the system, he immediately recalled all the details of that time. During that time, it was this guy who said he wanted Benjamin to go to Regina. But, the note in his pocket wrote not to let Benjamin come to Regina instead. It made Benjamin really confused then. And now, this guy actually pretended to be a soldier and came to him. What did he want to achieve? "No, I'm not going." Thus, Benjamin suddenly went back a few steps and pulled away from these 3. He said, "I doubt your identities. You're not soldiers at all. Please leave my room immediately, or else do not blame me for what I do." 3 mages came to him sneakily. 90% of this was related to the Mage Guild. If they were under the order of the Mage Guild, that meant they had found out Benjamin's now hidden identity. This was trouble. At this time, Benjamin could not think of any good idea. The Mage Guild would not stop hunting him. Who knew what their motives was? Should he just kill the 3 of them and leave Regina immediately? But could he escape? "Sir, it seems like you have recognized me." Just at this moment, Hawk suddenly removed his helmet and showed his true face. He smiled as he said, "Before you left the town of Hank, you really left me with a great gift." Upon seeing this, Benjamin could only take a deep breath and remain calm. When the soldiers came, I shall stop them. When the water came, the earth buried. In this situation, he could only see what they wanted to do and act accordingly. "I'm sorry. I am not used to accepting weird invitations, especially during the time when the other party's aims is not clear to me." Benjamin carried out nonverbal spell casting as he spoke, summoning a small water ball. He took the compressed water ball in his hands and looked at them with cold eyes that was filled with a faint killing intent. "If that is the case, we are extremely sorry. But in the end, sir, you still came to Regina, didn't you?" To this, Hawk still had no intent to fight at all. He replied calmly. I have my purposes of coming to Regina. It's none of your business. Benjamin replied. Maybe. Hawk shook his head and said, Sir, please understand that we did not come to you with ill intent. Pretending to be soldiers is just a method to avoid the attention of some people. If you'll just follow us to the Mage Guild, you will understand everything. This includes your companion whom you left in town of Hank. He is also now in our guild as a guest. Nobody else knows yet. Upon hearing this, Benjamin raised his eyebrows. Augustine was truly in their hands now? To be honest, Benjamin was more willing to do a trade with Miles and had him bring Augustine over here. Then, their bunch of mages would figure a way out by themselves and leave Regina behind as far as possible. But, the Mage Guild came to him with this timing. Thus, the situation now had become rather troublesome. Could he get involved with an organization that was so large and mysterious? Following you guys? As he thought of this, Benjamin shook his head and said, After going there, can I still return to this place? Let's get straight to the point. I saw the note in your pocket, too. What is your true motive? I may not have any clue how to fight the whole Mage Guild, but taking you three on won't take much of my energy. As he said this, he shook the compressed water ball in his hands. Upon seeing this, Hawk immediately spread out his hands to indicate that he had no plan to fight. He said, Please believe in us. Our motive was only just hoping that you can leave Isar as soon as possible. Leave Isar? Benjamin was thinking about it. It seemed that what was written in the note was true. The Mage Guild did not want me to enter Regina at all. The talk at the beginning was just to scare Benjamin off. Don't worry about it. We won't stay too long here. So, he replied calmly. Just give Augustine back to me. We will leave once the alert in this area had been lifted. However, Hawk shook his head and said in a hurried tone. No, you don't understand. Tomorrow Her Majesty the Queen will return to the palace. You must leave Regina before tonight. If not, the news may be reported to the higher-ups by the other mages in the guild. Then, you won't be able to leave even if you wanted to. Benjamin frowned. What do you mean? As Hawk was prepared to answer his question, all of a sudden, an old voice sounded from behind of Benjamin. It's okay. Let me talk to him. Benjamin turned around, stunned, only to see that the figure of an old man suddenly appeared in the previously empty corner of the room. The old man wore a black mage robe. His hair was white without a spot of dust and his beard was flowing like a waterfall, reaching almost to the floor. He had both of his hands in his back and wore a faint smile on his face as he stared at Benjamin, his eyes squinted. Benjamin almost broke out to a cold sweat. Scary. When did he come into the room? Why didn't I feel anything at all? When Benjamin was shocked by this, the three mages who were disguised as the soldiers came forward. The other two took off their helmets as well. Together with Hawk, they looked at the man and bowed respectfully. Chapter 227, The Queen's Potion. Guildmaster? Upon hearing this, Benjamin could not help but take a deep breath. Needless to say, this unknown old man who appeared out of the blue in the room should be the rumored guildmaster of that mage guild. Even though he had no idea how the guildmaster had appeared here, but through the water particle detection, Benjamin could feel how strong the elemental change and spiritual energy on this old man was. Virtually, Benjamin had the feeling that if the old man ever decided to fight, Benjamin probably won't last 3 attacks from him. Therefore, facing this old man who suddenly appeared, he could only take a deep breath, dismiss the water ball in his hands and force himself to calm down. He said, It is unexpected to meet the guildmaster of the Mage Guild at this place. Nice to meet you. May I ask for what business, sir, that you came to visit out of the blue? Upon hearing this, the old man also smiled and suddenly spoke. Answer one question of mine first. What is your name? Grant? Or Benjamin? Oh? Benjamin felt surprised in his heart. After thinking, he showed a calm expression and answered. My name is Benjamin. Benjamin Latour. After he said this, he could see that a hint of surprise passed in the old man's eyes. After that, probably because he knew many things related to this, the old man kept quiet for a moment, then nodded. He showed an expression as if he suddenly understood something. As expected, it is the usual trick played by the church. The old man exclaimed by himself. Suddenly he lifted his gaze and looked at Benjamin. He said, Can you tell me how exactly you produced that gigantic water ball in Haven, right? Benjamin hesitated for a moment and shook his head in the end. Rebol.com. Putting aside whether he trusted this person or not, even if he wanted to talk about it, the process of summoning that water ball was rather complicated and not replicable. Benjamin actually did it when he was barely conscious. It was difficult to describe the whole process accurately. Moreover, he did not understand why the old man is asking about this. No, I am not probing your secrets. Upon seeing this, the old man shook his head and said, I only wanted to know whether you used the method called by the church as zone of prayer to undergo your magic practice. This is? Stunned, Benjamin nodded. It was nothing to hide. The church did study about that special practice method. The mage here should have records about that. The old man asking this question could mean that he already had an answer in his heart. However, after hearing Benjamin's words, the old man sighed all of a sudden. Tonight at 11 p.m., bring all your friends to the west gate of Regina. Your friend that you left in the town of Hank will be there at that time too. He gazed at Benjamin and, in a very serious tone, said, During that time, you guys will take the carriage and leave Regina. I will send people to guide you out. In the name of the Mage Guild, the guards at the gate will not stop you. What did it mean? Benjamin was perplexed, listening to him. To be honest, he could not understand what this situation was about. Looking at it now, this guild master seemed like he wanted to help them to leave Isar. But, why would he help? Moreover, looking at the stance of the old man, it was if the sky would fall if Benjamin do not leave Regina by today. What was truly happening now? Thank you for your kindness. But, do you mind giving me a little explanation of what is actually going on? Upon hearing this, the old man fell silent for a bit, then finally nodded his head. It will be a long story of what happened. He hesitated for a bit as if he was thinking how to phrase his words. He spoke slowly. I know that when you left the Kingdom of Helius and came to Isar, you wanted to look for a sanctuary that belongs to the mages. This may be disappointing for you, but actually this so-called happy place does not exist. At least, not in Isar. Benjamin listened to this without speaking a word. He knew of the conditions of mages within the borders of Isar. Originally, he thought that it was a situation where the Mage Guild monopolized everything and exploited any stray mages. But, looking at how the old man now, it seemed like there is more to the story. 8 years ago, I followed Her Majesty the Queen to set up a whole new Mage Guild in Isar. The old man continued. At first, I thought I could build the strongest defense line, yet I was unable to let those mages who relied on me to have a better life. Instead, magic became a slave to politics. Upon hearing this, with no reason at all, Benjamin suddenly thought of the occasionally shown strange expressions of those mages protecting the queen at the gateway. A slave to politics, hey? What did the queen do? Thinking about this, Benjamin asked. After hearing the question, the old man's expression shifted a little at the moment. When she was little, she was a gentle and well-behaved little princess in the people's hearts. She was smart, yet she was not arrogant. She followed silently behind her 2 brothers. When she listened to others, she would look into their eyes. There seemed to be a tone of regret in his voice. I also do not know from where she found that weird magic potion formula. No. That was not a magic potion. It was a curse. Or a combination of both. She used that formula together with her blood and created some weird potion. At this point, the old man paused a little and his tone turned darker. He said, after drinking this potion, that person's life will be somehow linked. In other words, if Her Majesty the Queen dies, that person dies too. Upon hearing this, Benjamin could not help but frown. A little scary. Hearing the old man's description, this was really similar to a curse. But, it was difficult for normal curses to produce this kind of effect. However, simply by relying on this strange potion, wanting to control so many mages in Isar might seem a little bit too difficult as well. How did the Queen do this? At that time, I did not realize that Her Majesty the Queen had gathered some loyal followers among the mages. These mages drank the potion willingly and spiked the food of countless other mages with the potion through all kinds of methods. The old man's voice had a hint of bitterness in its tone as he spoke. She did it really carefully, slowly nibbling the mage guild away. When they realized that something was not right, all of the mages except myself had already drank this potion. After many mages found out about this, they left the mage guild furiously. The Queen let them go. However, when they left, the Queen sent out the mages who was loyal to her to kill all of those people. She told the whole mage guild about this and declared them as traitors. Upon hearing this, Benjamin could not help but asked, "Did no one fight back?" The old man nodded and said, "There was. But because of the potion, no one would go to kill the Queen. Sometimes, some wanted to kill her regardless of themselves getting killed in the process, but they were stopped by other mages. During that time, the mages in the Mage Guild were fighting among themselves. Even though I wanted to stop them from doing so, but there was nothing that I could do. I could not do anything to Her Majesty the Queen. Killing her meant killing every mage. So all I could do was to try to stop the mages from killing themselves. In the end, the rebelling mages were still the minority. After the followers of the Queen held the advantage, other mages thought that they still could live this way. Since the Queen wouldn't really treat them like slaves, they just followed the occasional order. Slowly, they got used to this situation. For the mages that just joined the guild, they drank the potion in pride as if this was some kind of honorable event for them. Using their life to defend Isar, to defend Her Majesty the Queen. This is what they all said. This is the declaration they made when they joined the guild. Chapter 228, Leaving Regina. After listening to this story, Benjamin felt a shiver down in his spine. If what was told by the guild master was true, and the Queen had really used this strange method to control the Mage Guild, then Regina was a rather dangerous place for them to be at. If the Queen knew Benjamin and the group were here, they might be forced to be recruited. Just that. By telling me all these things, do you wish for me to help you guys? Benjamin suddenly spoke and asked this. Upon hearing this, the old man showed a bitter smile and shook his head. He said, "You can't help us. Her Majesty the Queen has a strong army and 30 elite mercenaries to protect her at all times. She never meets the mages alone. She doesn't reveal any loopholes to us. Except for the 3 mages in front of you, I can't even tell which mages are informers who betray our information to the Queen, and which ones are independent ones. Was she so hard to deal with?" Benjamin could not help but be afraid. Obviously, from getting the mages' trust to using the potion to control the mages, the Queen was well prepared since the beginning. Until the mages realized that something was wrong, they had already missed the timing to fight against her. They could not even find a companion whom they could trust, so it was even more impossible for them to stay together and fight against the Queen. In other words, what the Queen used to control the mages was not the potion, it was the system in which the mages doubted and controlled one another. But you should know that the last person who used your method to practice was the Pope of 4th generation. At the same time, the old man continued to talk. I do not know what will become of you in the future, but I hope that you won't be stuck in this situation. You must leave Regina before tomorrow. Leave Isar as soon as possible and go to another place. Benjamin thought for a while and said, "Should I trust you?" The old man smiled bitterly as he said, you can only trust us. You don't have a choice. If I wanted to do anything to you, I would have done it by now. Do I need to tell you all of these?" Upon hearing this, Benjamin could only nod. He could not refute that. If the old man had other motives, he would have no way of defying him anyway, right? Moreover, their original plan was to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. Regardless of whether the story told by the guild master was true or fake, being able to find Augustine and leave the city peacefully were enough for him. "Okay. I will bring everyone tonight and go to the place as you mentioned," he said. "Thank you, sir, for your help. We will leave Isar as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, the old man finally nodded in satisfaction. "I do not mean to help you. I only want to leave a little hope for magic." As if he heard the tone of guilt in his words, Benjamin fell silent for a moment, then spoke suddenly. "Maybe. One day, we will be back. Any mage has the right to live in freedom." The old man appeared as if he did not take his words seriously. He smiled and simply waved. Then, he brought the 3 mages who were dressed as soldiers and left the hotel room quietly. Benjamin stared at their backs when they left, deep in thought. He tried to reorganize his thoughts about what happened today. After confirming that his choice should not have any problems, he gathered all the other mages and told them this news. To save time, the whole story of the Queen manipulating the entire mage guild was not described clearly to the others. He only told everyone that the time to leave has come. He urged them to pack their stuff quickly and get ready to move out. For all the mages, they were rather happy about this news. After all, the days of hiding in the hotel were really bad. They even had to be careful when they wanted to meditate for a while. After packing his stuff, Benjamin also went to the Mercenary Association to leave a message for Chief Silverfox. This was done to prevent him from doing extra work. For the curse that was left at the massage shop, Benjamin was too lazy to care about it. He just kept it there. Maybe sometime in the future, the curse might be of unexpected use to them. It was already nighttime after he finished all the remaining work. Benjamin and the group quietly left the hotel, avoiding the patrolling soldiers on the street. They eventually came to Regina's West Gate. As expected, at a hidden corner of the street, they found 4 carriages. Through water particle detection, they confirmed that there was nothing strange about the carriages, no ambush or anything of that sort. Then they walked towards the carriages. "You are finally here." Hawk walked down from one of the carriages and spoke in a soft voice. "Okay, let's get everyone in. We have the documents signed by the guild here. No one will stop us from leaving." All of the mages exchanged some glances, then nodded and entered the carriages. In the carriage, they saw Augustine, whom they had not seen for so long. This unfortunate middle-aged uncle was knocked out unconscious in town of Hank. Now that he saw Benjamin and the bunch, he was so excited as if he was reuniting with his family. Benjamin repeated what happened in these few days to him. Unexpectedly, he showed an expression of regret and complained. "It's such a pity. Such exciting things happened, yet you guys didn't call me up to join. Nothing could help this bunch of people anymore." Soon, the carriages moved out from the corner on the street and came to the gate. Hawk took a letter-like thing to the front and communicated briefly with the soldiers on guard. Without much delay, the soldiers opened the gate and let them leave Regina. Upon seeing this, Benjamin became more at ease. After they left the city, the 4 carriages first sprinted forward, then they changed the direction until they slowly deviated from the main road. They bypassed Regina and began moving towards the east. "There are the least roadblocks in this route," Hawk explained. "I can only send you guys out of the defense line of the east of the city. After this, you'll have to walk the remaining journey." Benjamin gave him a smile as he nodded. "I know what to do." From Regina to the border of Isar, the journey would take more than 10 days. If nothing happened, they would only need to find the right timing and fly over the border. The Queen could not do anything to them there. On their journey, they would have to be extra cautious as well. They have to make sure that they would not bump into bandits and have their people missing all of a sudden. Just like this, carrying on their journey in the night, they bumped into the guards that the queen used to check for spies. But with the documents from the Mage Guild in their hands, those guards not only did not stop them, they also released them in a respectful manner. Soon, after around half an hour, they were far from Regina, almost out of the defense that was specifically set up around this area. It is almost time. I can only send you guys a little further. As Hawk was speaking, he took something out of the bag and passed them to Benjamin. These are the maps of Ferelden and Caretus. I am not sure where you guys are heading, so I'll give both to you. And this is a book about the culture of the local communities. You can look through it in your free time, so that you will learn more of the news of these two countries. Benjamin received the things from him in surprise. Thank you, he said with gratitude. This is nothing much. They are not valuables anyway. Hawk shook his head and replied nonchalantly. However, just as Benjamin was keeping the maps and book in the bags, a loud noise was heard from outside of the carriages. Who are you? Come out of the carriage. We are under the orders of the Queen to inspect those who leave the city. Upon hearing this, Hawk showed a slightly strange expression. But he still took the document from the guild that used to work before and went out of the carriage, prepared to deal with possibly the last point of defense to go through. However, Chapter 229, Straight to Battle Once in Disagreement. Xanders, you're here too. Hawk's tone was really surprised. He was truly surprised, and not acting surprised as a courtesy. It couldn't be that the guards in this area were not in their data? Immediately, Benjamin had a bad premonition. Her Majesty the Queen specially ordered to add a few more inspection teams today. Since there are too many things to be done recently, it has not been reported to the guild yet. It'll probably be in the record in a few days. The Mage Xanders flashed a smile and said, "What is this? 4 carriages, hey? Where are you guys going?" Hawk took the letter out and passed it to his hands. He said in a calm manner, "This is also a recent news. There have been cases of magic beast attacks at the town near River Fett. They are calling for assistance, so we are sending some mages over. It's normal that you don't know about this." Upon hearing this, Xanders seemed a little surprised. He took a glance at the carriages and said, "What kind of magic beast attacks need the assistance of so many people? Mage Hawk, are they also mages in the guild? Why don't they come out and say hello?" Hawk answered then. "They are mages who just joined the guild. You may not recognize them as well. The guild master wanted to train them, so he let them go for this mission." What he did not expect was that Xanders became even more surprised. He said, "You should have told me sooner. They are new friends. All the more reason for us to meet. There have been so many things going on lately, I don't even have time to welcome them properly." At this moment, upon hearing this, Benjamin felt like he did not know what more to say. This guy was so annoying. Even though the both of them seemed to have a lot to talk about as if they were close and the way they acted was also courteous, but for some reason, Benjamin thought that this guy was probably not in good terms with Hawk. Somehow, he felt like something was going to happen. So troublesome. Why bother? We have our own mission to accomplish. Let's not waste time on this kind of stuff. To Xander's request, Hawk tried to decline politely. Why not? There is almost no one in this area. It's just meeting them for a while. It won't take much time. But Xanders was smiling more passionately than before. As he was speaking, he even walked up to the front without caring about Hawk's refusal. He reached out his arms, and in a swift movement, he opened the carriage door. Immediately, Hawk showed an expression that said, "Oh no." The door swung open with a click. Once the door was opened, Xanders saw Benjamin, who was in the carriage. At the same time, Benjamin's cold gaze fell on him. By the torch's light, the two of them stared at each other. The exchanged glances revealed the faint coldness in their eyes. The atmosphere just now when they were happy in conversation seemed to disappear suddenly at this moment. A moment of silence. "Hello, I'm Xanders. Nice to meet you." Xanders suddenly reached out his hands and, with a courteous smile, he said, "I have no idea why, but I feel that you looked rather familiar to me." "Of course. Day." Benjamin criticized him in his heart. This was because this mage named Xanders was one of the members that followed the queen to the gateway. When Benjamin and his bunch ran away from the gateway, he saw everyone in the mage guild. This was truly, what scared you the most eventually would appear before you. He was going to be recognized by this mage. "Nice to meet you, I'm Benjamin." As he was thinking that, Benjamin also showed a smile and shook hands with this person in a friendly manner. Just at that moment when they shook hands, the passionate Xanders a few moments ago suddenly stiffened. Just like the wax that was thrown into the water, the smile on his face became stiff and did not change again. For a moment, no one spoke. Benjamin maintained the smile on his face with no intention of smiling. He slowly pulled his hand back. As for Xander's hand, it still remained at that place just like a statue. It was as if he was dead. Immediately, Hawk, who was standing beside them, seemed to realize something and showed an extremely stunned expression. "You!" he exclaimed in a soft voice. He seemed like he had something to say, but he did not speak. "Sir Xanders." At the same time, since it was night, the lighting was rather bad and so was the vision. The soldiers who were guarding not far away saw that Xanders did not move for some time. So they could not help but came closer and asked. However, that soldier only realized that Xander's body now has a layer of frost on it after he was really close to Xanders. In that moment, his expression of disbelief was frozen. For Benjamin, he jumped from the carriage while carrying a friendly smile. He stared at the soldier and spoke softly. "What did you see?" I. Suddenly, it seemed like the soldier realized something and he took a few steps back. He stammered and could not even speak properly. Benjamin reached out his hands and lightly tapped the soldier's shoulders. Thus this poor soldier was turned into ice statue as well. At the same time, without even a slight magic oscillation, a large amount of ice arrows that reflected the moonlight suddenly appeared above the heads of the other soldiers. Along with the bone-eating chills, the dense ice arrows fell straight downwards and showered upon more than 30 soldiers. Not only that, the mages on the other carriages also understood what to do. They jumped out of the carriage consecutively. Along with the casting of spell, numerous wind blades and fireballs. They all appeared one after another and was showered upon these soldiers like a hailstorm. The scene where all kinds of magic were used was rather spectacular. It was like fireworks in the dark night. The soldiers were all wearing armor that had been blessed with magic. There were quite a few that took out their magic potion in a rush. However, facing such a decisive attack, their efforts were all in vain. Not even in half a minute, the whole inspection team had only ashes left. No one survived. Oh my God! Hawk stared at the mages who came out of the carriages as if he was watching a bunch of monsters. Benjamin scattered the ice needles in his hands and tapped Hawk's shoulder as if he was comforting Hawk. He explained to him. "That guy called Xanders. He has seen all of us in the Mage Guild before. He will recognize us, so we had to seize the chance when we still can. Kill all of them, so that not a single word will be leaked." However, Hawk was still shocked to the extent that he took a few steps back. When he touched his shoulder where Benjamin tapped on, he was still a little bit afraid. He was probably worried that he would become an ice statue just like Xanders and that soldier. After a while, he came back to his senses. He only shook his head and, with a bitter smile, said, "You guys! How could you do this? Once you're in disagreement, you go straight to battle mode." Benjamin smiled. "Be calm. At any rate, you're still a mage. You see those few carriage drivers? They are all calmer than you are. As he was saying, he pointed to the 4 carriage drivers who were sitting by the carriages. Upon hearing this, the carriage drivers immediately smiled to him as if they wanted to please him as they said hi. They waved at Hawk as if they were greeting him. Sir Mage, we won't say anything. Can you please don't kill us? One of the carriage drivers spoke and asked this sincerely. Other carriage drivers nodded like the chicks were pecking the rice. Sure. Benjamin thought for a moment and turned to Hawk and said. Lend us these 4 carriages and the carriage drivers. We will take them and leave Isar. This way, it is impossible to have any news leaked. Hawk's jaw dropped again. He could not speak a word. Maybe. This plot was developing too fast for him. He could not understand anything at this time. What do you think? Just these 4 carriages? If not, let me buy them using money. Benjamin continued to ask. Chapter 230, The Disguised Carriage Driver. Just like this, after clearing up traces of battle on site, Benjamin and the group sat in the carriage and quickly left this place. The battle had caused quite a big commotion. Luckily, the location of the place was quite far from Regina. The inspection teams in this area were also not that frequent. If not, the commotion would have attracted the attention of other soldiers. Now all the witnesses have been dealt with. Hawk also would not tell the secret to endanger himself. So there was nothing to worry about. The whole incident would probably just be about a bunch of inspectors going missing for no reason in the end. The Mage Guild would actively participate in the investigation of this case due to shock, but the investigation would be stopped due to all kinds of excuses in the end. For Hawk, once he sent Benjamin and the bunch to a distance, he also said his goodbye and left. Only Benjamin and the bunch were left sitting in the carriage, heading forward. During the journey, Benjamin planned their route again with the system. Since they had carriages now, their speed of traveling had become a lot faster. They could also meditate while they hurried in their journey. It was very convenient. Thus, Benjamin decided to rely on the carriages throughout their journey until they reached some place near River Fet. Then, he would let the carriage drivers to leave. At that time, they could use magic to fly over the river. They would not be far from Ferelden by then. But the credibility of these carriage drivers. Upon thinking of this, the corners of Benjamin's mouth turned into the shape of a cold smile. Soon, it was already the first evening after leaving Regina. The group stopped their hurrying footsteps. They parked the carriages beside a forest. They came down for some fresh air, rested for a bit and prepared for dinner. You. What was your name again? Come here. I have something to ask you. Suddenly, Benjamin tapped the shoulder of one of the carriage drivers and spoke in a soft voice to him. That carriage driver was stunned for a while. But since it was Benjamin, he would not dare to oppose him. Thus, he put down the bread in his hands. With a face full of confusion, he followed Benjamin to the trees not too far away. Making sure that no one was noticing them, Benjamin turned around. The smile on his face slowly dissolved as he stared coldly at the carriage driver. He spoke. Why did you come here again? The carriage driver showed a perplexed expression and said, Sir Mage, wasn't this your request? I am here to drive the carriage for you all. Benjamin shook his head and said, Fine. Stop the pretending. I was cheated by you last time. Do you think I will fall for your tricks again? Miles, wasn't it? Disguised as a carriage driver again, what actually do you want to do? He was not stupid either. If he let these 4 carriage drivers to come with them, surely he would have to observe them closely. When he turned on his particle detection, he was quick to realize that this carriage driver who spoke most sincerely at that time was disguised by the young man from before. This guy just would not leave them alone. Regarding this situation, Benjamin truly did not know what to do. Because he had to be extra cautious, it would not be right for him to talk about his true identity in front of other mages. He could only find an opportunity like now to directly ask him about what he actually wanted to do. Because of the curse on Sydney, at least Miles would not do anything to him. But if this guy would actually interfere with his schedule in the future, then Benjamin would have to think of a way to deal with him. How did you recognize me? Finally, Miles stopped acting. With the face of the carriage driver, he asked in disbelief. Because your disguising ability was too bad. Benjamin of course would not speak the truth. Probably because his working ability had been doubted, Miles was pissed and could not speak a word. Why in the world are you following us? Benjamin asked. For the mission. Miles' answer was still as usual. Moreover, Sydney still has your curse on her. If you leave Regina just like this, what would happen if one day her curse just break out? Benjamin shook his head and said, as long as I am alive, the curse won't lose control. I don't want to let it break out, so it won't. Miles knitted his eyebrows. Why do I think that your talk about the curse is all a lie? Benjamin seemed indifferent. Fine. You can try killing me. Let's see if that woman will die of the curse or not. Once again, Miles could not find a word to speak. At this point, Benjamin was getting really impatient. Continuing this talk seemed like it would not be much of use to him except only that he could use words to piss this guy off. Therefore, he spoke for one last time. What is your true purpose? If this is really your mission, who gave you this mission? What is the content of this mission? I can't tell you that. This is against professional ethics. Miles spread his hands and said, but, be rest assured. I won't do anything to you guys. Give me a few days more, my mission would be completed. At that time, I assure you that you won't see me ever again. You won't do anything to endanger us. Benjamin stared at this guy's disguised face, trying to figure something out from his expression. No. If I really wanted to do something, I have so many opportunities to do so. I will have done it by now. Why do I have to wait until now? Miles replied in an extremely natural way. What about the other 3 carriage drivers? Benjamin asked this instead. I have no idea. They should simply be carriage drivers, I guess. Miles seemed a little helpless. I am not a real carriage driver. I am not close with them. Benjamin went silent for a few moments, then he shook his head. He was lazy to ask anything more in the end, so he turned around and left without another word. This guy was too troublesome. He could neither kill him nor chase him away. Let him just continue his tricks. At least in front of his eyes, Benjamin could still keep a close watch on this guy. If Miles did something, he would be alerted as well. This was better than the situation of not knowing what the enemy was doing. Moreover, throughout the journey, he could still find a chance to see if he could completely deal with this trouble. Hey, you finished asking your questions? Why did you just walk away? Behind him, Miles shouted. Benjamin turned around and gave him a look. Dinner time is over. Let's continue the journey, carriage driver. Didn't he wanted to be a carriage driver? Then let him be. I didn't even have a bite. Miles complained. You're too slow, dawdling here. Now you're blaming me. Benjamin shrugged and acted as if he could not do anything about it. He said this in a righteous way. Chapter 231, Town of Sierra's Pirates. After 5 days, the group picked up pace and avoided all major cities and main roads. They did not meet with any incidents after, and they finally reached a little town next to River Fett. This was a town that was built due to the river. The population was scarce and overtaken by the fishing industry. The majority of people living here were fishermen. Benjamin felt the town's peace and serenity the moment he stepped in. This was definitely different from the hustle and bustle of the other towns they passed by. There were few people that roamed the streets. Passers-by would cautiously eye each other when crossing paths and quickly leave with their heads hidden by their collars. It was as though there was a plague in town. However, Benjamin could not be bothered with this. He simply has too much to take care of. This little town was less than a day's journey away from Iser's borders. The horse carriage would not be able to cross the river. Hence, Benjamin went with his original plan to dismiss the 4 horse carriages and drivers. Miles was surprisingly cooperative throughout the journey and did not cause any havoc. It was as though he was a real driver. Once they reached the town of Sira, he left as promised. The fellow did leave as confirmed with the water particle detection instead of hiding somewhere to spy on them. Benjamin could now let out a deep breath. If you're looking to grow somewhere, I would suggest you to go to Karetas. Miles suddenly suggested Benjamin prior to leaving, but if you're really going to Fereldan, then pretend I did not say anything, it's up to you. He drove away the carriage without looking back after he said those words. Benjamin fell into deep thought as he looked at the direction Miles left. Ahoy! It was to the north, where Karetas was. Does that mean he was working for Karetas? That's odd. Benjamin abandoned the thought after thinking about it. It wasn't as though he has not seen the letter the church wrote to Karetas. To him, Karetas was crossed out from the list a long time ago. If that was the case, then it was pointless to think about it. They freshened themselves up after the worn-out journey to the town of Sira. It was the afternoon and they were prepared to wait until it was dark so they could use their magic to fly across the river without alerting anyone. One thing to note was that after days of meditation, a few more mages learnt the flight spell and the mages who could fly were now more than half the group. Benjamin was thankful that he would only need to drag a small lot of people with his pillar of steam and this time, it would not require such a huge effort. Just as they were prepared to relax in an inn. Teacher Benjamin. Will you look at this? Suddenly, Frank pointed at what looked like a notice board next to the inn. He lowered his voice and told Benjamin. Benjamin looked up and saw that there were portraits of many on the bulletin. On closer inspection, the portraits were the 20 mages in the group. Not one was left out. What's going on? Benjamin hesitated for a moment but continued to read on. He realized it was an arrest warrant. An arrest warrant from officials of Iser. The total of 23 persons are spy mages from an enemy nation. Recently they caused a havoc in the city with high destructive levels. This memo is circulated over the entire nation to raise awareness. Anyone with information will be awarded with 200 gold coins. Benjamin raised his eyebrow while he read this. The entire arrest warrant was under the Queen's order. From the incidents of the past few days, the Queen must have noticed that something was not right. She must have suspected that Benjamin and his group may have passed through the city but escaped under her watch. She probably was enraged so she made up the charges to arrest them. Benjamin felt fortunate that they had put on disguises prior to coming into town or else they would probably be recognized and surrounded. They would be in trouble then. Do not take to heart these things. He whispered, same time tomorrow, we will be leaving Iser. Let them say what they want to and it has nothing to do with us. Frank nodded. After warning the rest of the mages in the group to be extra cautious not to reveal their identity, Benjamin threw the arrest warrant issue to the back of his head, without a worry. The moment they stepped into the inn, they realized that it was empty, without a trace of a shadow. Did something happen? Benjamin scanned the entire inn with his water particle detection and confirmed that there was no one, neither the boss, customers, nor cleaner. It was like a haunted house. Combine this with the dreary atmosphere in town, Benjamin started to feel something was amiss. Wait here, let me look for someone to ask. He told the rest of the mages. He proceeded to turn and leave the empty inn. He managed to stop a middle-aged woman that was scurrying by on the streets. Sorry to bother you, do you know why there isn't anyone in the inn? The woman stopped at her tracks and was filled with sorrow. That inn? Why would there be any customers in this inn? The boss of that inn had already left with his wife and kids after things went sour. Benjamin felt even weirder and continued with his questions. Did something happen to the town? Why did it come to this? The woman sighed and started to explain to Benjamin. It was then that Benjamin found out that the town of Sira has not always been like this. A group of pirates suddenly appeared above Fet River a while ago. Thus the town became what it was now. The middle-aged woman may have exaggerated the group of pirates as she described them as though they were the legendary demons. Each one of them had unlimited strength and were heartless killers. They ate the flesh of men and drank their blood. They rode on flying tigers. The town was a living hell each time they appeared. If the residents did not provide them with enough food supply, they would kill them and the corpses became their food supply. Benjamin sweated at the thought of flying tigers, magic beast tamers. What a wild imagination this woman had. Benjamin waved his arm to bid the sorrowful woman farewell after learning of the town's fate. The pirates' invasion has caused the downturn of the town, but it could not be helped. Although Benjamin was not a cold-blooded man, but they were all wanted, and their hands were tied. They had to turn a blind eye and leave the place that very night. Truth be told, it was the Queen's responsibility to ensure her people lived in peace and harmony, and get rid of the pirates. He should not meddle into their business. About that, the system suddenly appeared and teased, if you keep looking for excuses and telling yourself not to meddle, in a way, it kind of means that you want to stick your hands into the matter. Benjamin could not find any words to rebuke the system. eave.c. Of course, he would not change his mind just because of what the system has said. It's just that, in the end, he managed to put himself in a spot where he had to intervene. Chapter 232, Flying Tiger. There was a sharp sound coming from a bugle, followed by an appearance of an odd-shaped ship, sailing up at maximum speed from Fet River. It was like a shark from the depths of the sea. Benjamin and his group were still standing in the hall of the empty inn, discussing their next move. When they heard the commotion, they went to the entrance to take a look. The ship entered the docking area with utmost inelegance, crashing the wrecked jetty and making it tremble. It was followed by countless vicious ruffians rushing into town from the ship, making all sorts of screaming and shouting noises. Benjamin supported his forehead with his hand and shook his head. What a freaking coincidence! He had just found out about the pirates and now they were bumping into them. He must be jinxed. Teacher Benjamin, let's head over there and take care of them, Joanna suggested. There is no rush, let's check it out first. Benjamin still shook his head after he considered about it. They were still, after all, wanted criminals. Although they had already disguised themselves, but there was a risk that they would be recognized. Anyway, they should keep a low profile and stay away from trouble. If they had to intervene, they should observe their opponents before mediating. And so Benjamin and the rest hid within the inn and secretly observed the situation through a window. The town outside that very window, the group of pirates scrambled around, cursing and screaming while kicking down every door of every home. In a matter of minutes, the citizens of the town were all gathered up near the dock. Hey hey hey! Stop hiding there, get the hell out! The pirates also discovered the mages in the inn and pointed their knives at them to gather at the dock. The mages looked at one another and held their chuckles in. They did not speak a word and followed the rest as if they were ordinary civilians. The pirates gathered them like a shepherd chasing after their flock in the farm. Now they looked like they were preparing to shear the sheep. 20 sacks of food, 5 cows, and 10 buckets of fishes. Have you prepared this as discussed? Out came one of the pirates ferociously interrogating and holding an old man who looked like the mayor of the town. "Yes, sirs." The old man shook in horror. "You came 3 days ago, and we weren't able to accumulate all in 3 days' time. So you're saying that you have not prepared?" The pirate asked. "We really do not have that much." "You don't?" A cold savage smile appeared on the pirate's face. "Right, and I believe you have a few grandchildren, yet? It's their time to be slaughtered." The old man's face changed and held onto the pirate's feet to beg. The pirate brushed him off and kicked him away. He carried his knife and walked towards the crowd. The already trembling crowd felt weak in the knees. The rest of the pirates surrounded them covetously that they did not dare to escape. They could only kneel down and hug their heads, praying that it wasn't their heads next on the chopping block. The remaining people in the crowd were so scared to death that they knelt down. Such scene was an apparent eyesore. "Who are you?" The pirate turned his gaze on Benjamin and his group. Benjamin let out a sigh. He did not respond to the pirate's vicious questioning, instead he turned and looked at the mages behind him and said, "Fine, this is getting too much, let's take action." Everyone around did not understand what it meant, but the mages nodded, began chanting together. What followed was a magical oscillation, and before magic formed, the pirate's facial expression changed. "Shit! It's a bunch of mages. Quick, inform the boss." The pirates moved to get out of the way, but the chants were too fast as countless icicle and fireballs were summoned midair. After experiencing numerous battles with magical beasts had led the mages to be well coordinated in controlling their magic as they spread their attacks in different directions. This spread-out attack was obvious that they were planning on a hole-in-one without wasting any more time. However, the pirates' reflexes were not shabby either. They did not scatter off confronting magic, instead they cooperated and utilized their head count as an advantage to counter the attacks. Those facing the wind cuts would raise their knives, those facing the fireballs used buildings as a blockade, those facing icicles would dodge. Overall, the repeated attacks had left many pirates injured, but death toll was less than 10. This result shocked Benjamin. It was no wonder they were able to dictate the area. They were quite something. Of course, pirates would just be pirates, no matter how great. It was not that Benjamin was trying to brag, but he was clear that as long as the enemy was no more than 500, no threat stood against 20 over mages. And that was why he did not participate in the first round of attacks, but rather observed from the sidelines. Another few more rounds of the same attack, the pirates should not be able to last. However, just when the mages started to chant to launch the next attack, a sharp sound that seemed to come from a bugle was played again. Many covered their ears. The cabin door latched open and out emerged a dark shadowy figure. "What the?" Benjamin frowned and started to chant a water screen in order to shield the mages. Once the water screen was formed, the dark shadow struck like lightning and crashed into the water screen, causing it to disperse. The dark shadow also rebounded from the action and stopped mid-air, not far away. "Boss, you're here!" someone amidst the pirates exclaimed. Benjamin finally had a good eye on the dark shadowy figure. It was an ugly magic beast. It kinda looked like a tiger, but only with one eye. It was black with messy stripes that was like moss and patchy, which made it look extremely hideous. At the back of the magic beast was a pair of wings that was white and pure. The pair of wings was like an angel from a painting. It shimmered under the afternoon sunlight, creating a sharp contrast with the rest of its body. The build of the magic beast was not that huge, and one could say that it was slightly smaller than an average tiger. It looked a little like a griffin, but also different from a griffin. It was fairly unusual. Benjamin had never heard of such a magic beast. It was jaw-dropping enough. He had been in ISA for long and had seen some illustrated magic beasts books, so he had a certain understanding when it came to this species. It was a rather peculiar situation that neither he nor the system was able to identify such a beast. However, it was even more shocking to see there was a middle-aged man sitting at the back of that magic beast. Someone was riding the magic beast. The middle-aged woman did not exaggerate one bit. The pirate did indeed ride a flying tiger. He was wearing the same dirty leather armory like the other pirates. He was holding a large axe that was 2 meters in length. The axe was emitting a light magic aura. Although it looked heavy, but it looked effortless in that man's hands. In fact, it felt as though the axe was part of his body. The pirate had sat on the back of the magic beast and narrowed his sight onto Benjamin and the group beneath him. He was overbearing, as if he just butchered an unnamed town and came to a new place, thinking it's getting late, let this town disappear too. Even Benjamin sensed danger. Chapter 233, Axe Technique from Above. In actual fact, even if the pirate head could see through their real identity, Benjamin was more surprised at the fact that a man was riding a magic beast. Mankind had for the longest time tried to tame magic beasts. Just as the fundamental theories of the magic realm in Ice are that magic originated from duplicating a magic beast. The potion mages also had a huge demand for materials made from magic beast. How would they not focus on taming one instead? The result was easy to tell. If taming a magic beast was that easy, the organization of the military forces in this world would not be as it was. In reality, from book records, men had tried taming magic beast and it had caused a lot of trouble to a very serious extent. Therefore, in the law of each nation, there was a ban on such research. To the majority of people, magic beast would be forever magic beast. Too feral to tame and never would be domesticated to be a man's best friend. Benjamin would have never thought that he was able to see a bunch of magic beast taming pirates in a small town today. And this head of the pirates was riding on a magic beast while battling them. How did they do it? How could a seemingly ugly and vicious magic beast allow a human to ride on its back and listen to his orders? Benjamin sighed in surprise at the world's wonders. An answer for a question that left many geniuses and talents guessing for years, could be found in a bunch of pirates. From the moment Benjamin laid eyes on them, he made a decision to obtain the secrets to taming a magic beast from these pirates. Hey, I'm asking you. The head of pirates was getting impatient with Benjamin and the rest for not offering an answer. I guess you guys are the mages that are wanted. Am I right? He kept repeating this question, as if he was interested in the bounty reward. The civilians who were crouching and trembling at the side also changed the way they looked at Benjamin and his group. Let's take out the pirates but leave the boss alive. Benjamin did not intend to reply but instead turned to whisper at the mages beside him. Why waste time speaking when you want to fight? He started chanting in preparation for the battle. Everyone reacted quickly and were in sync with Benjamin. Countless magic spells were launched as chants were heard, continuing the attack on the surrounding pirates. Benjamin summoned a large block of ice arrow that rained over the pirate boss who was riding the magic beast. What an annoying guy! The pirate boss snorted and patted the tiger's back. The tiger-looking magic beast let out a roar and flapped its wings against the incoming ice arrows. Benjamin was surprised beyond words. The enemy and the ice arrows collided. The pirate boss waved his large axe, chopping from left to right, while the tiger-like magic beast agilely moved midair, avoiding the ice arrows without a scratch. They forced their way towards Benjamin in a matter of seconds. Benjamin almost had a heart attack. He had to remain calm and chanted a water screen on everybody before the pirate boss could launch an attack. The dashing axe that could part the Red Sea, heavily chopped onto the water screen. The water screen was sliced to half after a huge thump. This time, the pirate boss did not spring away as before, instead he wielded his axe and continued to aim at Benjamin. Fortunately, Benjamin did not come unprepared. He knew that he could not use the same trick twice. In that short moment the axe penetrated the water screen, Benjamin chanted once again, and a windstorm formed by steam and a few compressed water bombs headed towards the pirate boss. The distance between the two were closer. The pirate boss could not avoid and dived headfirst into Benjamin's attack, with a hack of his axe. Thud! The water bombs caused a huge explosion and with the help of the pillar of steam, the pirate boss was drowning in a pool of water. A few of mages lent their hand in summoning magic screens to block the residue from the explosion impact. Even then, Benjamin could not loosen up his tensed face. He could clearly see through his water particle detection that the current-flooded pirate boss was unscathed. The figures were able to balance their body in the windstorm and water currents as the tiger-looking magic beast flapped its powerful wings and retreated backwards. The pirate boss flew to high grounds and escaped beyond the range of the pillar of steam. Benjamin frowned without a trace. Layers and layers of misty frost were summoned and surrounded the mages under the sunlight, protecting them. Although the misty frost was equipped with the highest durability, Benjamin did not feel a sense of security. He could see that the pirate boss was flying further and further up. 20 meters, 30 meters. 50 meters. The figure was almost a tiny black dot in his sight. They stopped climbing higher once they reached around 50 to 60 meters altitude. Benjamin had a bad feeling about it. He could not be trying to attempt that, right? Of course, the worst-case scenario always had to happen. Once the pirate boss stopped ascending, he quickly switched directions and picked up his axe, and came crashing down at Benjamin and the rest at full gravity force, like a meteor. The force of the axe this time was beyond comparison with the two previous attacks. Be careful now, it's the axe technique from above. The system solemnly reminded. Benjamin took a deep breath and continued with his ice-breaking spell, making the misty frost above his head thicker and thicker in attempt to secure his safety. The speed with the gravity fall was scary. The pirate boss was a tiny dot that became a huge figure in a blink of an eye. Just as he was about to penetrate the misty frost, he realized he should not look down on this spell and quickly wielded his axe, hacking one heck of an attack. Crash! The sturdy misty frost started to crackle under the wave of the axe and began to burst. Tiny bits of ice particles disintegrated, forming water particles till they disappeared without a trace. The pirate boss took one hack on the thick misty frost and created a large hole. Benjamin was taken aback by surprise. He was capable of unleashing this degree of attack. It was no wonder from the very beginning that he was still puffed with arrogance and fearlessness when facing a team of mages. But it was fine. That was all the axe could have done. That's the thing with an attack such as this. It would get stale after one attack. The pirate boss was bounced far off once the axe and misty frost collided and produced a huge impact. He almost fell off the back of the beast. He was able to regain balance from falling into the river, by depending on the flapping wings of the magic beast. As for Benjamin, the misty frost formed on top of his head, although had a huge dent on it, he only had to repeat his chants a few more times and it was already amended. You could say that he was able to fend off the axe technique from above. This guy is pretty scary. He observed the pirate head in mid-air and sighed, even if he drank the magic potion, he did not crush his bones from the skydived attack. His body vitality is quite remarkable. The system hesitated and reminded Benjamin, well, about that. I think that his body vitality cannot just be described as remarkable. This was because, the pirate boss took a glimpse at Benjamin and rode his tiger-looking magic beast to the skies again. 20 meters, 30 meters, 70 meters, 80 meters. As the bodily figure became smaller and smaller in Benjamin's eyes, till in the end, they were almost not visible, Benjamin became bewildered that he had goosebumps. F***ck. What was this fella trying to do? Chapter 234, Moonglaive of Ice. Ascending 100 meters from the air and using gravity to reinforce his attack was equivalent to a suicide mission. Benjamin would not doubt the destructive force such height could bring. Similarly, even if the pirate head bones were made of metal, they would have been crushed to smithereens for what it's worth. That was why when he saw what he saw, surprised was an understatement. The pirate head was looking for death. Well, regardless, Benjamin still wanted to live. If that axe came hacking down, even with the misty frost protection, both parties would be in a lose-lose situation. This was a result that Benjamin would not want to see. It was not an attack that could be dodged easily. Even if he were to dodge, those who would get affected would highly possibly be the mages around him. In other words, he could not dodge it and had to face the music. How could he survive the hit though? He thought, as he observed him rose to great heights. Benjamin made a split-second decision and flew towards them. The pirate head was shocked to see Benjamin flying towards him. But, he believed that Benjamin was just falling into a trap. And that was why he was in glee. He patted the back of the magic beast and turned around to charge at Benjamin instead. Benjamin then stopped mid-air and summoned the mist first to defend the top of his head. Thud! The pirate head used a similar tactic as before with gravity at his advantage, heading towards Benjamin with his axe. As Benjamin flew to the sky and closed the distance between them, therefore, even though the pirate head rose to 100 meters in the sky, the descending distance was lesser than before when hacking the misty frost. Evidently, the degree of the impact of the axe technique from above blow depended on the distance from where he ascended. The distance was not that much different as the last attack, so the result that was produced was pretty much the same: a dent in the misty frost, and the pirate boss who ricocheted away. Benjamin let go a sigh of relief. Honestly speaking, he had found a way to defeat the pirate boss. His attack was similar to a cavalry which required time to charge before launching the attack. As long as Benjamin closed the gap between his opponent, he would not be able to launch the attack. He looked at the ricocheted pirate head, and pursued him while activating the water steam. The impact of the last attack was pretty huge, that the pirate head was blown quite far away before he could keep his balance with the help of the tiger-looking magic beast. Once he adjusted and steadied himself on the back of the magic beast, he turned around and saw Benjamin charging at him. A mage was suddenly ensuing closely, while at battle with an axe-bearing pirate. The pirate head was caught by surprise at the moment. Benjamin was not at full speed, but because the pirate head took a while to adjust himself, he quickly caught up with the pirate head. Benjamin could even smell the horrible odor emanating between the teeth of the magic beast, the calluses on the pirate's hands. The clear blue skies passed through their heads, and the town beneath them seemed as tiny as miniature models. In the process of approaching the pirate head, there was a deep low chanting voice that followed as rounds and rounds of ice-breaking spell was cast. The amount of ice blocks drastically compressed by Benjamin suddenly formed a ice blade in the shape of a crescent. The blade was about 3 meters long and its body, sickled, although lightweight but abnormally sharp. The icy blue edge was glazing under the sunlight. It encircled Benjamin, embodying the perfect offense and defense while being agile like a fish in the sea. This was his secret weapon for close-range combat. Before the pirate head could react, Benjamin instructed the moon glaive of ice, which rotated and aimed at cutting through the magic beast's face. The pirate boss immediately wielded his axe and the two weapons clashed. Clang! The moon glaive was unscathed, but the pirate boss riding the magic beast was pulled back by the sheer force. Benjamin felt a sense of joy. After confirming close combat as the better option, he immediately closed the gap between himself and his opponent again. The moon glaive rotated and surrounded Benjamin like a satellite. The pirate head wanted to counter-attack by hacking at him but ended up clashing with the rotating moon glaive, and ricocheted the giant axe. The moon glaive was moving fast as it coiled around Benjamin. The pirate head would start chopping at Benjamin, but after countless metal collisions between the axe and moon glaive, Benjamin appeared relaxed and unharmed while the pirate head gradually became disconcerted. Obviously the pirate head found it hard to counter the frequent charging of the moon glaive attacks. He attacked and retreated, whereas Benjamin would keep chasing on and kept close distance between them. Their battle almost took them away from Fett River. What? What kind of mage are you? What sorcery is this? Benjamin smiled but did not respond. Instead, he instructed the moon glaive to heighten its speed. The pirate head could only defend himself by placing the axe in front of them to block the attacks. It did not leave him room to counter-attack. To be attacked by a mage at such close ranges and can't fight back despite his abilities, this person is really pitiful. The system popped out and felt empathetic. Knowing that defeat was inevitable at this pace, the pirate head had to grasp on the opportunity to wield his axe during the rotation of moon glaive to ricochet away. He instructed the magic beast to pull away in order to create some distance. However, why would Benjamin allow his opponent to take a step back? He summoned the pillar of steam to create strong winds to drag on the magic beast's feet. He then quickly charged towards the duo with his rotating moon glaive of ice. Poor pirate head! He was back into being mowed by the moon glaive in no time. The battle in the sky had gone past more than 10 minutes and Benjamin has drained most of his spiritual energy. However, judging by the look of the pirate head, which was red in rage while his hands were trembling holding his axe, he was losing momentum. If this went on, the pirate head could possibly faint from fatigue. Benjamin did not want to be entangled in battle any longer. The winner was apparent, why would he waste further time? As the moon glaive was rotating, he suddenly changed its rotating angle. The pirate head focus was all over the place, after preserving for long. He was unable to reposition his axe and was hit by the re-angled moon glaive. Whiz! The moon glaive cut through like lightning and left a beautiful pitch arc trace in the air. A horrible scream ensued after the pirate head's right arm was chopped off. The remaining left arm was not capable of holding onto the heavy axe. The axe fell from his grasps and was knocked away by the moon glaive. The moon glaive then ripped the tiger-looking magic beast into pieces in mere seconds. Blood splattered everywhere. Benjamin frowned and used a bubble to shield himself. Chapter 235, Boarding Ship. Looking at the dismembered limbs of the tiger-looking magic beast drop from the sky, Benjamin hesitated, but decided to still summon the water steam to hold onto them before they could fall into the river. Frankly speaking, he has never seen such a hideous magic beast. The splattered blood also had an odd feel to it. It was overly thick, and seemed to be different from that of the common magic beast. Perhaps, it had something to do with its taming process. Benjamin disarmed the moon glaive of ice and took a glimpse at the pirate boss, who was yelping in pain. He used the water steam to carry him, as well as bodily remains of the magic beast, and flew back. Fortunately, there weren't any other ships that used this route during this period. His battle with the pirate boss did not attract any attention, and so he should not encounter any more problems. He made it back to the town of Sira and landed on the same spot. The mages had already taken care of the other pirates and were waiting on the dock. They surrounded Benjamin and began enthusiastically discussing the earlier battle once they saw him returning with victoriously. "Teacher Benjamin, you guys fought for so long. We almost thought that you wouldn't be able to defeat the guy riding that magic beast." Benjamin shook his head and pointed at the magic beast's remains. "First, take care of that. Although I do not know what magic beast it is, but it might be turn out useful in the future." They nodded, and two of the potion mages walked out to pack away the dismembered body of the tiger-looking magic beast, holding their breath the whole time. Benjamin wasn't in a hurry to finish off the pirate boss. Instead, he turned to look at the citizens that were in a corner. When the pirate boss appeared, he almost exposed the identities of Benjamin and his group. Since the search warrant was still happily stuck on the bulletin board on this town, Benjamin had to worry about the possibility that their whereabouts will be leaked out. He started walking towards to citizens. "Si, Sir Mage, was it you who killed the flying tiger?" To his astonishment, the citizens looked at him, not with fear but with excitement. Benjamin was surprised but still nodded. "Sir Mage, would you be finishing off the last of the pirates?" The old man, who seemed to be the mayor, cautiously asked. "Well, I still have questions to ask him. However, I will kill him after questioning him," Benjamin responded. There were immediate signs of relief from the citizens, some of them were even moved to tears. The old man stood up, walked towards Benjamin and bowed. "We do not know who you are, and do not care what the search warrant says. But, you are the savior of the town of Sira, forever." Benjamin was overwhelmingly flattered. Suddenly, he realized what this meant to the citizens of the town. After days of living in fear of the pirates while pinching food rations, how much hatred do they have for them? If the pirates were to continue their rampage, the situation in the town of Sira would have gotten much worse. Those who could afford it would move out of the town, the sick, weak and old who are left behind would be killed by the pirates for not being able to fulfill the quota. The town was at the last stage of its cancer, and sooner or later would be wiped off the map of Isur. The appearance of Benjamin and the mages helped them remove those cancerous cells. In other words, they revived the town of Sira. That was why they reacted like this to Benjamin. After showing their gratitude, the old mayor walked towards the bulletin and tore down the search warrant before throwing it into the river. "Mayor, that was an order from Her Majesty the Queen," someone exclaimed. "We have reported the pirate issue countless times, but where was Her Majesty the Queen then?" The old man stooped his body at the dock. Her Majesty did not protect us, someone else did. RioBL.cm. Benjamin stood at the sidelines and watched their torn-up portraits float around like leaves before sinking into the depths of Fet River. He understood where the mayor was coming from. Benjamin and his group did not hesitate to kill almost 100 pirates, and they were ready to kill the remaining citizens to avoid their whereabouts from being leaked. To persuade them that they would not reveal this information, the old man ripped the search warrant apart and tossed it into the river. The old man was trying to protect the remaining citizens. Benjamin couldn't help but shake his head. He did not intend to kill in exchange for silence anyway. It just wasn't something they would do. Everything's all right now, just go home. He looked at the citizens and shrugged. The citizens all nodded and bowed at Benjamin before taking their leave. Benjamin turned around and returned to his group. He gave a few instructions to the mages, and they brought the pirate boss, who was still restrained by the pillar of steam, as well as their luggage to board the docked ship. The pirates were already vanquished by the mages, so the ship that belonged to the pirates is their victory loot. In truth, none of them knew how to sail a ship. This wasn't a problem, however, as they could always just use magic. After hoisting the anchor, Benjamin summoned the pillar of steam. The other mages summoned all kinds of wind element magic, and before long the ship set sail. Now they needed to change their direction. Although the town of Sira had already made clear on their position on leaking information, the bounty reward was ludicrous, and someone might be tempted to squeal. Using a ship, Benjamin and the rest could quickly leave the town. If they were far enough, it didn't matter if people tried to expose them. They dispersed their magic once they were away from land and inspected the ship's structure. The ship was a simple one. There was a large room for everyone to sleep in, comparable to a slave ship. There were also other rooms, such as the storage, the beast cages, the captain's cabin. Benjamin didn't really have time to check. It wasn't as though they were planning on staying on the ship for long. Benjamin pulled the tied-up pirate boss into one of the rooms and closed the door, prepared to interrogate him to learn more about the art of magic beast taming. He slapped a water ball of healing on the pirate boss' face to stop the bleeding, which also caused the unconscious boss to awaken. "So, how did you get the magic beast to obey you?" The pirate boss returned to his senses and looked at Benjamin. You could tell he was suffering from the expression on his face. "If I were to tell you, would you let me go?" Benjamin was simply too lazy to lie and shook his head. "If you tell me, I will give you a painless death." The pirate boss' tone quickly turned sour. "Forget about it. I will not tell you a single word, no matter how much you torture me." "Oh, really?" Benjamin wasn't the slightest bit bothered. Instead he smiled. "I really want to try, with my current abilities, how many new means of torture I can come up with." Chapter 236, Creating a Magical Creature. Benjamin hadn't really noticed before, torture actually required a lot of imagination. Benjamin started by using more gentle means of torture. For example, using a harmless move like the ice needle and piercing it through the pirate boss' fingers. He let it travel through the skin and come out at the sole of his feet. He would then use a water ball of healing to heal him. He repeated this torture method 10 to 20 times. The other crueler moves he could not do due to how kind he was. The system was oddly excited throughout the whole process and kept yelling things like "use steam and put it up his ass." "Take out his liver and feed it to him." "Fill his lungs with water then take it out." Even Benjamin was uncomfortable. An innocent face saying these things, it really was embarrassing. The entire interrogation took about 10 minutes. In that time, the river pirate boss fainted more than 10 times, and was woken up every single time. His screams reverberated over the entire ship. Even the mages didn't dare come to observe. In the end, the pirate king wasn't strong enough. Unlike the priests or mages, he didn't have the ability to commit suicide with magic. And so, he chose to surrender. That wasn't a normal magical creature. Benjamin frowned. The river pirate boss was starting to lose consciousness again. he stuttered across his words. Could he really explain how to tame the magical creature? Where did you learn this method? Did you just happen to come across it in a book or something else? Benjamin asked. It was a book. The river pirate boss answered weakly. As expected. Benjamin nodded with satisfaction, and continued, Where is this book? The pirate boss answered, In my room, under the bed, under a loose floorboard. Upon hearing this, Benjamin felt satisfied. He told another mage to keep an eye on the pirate boss and left the room to go look for the best bed on the boat. He used steam to move the bed, and used his hands to knock on the floorboards, searching for a hollow one. It wasn't long before he identified the floorboard and found the subsequent secret compartment under it. He opened the compartment and found an old, yellowing book. Benjamin took out the book and held it in his hands. The book was thin, the front page was blank, without even an author's name. As he read it, the book opened his eyes, telling him everything he needed to know on how to breed the tiger-like magical creature. Benjamin understood at that moment, that this indeed was not a normal magical creature. The pirate boss method said to train the magical creature, not to create one. The entire process didn't look too complicated. It was also written clearly in the book: first, catch a young tiger and starve it half to death, then, use the feeder's blood along with other weird magical creature material, and feed it to the young tiger, lastly, raise it for 2 months. This special tiger-shaped magical creature will eventually mature, lose all sense of self, ready to be ordered about by the feeder, loyal to the end. As he read, Benjamin couldn't help but gasp. This kind of method, what kind of person must someone be to be able to come up with something like this? Even though it was specially created, this kind magical creature was not very strong. Besides flight and strength, they possessed no other special abilities. But to verify this, they would have needed to perform thousands of experiments. Maybe, this happened a long time ago. When men were still trying to figure out how to tame magical creatures, they could have accidentally found this side door. While continuing to read on, he also discovered that there were some very significant side effects of this method. After the magical creature matures, its appetite would also increase. Before, it would eat every 5 days, then every 3 days, then every day, then a few times a day. In the end, once it passes a certain time frame, its appetite will reach a point when it cannot be satisfied. A hungry magical beast will be very aggressive. It will be impossible to control, attacking everyone, before exploding, covering everything with its disgusting and smelly blood. After reading everything, Benjamin could understand why this creature did not replace horses or play a significant role in battles and wars. It is difficult to keep, and requires so much food. The process it takes to raise it is also disgusting and cruel. Added on to the fact that the tiger-shaped magical creature was ugly, to make an army of them, would anyone really enjoy the idea? Benjamin suddenly realized the reason the river pirates frequently robbed the town of Sira could be because of the increasing appetite of their magical creatures. After some thought, Benjamin closed and kept the book. The method was crooked, and he had no intention of keeping one. But he had a weird feeling, he may one day have one of the creatures. Moreover, the method, if it can be discovered, then it can be improved, right? After getting what he wanted, Benjamin stood up and went to the interrogation room to give the river pirate boss a smile. Afterwards, from the reports from the other mages, he managed to get an understanding of all the riches on the boat. Luxurious food, about 500 pieces of gold coins, a collection of weaponry. Unfortunately, besides the food and the money, the others weren't useful to Benjamin. It wasn't easy to take with them either, and so they reluctantly left it on the boat. After riding the wind for a few hours, they were very far away from the town of Sira. After dinner, Benjamin confirmed their direction with the system and called the mages together to use magic to stop the boat at a deserted island. They used a lot of magic as though they were blowing the boat onto shore, before finally getting it stuck among the rocks at the shore, in order to stop it from floating away. Then, they got off with their luggage and continued on. Their current location was a just few hours' journey from the border of Isur. The region had low hills, with very few people present. Even on the map, there wasn't any significant landmarks. Because of this, Benjamin and the group traveled at night, taking the opportunity to run as far away as they could from the border. Very quickly, they neared the border between the two countries. But the border was lit up with fire. From afar, it looked like the mountains had intermittent two long lines of lanterns. On one side was Isur's garrison, and on the other side was Ferelden's garrison. The two sides were only 100 meters apart, facing each other, but not attacking. Being the number one wanted gang in Isur, naturally Benjamin and his people could not just walk up to them. After briefly thinking, he used the flying spell and the pillar of steam spell. Together with the other mages, they rose gently into the air. Thankfully, the weather was good to them. Dark clouds gathered together, hiding the moonlight, whilst there was not a star in the night sky. Chapter 237, Ice Boat. Benjamin had no doubt that the border patrol had set up sensing methods. But, with a distance of more than 100 meters between them, even if flying can cause magical disturbances, they will have difficulty sensing it. Added to the fact that it was pitch black, they would be impossible to spot with the naked eye. Does this world have a telescope? Benjamin suddenly asked himself. It is not even something that is high-tech, even if this was an ancient world, it has already been invented. The system said matter-of-factly. Why didn't you say something sooner? The system's attitude was the same as always, you did not ask. Benjamin was speechless. After giving it a lot of thought, he said to the other mages, we should fly just a little higher, to avoid being noticed by the people below us. Even though flying higher will increase the use of their magical energy, no one objected. So they moved up another few hundred meters, and felt the temperature around them drop. Whilst a few hundred meters in the air, they came to the area just above the firelight. All the mages became more alert, observing the camp below them for any abnormal activities. It was at that moment, Benjamin, who was in the lead, opened his mouth. Watch it, there is something coming from the sky over there. Using the water sensing method, he felt something dense flying towards them from the darkness ahead. At first, he thought that he would get a clearer look before making a decision, but very quickly, he realized he didn't even need to. Because right in front of him, he could see in the darkness ahead countless bat-like magical creatures, so numerous that they were as thick as dark clouds, heading straight for them. Everyone got frightened. What was happening? In the tight situation, Benjamin could only use his magic spheres to create a water curtain to protect everyone. The other mages quickly summoned their magic. Using simpler protection magic spells, they gave the veil more support, adding on additional layers of protection. While everyone was still stunned, the bat-like magical creatures rushed towards them and in seconds, covered them completely. The crowd was plunged into darkness. A mage came to his senses and immediately summoned a ball of fire to light up the area. But when they looked around and finally understood what was going on, they couldn't help but gasp. The number of bat-like magical creatures was more than they could count. Moving together, they were like a hurricane. With their fangs and claws they continuously beat against Benjamin's water shield. In the bat hurricane, the shield that was protecting them would not stop shaking. Like a tree branch in the wind, it could break at any time. Seeing this, Benjamin quickly conjured a few more balls of water to make the shield thicker. What kind of magical creatures are these? The thought ran through his head. Were bats, aside from flying very fast and their sharp fangs, they don't have any other special powers. They can be considered one of the weaker magical creatures. The system explained, but, this kind of magical creature loves to live in groups, their colonies can reach the thousands. But, why are they attacking us? I have never heard any stories on this kind of magical creature attacking humans. Benjamin retorted. Maybe it was because you were flying too high. The system answered, Were bats are unique, being unable to survive the low pressure in high altitudes, they will only appear in the skies around the mountainous regions. Since there are hills around this region and you are up a few hundred meters, you must have entered their territory. So, they met this preposterous disaster because they wanted to be careful and fly higher. This must be a joke. But, there was no point in caring about these things. The most important thing now is to think how to overcome it. Right now, they were passing over the border between the two countries, but were surrounded by a huge group of the bat-like magical creatures. If this goes on for a long, even if the people below them were blind, they would definitely sense something was up. They should try and escape. What weaknesses do these creatures have? Benjamin asked. Weaknesses? Their entire body is a weakness. The system replied, they are very weak. If a normal person were to take a bat to hit it, it would die after just a few hits. What more with magic? So many bats are attacking the water veil at the same time, yet they are still unsuccessful in breaking the veil. This is enough to indicate their strength. Upon hearing this, Benjamin felt relieved. But because of their sheer numbers, Benjamin and the rest could not fly forward, and were stuck there. So what if they were weak? With this amount, no matter how weak they were still troublesome. After some thought, Benjamin decided on his plan. They needed to be far away from the border, only then could they can get rid of these bats. If not, even if they kill them all, he was sure the people below would not appreciate being peppered with the dead bodies of the bats. And so, he started to chant a spell. Countless ice cubes formed, compressed, and changed shape. Under the guidance of the other mages, multiple enormous ice cubes combined, continuously growing larger. Just like that, fresh ice cubes were sprouting, with their creator giving them an all-new shape. This kind of magical ability stunned those who have yet to encounter it. Benjamin closed his eyes and focused his energy. It was as though he had become an experienced ice sculptor, copying the river pirate's ship, the deck, the cabin, the mast. Piece by piece, a small ice boat was slowly forming. Before long the ship was formed, the mast was raised, and every single detail of the boat was carved into the ice as though it were the real thing. Under the light of the fireball, it floated peacefully on the water veil, shimmering slightly. Teacher Benjamin, what kind of magic is this? The other mages saw what was happening, their eyes wide and jaws gaping. Nothing much, just an ice-breaking spell. Benjamin opened his eyes, nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders, adjusted the steam, and showed the other mages onto the ice boat. Come on in, we will use it to fight against the bats. Ice-breaking spell. Everyone watched Benjamin with completely stupefied faces. Because it was made in a rush, the ice boat was still a little small. Benjamin used the ice break spell a few more times, and in an instant of change, the ice boat became a size bigger. At this point, the ice veil was starting to change its shape. Finally, the enlarged ice boat could fit all the mages in it. They stood on the deck that Benjamin had specially made, and with disbelieving expressions on their faces, touched the crystal-clear walls, like country bumpkins walking into a palace for the first time. Seeing this, Benjamin couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. He never thought that he would be successful on the first attempt in using the control given to him by the magic runes. Magic had unlimited possibilities, it really was an amazing thing. Next time, would he be singing as he created an ice palace? Using the ice's own floating abilities, the mage's weight was not a problem. They did not need the extra strength from the flying spell. Of course, to maintain the existence of the ice boat, was something that required a lot of spiritual energy. If it were not for his improvement and that something extra given to him by the different magical instruments, Benjamin would probably not be able to maintain it up till this point. But, with all said and done, this was excessive even for Benjamin. He quickly sealed the entrance shut, then removed the water shield that was protecting them from the bats. Once the shield was removed, the bats went straight for the ice boat. However, the temperature of the ice boat did not sit well with them, and so, the second they landed on it, they immediately left. These magical creatures must have some internal communicating method, because when the internal circle of bats left, so did the other thousands upon thousands of the bat-like creatures behind them. Thus, the ice boat was quickly left alone in the night sky. There were plenty of dark clouds that night, but a small ray of light still managed to pierce through. From the reflection of the crystal, it emanated a light halo. "Didn't I tell you? The bats are afraid of the cold," the system said innocently. Benjamin did not care anymore. He was looking through the ice boat's floors, at the moving firelight at the borderline, his heart thumping out of his chest. Chapter 238, Boat of the Skies. Is that a boat? At the border between Isar and Ferelden, many soldiers lifted their heads, looking to the night sky where something weird just appeared, their eyes opening wider. Because of the distance, in their eyes, the shape of the ice boat was not very clear. But suddenly there was a silhouette that was emanating light, and that was enough to gain their attention. Both sides had sentries and they raised their telescopes, looking at everything. Only to see an ice-blue boat, looking as though it was riding the clouds, and in the darkness it looked particularly garish. Through the magnification of the telescope, the steeple, the sails, every single detail, slowly appeared to the sentinels. At that moment, they even wondered if they were looking at a crystal-carved sculpture. But, the sentries revealed an inconceivable expression on their faces. There was a boat in the sky. They were even suspecting whether they were hallucinating. The patrol guards also came over, and took over the telescope, and took their turn to watch the ice boat. Every single guard that took a look, with stunned looks on their faces, gazed at the shadow in the night sky. Some were talking to themselves, some had their hands together, as though they wanted to start praying. There was a crystal-like boat in the sky. What does it mean? The guards could not understand. This was something completely different from the magic that they have seen, and so, they didn't even think that it was magic, and in a daze, thought that they were witnesses to a miracle. Very quickly, everyone raised their heads, and looked towards the blue shadow in the sky. They thought that the boat had prepared some magic that they could not even turn their eyes away, as though, if they blinked, the boat will turn to mist, and disappear from the cloud-filled sky. Is this really a miracle? Where did it come from? What kind of people lived on that boat? What kind of people could make a boat that flew? Could it be, there was another world that lived in the skies? For a moment, the guards could not help but imagine. It's moving. Suddenly, somebody noticed something and yelled. Only to see, the boat that was floating silently, was starting to move. Another guard took the telescope, and looked through it more carefully, and very quickly, he looked as though he made a great discovery. He took a deep breath, and said disbelievingly, "Wait, there is something moving on it." In his eyes, this miraculous boat was surrounded by a weird black shadow. Looking carefully, the number of shadows wasn't very much, looking more like smoke or a group of birds. They surrounded the ice boat, like some weird bondservant, not daring to move too near, but refused to leave either, using their own way to follow this unimaginable boat. At that moment, the impression that the ice boat gave them was becoming more mysterious, or evil. A boat that was surrounded by a weird black shadow suddenly appeared on this dark night, and hovered slowly above the borders of the two countries. What does this mean? Then, when more and more attention is being taken away, suddenly, the ice boat in the night sky went through another change. Like someone who was drunk, something that was calm and peaceful was being shaken. Moreover, there was a kind of feeling like he was being turned over and over again. Correspondingly, the speed that it was flying also became quicker, like a cat that was kicked, would in its panic, run off somewhere far away. The patrol guards at the border stood transfixed. Not knowing why, at that moment, they suddenly had a moment when their trance-like state was broken. Like an angel in the sky that suddenly turned its back on them. Like a mouthful of old blood stuck in the throat, the expressions on the patrol guards of the two countries was never as dumbstruck as how they looked this day. And so, under their perplexed gazes, the ice boat in the sky moved, and after a moment, slowly disappeared from their sight, and it could not be seen any more. Only then did some of the soldiers realized, pointing towards the direction where the ice boat disappeared, yelling, Isn't that the Valley of the Abyss?" At that moment, the other soldiers also came to their senses with the same shocked expression. Of course, everything that was happening at the borders garrisons, far away in the ice boat, Benjamin and his crew did not know anything about. From the start, the moment the ice boat was exposed, Benjamin was a little stunned. Without question, all of the guards' eyes would be on them, although he did not know where their train of thought would go, but in a pessimistic point of view, Benjamin felt as though his journey would be exposed. "This is it. Teacher Benjamin." At that moment, Frank, who was standing to the side, could not keep his mouth shut and said, "As illegal immigrants, are we being a little too high profile?" The mages thought that Benjamin was doing all of this on purpose. When he heard this, Benjamin was dumbfounded. But there was no point in thinking about these things. At that moment, it didn't matter if it was wisdom or knowledge, everything was telling him the same thing: to run. So, he came to his senses, with no time to complain about anything else. He took control of the ice boat and hurried in the other direction. And, to them, the speed the ice boat was going was still a little too slow. Even though the bat-like magical creatures did not grab on or attack, but they were still following them. At the same time, the fire lights at the borders moved. To get out of the patrol guard's line of sight may not be that easy. And so, after flying for a while, Benjamin decided to increase the speed. To increase the speed was the same as when they were driving the boat. All the mages were chanting spells, to use magic related to wind, to move the ice boat forward faster. However, the ice boat was in the sky, its structure was unlike a real ship, with so many powers trying to control it, it was difficult to maintain its stability. As a result, while the speed was faster, but the ice boat was also swaying from left to right, and almost did a loop-de-loop. And so, Benjamin felt as though he was on a roller coaster, the scary, heart-racing kind. The mages on the boat didn't last long before fainting, unable to continue maintaining the magic, but with inertia, the boat was still moving like a shoe that had been thrown. Benjamin could not control the flight path, and so, as the ice boat flew forward, it also began to lose its altitude. Even though he was thrown around and felt dizzy, he was very sure that if they continued on like this, the boat was going down. So, after the bat-like magical creatures were shaken off, Benjamin cancelled out the magic, the large ice boat disappeared like a mirage from the sky. Benjamin and the others started to fall, while the bat-like magical creatures wanted to give chase, but they really hated the low altitude. After pursuing them for a while, they quickly wanted to leave the country there. In the air, dropping to the ground in a straight line, Benjamin felt the roller coaster feeling changed to a feeling you get when you jump out of a building. Seeing the other mages who were free-falling, he quickly chanted a few spells, conjuring steam, trying to reduce the speed they were falling at, in the end, managed to hold up everyone and the scattered luggage. And so, Benjamin observed his surroundings. The free-falling ice boat brought them past the border into Ferelden. Where they were at now, the border patrol would not be able to follow them here. So, he silently relaxed, used up the remaining spiritual energy. With everyone's help, he slowly lowered down to the ground. Making sure that everything and everyone was there, Benjamin raised his head and looked around at his surroundings. The forest had an eerie feel to it. As they were falling, they went through a number of tree boughs. From what he saw as they were falling, it was as though they were in a valley in Ferelden. A valley full of dense trees. "Where are we?" Benjamin asked the system in his mind. Chapter 239, Valley of the Abyss. Valley of the Abyss? Hearing this name, Benjamin slowly remembered, before this, he saw something like this in a book. It is a valley at the borderlands of Ferelden. The surface wasn't big, but it was famous, like the Bermuda Triangle. Choosing Abyss to name the valley was not because of any magical creatures, but to many people, there was a strange power there. There weren't many magical creatures in here, so in the beginning, many people still traveled through this place. But soon, people were starting to notice that the rate of people who took this route and going missing was too high. According to rumors, there was a team of mercenaries who went missing while traveling through the Valley of the Abyss, so the Mercenaries Association sent people in to search for them. After looking for a long time, they could only find their missing weapons, clothes, their dry foods and other ingredients that were all still well preserved, they were even fresh. In the end, no one knew where the mercenaries went. From that missing team, only one living thing survived, and that was a half-starved dog, its leash still attached to the bag but its owner was nowhere to be found. From then on, the rumor that the Valley of the Abyss consumes people was born. When he realized that they were about to enter the Valley of the Abyss, Benjamin couldn't help but exclaim at his own bad luck. He fell randomly and he managed to land into this god-forsaken place. But he wasn't very worried. There was never any proof that the people went missing without any rhyme or reason. People always love spreading this kinds of stories, and it gets wilder and more far-fetched with each retelling. From what Benjamin could tell, the Valley of the Abyss was just an old wives' tale. Glancing at his surroundings, it did feel a little gloomy. And being affected by the gloomy forest, any story can be made up. With this train of thought, Benjamin conjured a huge healing water sphere, and hit the other mages. The mages were only a little seasick but after being hit by the healing water sphere, they all became better. What is this place? The mages looked around with puzzled expressions, and Benjamin explained the situation to them. Luckily, after hearing about the Valley of the Abyss, most of them did not look panicked, but excited. I was always curious about this place, who knows, maybe we can discover the valley's secrets. Hearing this, Benjamin couldn't help but shake his head. Even though he had a curious streak, but regarding these weird metaphysics, he didn't know why, but it did not interest him much. Moreover, he felt that it would be better if they reached the city faster. Since they weren't here for an adventure. Because it was already late, under Benjamin's instruction, the mages collected their scattered belongings, found a nearby place, and set up camp to prepare for the night's rest and tomorrow's departure. Instead of traveling in the dark at night, they might as well travel during the day when it is safe. Moreover, this valley was not small, one whole night of hiking might not be enough to find their way out. Just like that, after an hour, while lying in the tent, Benjamin used the water elemental sensing technique and swept through the surrounding area, making sure there was nothing out of the ordinary. Only then did he close his eyes, and started on his pre-sleep meditation. In the space of consciousness, the three runes were closer compared to before. He also felt that the blue light was slightly brighter compared to before. Benjamin was curious, but he continued to strengthen himself. Was it possible that the runes will be as bright as the sun, and maybe blind someone? While gathering the water in empty space, letting them seep into the three runes, this process was repeated countless times, and Benjamin just obsessed over completing it. After meditating for over an hour, Benjamin left the space of consciousness, and slept deeply. The night passed without a word. The next morning, Benjamin woke up and went to patrol through their entire campsite. Good, everyone was still here, no one was missing, the weird legend did not prove itself through them. After asking the mage on guard duty last night, the entire night passed peacefully, not a single magical creature was seen, neither did anything weird happen. So, after eating their breakfast, everyone cleaned up the campsite, confirmed their direction, and started their journey. Teacher Benjamin. While on the road, Andy suddenly tapped Benjamin's shoulder and said, that, the ingredients for the practice potions are almost depleted, we will soon have nothing to practice with anymore. Hearing this, Benjamin turned his head and asked, what about those beginner potions, how has those been coming along? Andy looked to the sky, and reckoned on his fingers and answered, the healing potions' success rate are at 100%, the agility potions and strength potions have a 70 to 80% success rate. The potions we made are all with Varus, there is quite a number of them, we should be able to sell them for a lot of money. Hearing this, Benjamin nodded his head in satisfaction. Now that they were in Ferelden, to be able to reside in this country permanently, they had to have a steady income. According to the introduction in Introduction to Magic Potions, to have this kind of success rate, they were 2 qualified potions mages already. But, just studying entry-level potions was not enough. Benjamin was very clear, if there was Introduction to Magic Potions then there will definitely be Advanced Magic Potions. There won't be enough profit with these kinds of simple potions, and he would also be unable to gain respect from the other disciplines. So, for both Andy and Hannah, Benjamin was still trying to get them to improve. They should have the appropriate books in Ferelden. There isn't anything like the Mages Guild here, so to get it, should not be too difficult, right? He should really put in the effort to understand this country's magical community. Then you should rest a while first. So, Benjamin said, until we reach the city, I will think of a way to fill in the order, or else you will only be playing with those particular potions only. Hearing this, Andy finally smiled and said, Teacher Benjamin, then I'll leave it to you then. And so after dealing with the team's production problem, Benjamin couldn't help but start thinking about the economic ability of the team. They just received a number of gold pieces from the river pirates, they were still doing well. Only, once they are residing permanently in Ferelden, they would definitely be using the money in more places than before. Aside from clothes, food, and lodging, all these basic necessities, to improve the entire mages team, to get the magical creature ingredients, and, Benjamin expanded the team, to attract new ideas from the mages. After all, they were able to discover a new way of meditation which was considered very good, having their own theories on magic. Benjamin was very unsatisfied with the thinking that magic should be the replication of the abilities of magical creatures, and he really wanted to change it. Honestly, he was slowly noticing that they weren't on a safe and stable path. The imperial country was recently divided within the last 10 years, the 3 countries were fighting, the church was also too ambitious, seeking expansion on the external and seeking religion internally. In short, they were living in transitional times. As for the future, it will be transformed into the unified world of the church, or be under the control of independent warlords, everything is still uncertain. So, to keep up with the times, Benjamin had to continue improving himself, and more importantly, increase his circle of influence. He had to be part of the game. About how to do things, no one taught him anything, Benjamin could only learn as he went. It gave him a headache. And so, he thought about these problems as he led the team out of the valley. Suddenly, what was that noise? A sudden sharp noise came from somewhere in the woods, interrupting the sound of his people's footsteps. At that moment, the mages stopped, and Benjamin came to his senses, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Then, just when he was about to use the water sensing technique to investigate, a few human silhouettes suddenly came running out. Chapter 240, Adventures in the Valley. Immediately, with the shocked mage's eyes on them, a total of 5 people rushed towards them, one in front of the other, almost knocking over the first mage. As a precaution, Benjamin created a water veil to protect all the mages, and at the same time, blocking the 5 people out. Who are you? Looking at the 5 people, he asked and frowned. Among the 5, there were both men and women, wearing sophisticated armor made from leather, every one of them were armed. Some had knives, some had swords, some even had a crossbow. From the looks of things, they were mercenaries that came into the valley. Even though there weren't many magical creatures in the Valley of the Abyss, but there were still some special plants and magical creatures that could be used as ingredients. And so, there were some people who will ignore rumors and come here to complete their tasks. Only, looking at these people. After being blocked by Benjamin's water veil, the mercenaries looked a little dumbfounded. The panic on their faces did not disappear, instead they became more out of control and they yelled at Benjamin and the group, "Quickly, run! That monster, you can't win against it!" The mages looked at each other. But fortunately, the confusion didn't last long. Very quickly, the monster the mercenaries were talking about appeared in front of the mages. It was a long, gigantic creature, brown in color, looking exactly like a python, but it had a pair of claws like a dragon. From their observations, it was crawling as it moved its small hands. It looked happy. Benjamin couldn't help but shake his head. Is this a magical creature? It somehow doesn't look right. He didn't feel any of the mercenaries' panic. A freak snake with claws, was there any need to be so scared? These mercenaries must be really bad. There wasn't any need for Benjamin to say anything before the other mages went into action, conjuring magic. In a moment, 20+ balls of fire appeared, hitting the freak snake's body. In a blink of an eye, the majestic snake was turned into ash. Benjamin looked at the freak snake's carcass, and then at the mercenaries, and asked impatiently, "Are you guys really mercenaries?" The mercenaries looked at how easily the freak snake was destroyed. Disbelief spread all across their faces. After a moment, they turned their heads towards Benjamin and the rest, with respect in their eyes. The one with the crossbow stepped forwards, and said carefully, "Thank you, are you all mages?" Benjamin nodded his head. The mercenaries exchanged a look, and bowed to the mages, as though they were expressing their gratitude. "Good day, we are from the Coral Mercenary Team from the city of Rayleigh, and we are grateful for your help." The one with the crossbow said sheepishly, "The thing is, today the Valley of the Abyss is weirder than usual, and we were planning on leaving. Can you guys take us along?" Hearing this, Benjamin raised his eyebrows. The city of Rayleigh, if he was correct, the Mercenary Association headquarters was there. It was the most prosperous city aside from the capital, and the mages were also very active there. As he thought about it, he observed the mercenaries, feeling as though there was nothing wrong with them. And so, he nodded, and dismissed the water veil. When they saw this, the mercenaries immediately thanked them. The mages in the group didn't care either way, all they wanted was to leave this place. It was just a few more extra people. And the mercenaries were natives to the land, speaking to them on the road could give them information that was useful. And so, unwittingly saving the young mercenaries was like the intermission to Benjamin and the team's journey. After the intermission, they continued on forward, and the mercenaries took out binoculars, and observed their surroundings as they moved forward, making them look like sentinels. After giving it some thought, Benjamin opened his mouth and said, "That's right, you mentioned just now that the Valley of the Abyss was a little strange. What did you mean by that?" The guy with the crossbow respectfully looked toward Benjamin as he answered, "Not long after we entered here, we noticed a lot of weird animals. There was a 3-headed chicken, a 6-limbed rabbit, and that snake just now, with thick skin. We don't know why, but they are definitely not magical creatures, but we had never heard of these kinds of animals here." Hearing this, Benjamin nodded his head. The Valley of the Abyss was a weird place, but, according to ancient legend, the weird areas was a little different from before. Something is wrong somewhere. The system suddenly spoke, and without wasting time it said, 3-headed chicken, 6-legged rabbit. If we were to put the chicken and the rabbit in the cage, there will be a total of 4 heads and 7 legs. Ask. Shut up. Benjamin lost patience and interrupted it. Maybe it understood the situation. The rest of the journey, Benjamin had to see things with his own eyes. A wolf that looked like a large head doll, mosquitoes as big as a fist, horned tortoises, the normal animals in the valley, was like they had been exposed to radiation. One by one they were changing their shape, becoming very odd. Luckily, the attacking power of these animals were not strong, and they were even weaker in terms of magic. And so, they did not meet any obstructions while on the road. Benjamin was curious about what was happening, but instinct was telling him to mind his own business. Even if there was some weird radiation here, they will err on the safe side, not wanting to stay here too long. That's right, are there any mage groups in Ferelden? As noon came about, the group stopped to rest and eat. Benjamin clapped the back of the mercenary with the crossbow and said, we are from ISA and we want to know more about the situation here. The other guy gave it some thought and said, I am not too sure what can be considered a mages group, like there are quite a number of mage mercenary groups that have registered with the Mercenary Association, more than a few hundred people. But if you mean the Mages Guild before the Imperial Empire split, after the guild master left, now there is no more Mages Guild. Hearing this, Benjamin thought for a while before asking again, so you are saying, the mages within Ferelden essentially do their own thing, and there are no big groups of mages. The mercenary with the crossbow on his back shook his head and said, I don't have much contact with mages, so I am not too sure. But, I think I have heard of a mage's Freemasonry, it is even famous in Caretus, that could be what you are talking about. Mage's Freemasonry? Why did it sound like a democratic party? Benjamin wasn't too worried. The mages in Ferelden must have more freedom, just like the Freemasonry, it sounds more open compared to the Mages Guild. Moreover, Benjamin wanted to access more magical resources, he must definitely meet with this group. Hopefully he could be able to speak well with them, and not be like the Mages Guild, not having too much political agendas. After speaking with the mercenary some more, and understanding more about the land, slowly, as shown on the map, they reached the edge of the Valley of the Abyss. The surrounding trees were not as dense, and the atmosphere not as gloomy, even though there were a few mutated animals running around, but Benjamin felt very relieved. They should be able to leave this place soon. The rumors of people disappearing would never happen to them. However, in the afternoon when they reached the exit of the valley, things began to change. Countless soldiers wearing foreign military wear, they didn't even know where they came from, surrounded them completely. At a glance, it looked as though the group had about 1,000 people. The one leading was wearing gorgeous armor, riding a horse, her long sword pointed at Benjamin and his people, exuding a daunting, bloodthirsty aura. Chapter 241, The Real World. Benjamin really did not expect this. They had already left Isar, and as such the warrant for his arrest was already at the back of his mind. They were always so careful, even if the people of the town of Sira said anything, they were floating about on the boat for so long, no one could ever guess their exact location. When the ice boat was crossing the border, it was a little high profile. But still, to connect that with Benjamin and his people, are these people Sherlock Holmes? But even if these people had any evidence against them, and felt that Benjamin and gang were the culprits in the ice boat incident, where did such a big group of guards come from? The Valley of the Abyss was surrounded by wilderness, there were no garrisons near Ferelden. Why would the thousands of guards find the time to come here so early in the morning? Moreover, these should be the citizens of Ferelden, the wanted notice should be Isar's business, why are they getting involved? Benjamin was stunned, he did not understand what was going on at all. What? I do not understand what you mean. Since they were already being surrounded, Benjamin's best bet was to act ignorant. We are mages from the city of Rayleigh, and we needed a few special ingredients. Has something happened? A man riding a horse, who was dressed like a general suddenly barked at them, are you really mages from the city of Rayleigh? Benjamin nodded his head. The other mages reacted equally as fast, and nodded their heads in unison. They have been acting with Benjamin for such a long time that now they were completely in sync, their innocent face was second to none. What about these people? The general pointed at the mercenaries. From what I can tell, they are not mages. Before the mercenaries could answer, Benjamin replied smoothly, we issued a task, and these are the mercenaries that I hired to help me. It's a fairly simple matter. Is that a problem? The mercenaries were smart and nodded their heads as they played along, probably to thank Benjamin for saving their lives. No. This is too suspicious, I cannot let you go. The general still shook his head. It was a little strange to be honest, it was as though he had to keep Benjamin and the others here at all cost. Why? Benjamin asked unashamedly, don't you have a picture on the warrant? Take it out and compare it to us, will that not clear our name? We still haven't gotten the picture. The general stuttered the reply. Thank God. Benjamin breathed a sigh of relief in his mind. These are definitely citizens of Ferelden. Even though the reason why they cared about a warrant from Isar, but the wanted poster should not be stuck all across their country. Moreover, if they already had a picture, they would have recognized him from the start. No need to ask so many questions. Since you don't even have a picture, then please don't waste our time. Benjamin changed his demeanor as he replied, What is your name? If you do not let us leave, you better believe that we will gather all the mages in the city and write a letter to His Majesty the King. Seeing the general's weakening resolve, Benjamin laughed coldly at him. He was in such a hurry to catch them, he didn't prepare anything to help him do so. He really did underestimate them. What else do you want to say? If you have nothing to say, then we are leaving. Benjamin shook his head and he waved the other mages behind him to move forward. He was prepared to lead everyone away. Wait! The general's face suddenly changed, as he glared at Benjamin. Are you trying to trick me? You just revealed yourself. True, there is a picture on the warrant, but what bothers me is... How did you know that? The general interrupted Benjamin and continued talking. The wanted poster has never been posted in the streets of Ferelden. If you are really a mage from the city of Rayleigh, you would never have come across a wanted poster from Isar. Unless, you are the mages that ran away from Isar, only then would you be familiar with how the poster looks. Everyone went silent. In a split second, the atmosphere became very tense. Hey! The system appeared again, and taunted Benjamin with a cunning voice, You are being crushed by some unknown person. Benjamin answered impatiently, Don't you dare give me any trouble right now. He came back to reality, and looked at the general with a blank expression. What is so weird about that? As a mage who lives in the city of Rayleigh, being well informed is a must-have skill. I have a few friends in Isar, they told me about the wanted poster, that was why I raised the issue with the picture. Is that considered a loophole? Benjamin mimicked the general, quickly interrupting him to continue, Dear sir, just because you thought that you found a loophole, don't be in such a hurry to show off your mental abilities. Think carefully about what you are saying. The general was speechless again, his face now flushed red. Even the mages around him gave him pitying glances. But, Benjamin was not going to let him go so easily. What now? Am I not allowed to know about the wanted poster? I know a lot of things. I also know that last night, a group of mages used an ice boat to cross the border, but what does that have to do with us? I also know that if you decide to arrest us, the king will still treat us fairly and justly. No, you are that group of mages. After Benjamin's incredibly rude remarks, the general exploded, Don't you dare quibble with me. The person on the wanted poster is you, the person who sneaked across the border is you, the person who conjured the ice boat is also you. I will not let you get off so easily. What did you say? Benjamin seemed to have reached the man's vulnerable point. Benjamin's expression became stern, he glared at the general and spoke softly, Are you accusing me of conjuring the ice boat that was used to illegally cross the border? The general excitedly pointed at Benjamin, Right. You used magic to conjure it. You think I do now realize this? Enough. Benjamin took a deep breath, and as though he noticed something, his whole body went still as he replied, True, I used magic to conjure up the boat. But, how did you know that? The general was stunned. Who could have let it slip? Benjamin put both hands on his waist and looked at him coldly, True, we were crossing the border on the ice boat last night. But regarding the individual who conjured the ice boat, only the mages present would know it was me. There was no one else at the scene. Unless you were those bat-like magical creatures, it is impossible that you know this fact. I am. Benjamin shook his head impatiently, Enough, stop pretending. I now know you, and these guards, and everything about this valley is nothing but an illusion. This is because only our subconscious would know exactly who conjured the ice boat. The general was stumped. Not only the general, but also the guards, the mages behind Benjamin, the mercenaries, everyone was stunned silent. The only thing was, the general and the soldiers' blank stare was more like a paused video, whereas the mages and the mercenaries' blank stare was more of a "what did you say" kind of blank stare. This confirmed Benjamin's hunch. This was all just an illusion, although he did not know the source. He thought it was strange when the mercenaries appeared, but he didn't think too much about it. Then, when the general and the soldiers appeared, everything changed. It was not that they were suspicious from the start, it was the general's words and actions. It gave him an automated feel, like he wasn't a real person. The more Benjamin tested him, the more he revealed his flaws. When he finally said that Benjamin was the one to conjure the ice boat, Benjamin knew that the nagging suspicion was true. It didn't matter where this general came from, didn't matter how powerful he was, or what secret plans he had, there were so many mages in front of him, it was impossible that he would know which mage conjured the ice boat. Even if he guessed that it was Benjamin, he would not be sure. And so, Benjamin concluded that the whole situation was an illusion within their minds. Is it really an illusion? The system was hesitant. Does this world even have such an amazing illusion? Impossible. Even I was cheated. Benjamin shook his head impatiently. Use your powers, get a sense of everything, it will all be revealed. All right. When he finished speaking, the system activated his own powers. Benjamin entered a space of emptiness with no enemies. The experience with the emptiness this time was nothing like the previous ones. At that moment, Benjamin felt as though he was falling through a wild light whilst a shapeless power came after him, shaking him awake. Chapter 242, Voice of the Valley. The same valley, the gloomy woods, the faint smell of dirt floated familiarly before Benjamin's eyes. It was difficult to be certain, but he hoped that he was back in the real world. This should be the real world, right? This illusion was scary and very believable, even the system could not flaw in it. Benjamin himself did not know exactly when they entered the illusion. In addition to that, regarding the memories, he didn't even know which part was real and which part was fake. If it were not for the help from the emptiness state of mind, he did not think that he would have been able to get out of the illusion. But, since he had come back to his senses, he now shifted his attention to the real world. He noticed that he was on the ground and there was still some gravel on his face, as though he had just woken up from a dream. At the same time, there was an ethereal voice from far away. The voice had a misty quality to it, like a living thing's unintentional whispering, making people feel as though they were hallucinating. It was as though this voice could only be heard when people are in a trance. This is. After hearing the strange voice, Benjamin immediately stood up, and turned to look around. But, the voice suddenly stopped, and the forest once again went silent. Benjamin used his water element sensing technique and looked around, but he could not find anything. Benjamin was stunned. What the hell is happening? That voice, did you hear it? Don't tell me that was an illusion. He said to the system in his mind. I heard it. The system replied hesitantly. After giving it some thought, Benjamin continued, please record it and play it back to me. This is too weird. Sure, I'll give it a try. Using the system's recorder, the voice was recorded and transformed into a track before being played back in Benjamin's head. But things got even weirder. The originally ethereal voice, when recorded and played back by the system, sounded like a wild animal's low roar. It was nothing like an illusion. There wasn't even any traits of a song, it was just noisy and normal. Benjamin's face looked confused. Are you sure you played it back right? He couldn't help but ask. I am. This is the track that I recorded. The system was also confused. I don't know why it's playing such a horrible noise either. All right. Benjamin suddenly got an idea. By the looks of things, the name Valley of the Abyss might have some truth. The system was still wondering why he missed the illusion. He suspected that he had contracted a virus. It told Benjamin that it wanted to go kill the virus, and disappeared. With the system gone, Benjamin now turned his attention to the passed-out mages all around him. By his count, all the mages in the group were still here, lying haphazardly all over the ground. Not one person was missing. Benjamin let out a sigh of relief. He then started to investigate his surroundings. He quickly realized that they were very close to their campsite from that morning. Benjamin suddenly felt goosebumps all. This meant that after eating breakfast that morning and packing up their things, they only walked a few steps before unknowingly entering the strange fantasy. Andy coming over to discuss the potions, meeting the mercenaries that were attacked by the strange snake, the mutated animals of the valley, the whole string of events, all of it was their imagination. This really was strange. At this moment, Benjamin even thought that it might be an inception. He wanted to spin the gyro to see if he was actually hallucinating. Instead, he took a deep breath and threw all these thoughts to the back of his head. Don't think about it, the more you think about it, the messy it gets. He should just wake the others up. And so, he chanted a spell, and conjured a huge healing water ball. He hit the mages with the healing ball, and before long, the comatose mages slowly started waking up. What is going on? Benjamin waited for them all to wake up before explaining to them what had just happened. What was most surprising was everything that happened in the illusion. Nobody even had memories of it. As Benjamin was speaking, they all had their eyes open wide, a look of confusion on their faces, not truly understanding what Benjamin was talking about. From what they could recall, not long after they left in the morning, everyone was traveling together before they suddenly lost consciousness. Benjamin impatiently shook his head. The ethereal voice now became even more mysterious to him. What was making that sound? Exactly what other unique creatures live in this valley? What is their purpose? The legend of the disappearances, could they be related? Benjamin was curious, but he did not want to look for anything. After what just happened, everything about the Valley of the Abyss was strange to him. The danger levels just keep rising. Who knew what kind of weird and odd things they would meet next? He felt that instead of hunting for answers, they should just quickly leave this place. And so, after taking care of the team, Benjamin brought everyone together and they moved forward once again. Hold on, there is someone in front. After walking for a while, Benjamin noticed 5 mercenaries in the bushes not far ahead. The familiar-looking mercenaries laid unconscious, not moving at all. From the looks of things, they were not part of the illusion, but were real people but were brought into the same illusion. After some thought, Benjamin conjured another water ball, and woke them up. Ah, this is, you are. He didn't even need to ask, they had lost their memories. They too did not remember what had happened in the illusion. Before they could ask any questions, Benjamin interrupted them. Hello, we are mages that were just passing by, and saw you passed out here. We decided to wake you up. Looking at your outfits, you must be mercenaries, and should be very familiar with the city of Rayleigh. Can you give us a tour, and take us there? We are very powerful. If we encounter any danger along the way, we can lend a hand to help. Some of the mercenaries looked dumbfounded. Hello, we are mercenaries from the city of Rayleigh. The mercenary with the crossbow scratched his head. He had no clue how to react. What happened? You lost consciousness, maybe something attacked you. I'm not too sure myself. Benjamin continued, this place is full of illusions. I think, we should it as soon as possible. Ah, why? What? You have no idea why you suddenly lost consciousness, do you really still want to stay? I think so. And so, under Benjamin's firm leadership, the 5 stunned mercenaries joined the team. They continued on, heading towards the valley's exit. The Mercenaries Association was located in the city of Rayleigh, which is one of the larger cities in Ferelden. Since Benjamin wanted to go there, he decided to enlist the help of the mercenaries, knowing fully well that they were from the city from his earlier illusion. After all, a tour guide would always be better. At the same time, traveling with the mercenaries would reduce their suspiciousness. Regarding the illusion, he was tired of explaining it. Since he was the only one who knew about the illusion and the secret of the voice, he decided to let the others live in ignorance. Teacher Benjamin. On the way, Andy came up behind him and tapped Benjamin on the shoulder. He hesitantly asked, "That, are?" Before he could continue his sentence, Benjamin calmly continued his sentence, "I know, the ingredients for your potions are almost used up. Don't worry, when we reach the city, I will take care of things." Andy was stunned. "How did you know I was going to ask about this?" Benjamin laughed, "Because you said it before in the illusion." "What?" Benjamin just shook his head, "Nothing, nothing. You should go get some rest." "All right." Chapter 243, City of Rayleigh. Maybe it was because the illusion was destroyed, but after that, there wasn't any weird incidents anymore. On the road out of the Valley of the Abyss, they traveled without any trouble. Demons, wild animals, they didn't meet anything. Even Benjamin was a little suspicious, so much so that he even called the system and activated the state of nothingness once more, just to confirm that the world before him was indeed the real one. They started their journey in the morning, so Benjamin and his group managed to exit the dense and mysterious Valley of the Abyss by the time it came to the afternoon. Everyone was thoroughly relieved. It must have shocked the mercenaries, to faint without any reason. Because of this, they were ready to forsake their task, and let the association know that they had failed to complete the job. Benjamin, of course, made the city of Rayleigh their first stop. Even though it was not the capital of Ferelden, but it was just as developed. Benjamin should be able to find the things that he wanted there. Moreover, there were a lot of mercenaries there, it would be convenient for him to send messages or to look for someone. Of course. Over all the commotion that morning, Benjamin had nearly forgotten he had decided to look for Michelle the teacher. Even though he knew nothing of Michelle, he still needed to cook up an excuse for when he does meet her teacher. Perhaps he would say that he and Michelle are partners in going against the church. The teacher will hopefully believe it and decide to help them. Whatever it is, Michelle already saved him once, she would not end up rejecting his approach. The city of Rayleigh was situated centrally, quite a distance away from the Valley of the Abyss. It was a 10-day journey on foot. Because of this, Benjamin hired a few carriages from a nearby town, so they could reach their destination faster. Using the carriages would also allow them to practice meditation. And so, after 5 to 6 days, they reached their destination, the city of Rayleigh, also known as the most open city. Passing through the busy streets, Benjamin's first impression was that this city was huge. Compared to Havenwright and Regina, the city of Rayleigh was more impressive. The street was double the size, the designs of the buildings were bold, with plenty of unused land. Though there weren't many people in the city, the size of the city was shocking. Benjamin could not help but think that with the area so spread out, the prices of the houses here must likewise be much cheaper. Of course, the management of with such a huge city must be difficult. Strangely enough, from what Benjamin could see, it was actually pretty well organized, and did not feel at all like a mafia city. Samuel Street can be considered the best road in the city. The mercenary with the crossbow explained to him, the layout of the city of Rayleigh is quite complicated. Some areas are flourishing, while others are so quiet and isolated it feels like it is haunted, and still others are filled with thieves and robbers. Since it is your first time here, you should be careful. Over the past few days, Benjamin had gotten to know the mercenaries. The man with the crossbow's name was Ricky, and he was the leader of the mercenaries. He claimed to be naturally skilled with the iron sights and had progressed very quickly on ranged weaponry. He joked that might one day even be Ferelden's next generation sharpshooter. To that, Benjamin could only laugh. On the other hand, Benjamin introduced himself by saying that they were roaming mages from Isar, and they were excluded from the Mages Guild. That was why they had crossed the border, to find a new life in Ferelden. This kind of thing did happen, and news on what happens in Isar usually does not spread very far, so the mercenaries did not suspect anything. Do you have a map that has information on the roads of the city of Rayleigh? We just arrived, and want to understand it a bit more. After listening to Ricky's explanation, Benjamin immediately asked. I only have a rough impression in my mind, I don't think I can draw out a map. Ricky gave it some more thought, but, if you really want, I can introduce you to a friend. He remembers much more than me, perhaps he can help you. Benjamin nodded his head and smiled, that would be great. On the way, he allowed the other mages to rent a few rooms in a hotel and unpack their stuff there. As for himself, he followed Ricky's lead to the city center where the Mercenaries Association was located. Despite being the headquarters of a huge association, it did not look very grand. Other than being slightly larger than the other branches, the large round building did not have anything special about it. The originally white walls were turning grey, in some places, there was shoe prints or bloodstains that could not be washed away. Around the association, there was all kinds of spineless mercenaries. Some were squatting down in the corner looking at passers-by while others were lying down in the corners, snoring like thunder. Of course, despite how run down it looked, there was still a subtle hint of danger here. All sorts of calm gazes darted around, even from the ones that were lying down in the corner sleeping. Everyone maintained an unreadable poker face. While feeling the countless eyes pass over him, Benjamin's usual stern face took center stage. Ricky and the other mercenaries waved Benjamin goodbye, ready to cancel their failed task. After Benjamin said his goodbyes, he marched forward to the counter. Hello, I am looking for someone. Now with experience in requesting tasks, Benjamin immediately spoke to the clerk. The old man at the counter heard this and took out a small booklet. Who exactly are you looking for? His name is Morris, he is a mage. The man wrote as he asked, and that is it. Benjamin shrugged. That's it. The old man lifted his head and frowned, if there is not enough information, it won't be easy to look for people. You should have prepared yourself better. Hearing this, Benjamin was a little annoyed, but he understood. Yet, he had no other option. Before Michelle pushed him out of the horse carriage, the last thing she said to him was, go to Ferelden, find a man named Morris. He was my teacher. He literally had no other information. And so, it was like Benjamin was looking for a needle in a haystack. All right, how much are you willing to pay? The old man asked. Benjamin pulled out a small bag of coins and placed it on the counter, 30 gold pieces. It's not that he was selfish, it was just that there were a lot of places where he needed to spend his money. This was just to find the teacher that might not even bring any results. He felt that 30 gold pieces would be a fair price. In reality, for a headhunting job, 30 gold pieces was already very generous. With this price, he was sure there would be plenty of mercenaries who would be interested. It was just to lure the rabbit out of its hole. All right, we will receive your request. We will find a way to inform you if we get any news. Benjamin nodded his head. With that, he kept the contract, turned around, and left the Mercenaries Association. He didn't wander around but instead decided to follow the original road back to the hotel. Chapter 244, Toppling the Church. Standing in the middle of the room, Benjamin looked at everyone and smiled, trying to make the atmosphere lighter. At his side, the mages were gathered in a circle. The familiar faces regarded him, quietly watching. In the following days, does anyone have anything planned? The mages looked at each other, not knowing why Benjamin said this. Teacher Benjamin, are you saying this because you're planning on leaving? Hearing this, Benjamin immediately shook his head and said, of course I'm not leaving. It's only now that we are here in Ferelden, it is somewhere a mage can live a better life. In the beginning, in the town of Crew, everyone gathered together for the sake of survival. Once we went into Isar, there were all sorts of reasons, and we were running for our lives. During those days, no one complained, but we all knew it was not what we wanted. And from today onwards, we don't have to live in hiding anymore, we can have a different life. Hearing this, the mages had all sorts of reactions. Some had smiles free of all burdens, some had looks of regret. We are not moving on anymore? I thought it was very exciting the way we moved here and there. Lara exclaimed. Benjamin wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. We can't keep running away for the rest of our lives, he said a little impatiently. It wasn't easy for us to reach this place, and have a safe and stable place to live. We need to think carefully about what we want to do next. Hearing this, the mages who were older nodded their heads in agreement. I think this place is not bad, the things are not expensive, let's not go around anymore. The boss lady sighed as she said, it's not that I'm lazy, but we've been traveling so far, I really want a bed for a good night's rest. Always keeping my luggage right next to me, grabbing it and running, and if anything happens is quite upsetting. Benjamin nodded his head. This kind of daily worry really made people feel tired and weary. I was thinking the same thing, and so, he followed the boss lady's words and said to everyone, even though we just reached the city of Rayleigh, and we're not used to our surroundings. But on the road before this, I'm sure everyone learned a thing or two from the mercenaries. This may not be the wealthiest of places, but there is freedom here, so it's somewhere we can stay. At that moment, Hannah opened her eyes wide and said, Teacher Benjamin, are you saying that we are staying here permanently? Benjamin nodded his head. Then where should we stay? Hannah continued asking. We can buy a house here, it's not like we don't have the money. Benjamin shrugged and said, I see plenty of empty houses here, I'm sure it won't be too expensive. At that moment, the mages opened their eyes wide and looked at each other. After a moment of silence, they let out a cheer. It was obvious, it didn't matter if it was the wilderness or a hotel, everyone was sick of it. Hearing that Benjamin decided to buy a house here, they were ecstatic. Of course, the thing they were most excited about was that Benjamin would definitely give the money. Thinking about this, Benjamin could only chuckle. This is the cons of being a leader, right? But after experiencing so much running these past few days, everyone was slowly getting used to living with each other. It didn't matter if it was to discuss about magic or mind and body meditation, everything will be so much more convenient. And so one brought up the request to live separately. There was a kind of hostile feel to it. Yup, the house, they should get a bigger one. Benjamin could not help but think about this. Since everyone agreed to live permanently here, then that's it then. Thinking about it, he felt like a primary school teacher, clapping his hands to get everyone's attention back on him, then continued on strictly and said, everyone can live happily ever after, but there are some things we should decide earlier on. Hearing this, everyone came back from their high on getting their own place, quietly looking at Benjamin. Everyone has gone through quite a lot of things, but in this world, there is no such thing as true stability. Benjamin lifted his hands up and continued, we are not people without ambition, but if you don't try to fight for anything, then people will demand it of you, this is inevitable. And so, we should always try to get stronger. Teacher Benjamin, we are already really good, Frank said in a tone of surprise. Not enough, Benjamin shook his head and said, there were so many talented mages in Isar, and the Mages Guild was really powerful. Despite of that, I don't wish that in the end we will become like them, and even more so when one day the church decides to call for war, we are weak and are unable to fight. Hearing what Benjamin was saying, everyone went quiet. The atmosphere in the room was tense. In reality, everyone experienced a lot because of their identity as mages. There was no need for Benjamin to remind them. The only thing he should remind them was to not be too comfortable. He called them all and told them all these things because he was afraid that once everyone came to this safe place, they will let down their guard, like in the town of Crew, open a hotel, and the days would be muddled together. They cannot live like this. From the time that they became mages, they have said goodbye to the life of a normal person. Will the church really initiate a war? Frank frowned and asked. Benjamin sighed and said, I don't know either, but even if they don't initiate a fight, they will definitely do something like the coup in Regina. Whatever it is, they will try their best to make our days miserable. Hearing this, the mages had a lingering fear in their hearts as they nodded their heads. Since it is like that, should we just get rid of the church, then there will be nothing to worry about. Suddenly, Joanna stood up and said in an excited voice. It was full of pride. After a short silence, suddenly, Benjamin smiled, nodded his head and said, It sounds good, I think it's a good idea, anyone against it? A few mages patted Joanna's shoulder and could not help but smile. No one will object, Andy smiled as he shook his head and said, with the master mage Joanna around, it won't be difficult to get rid of the church, why would we oppose? You guys are making fun of me again, Joanna said helplessly. No, we think that it is a good idea, Andy tried to suppress his laughter and said it with a stern face. Frio bien. It's good. Benjamin also returned to normal, looked at the surrounding mages, and suddenly opened his mouth and said, Since no one objected, then this plan will be approved. Getting rid of the church with the slogan that Miss Joanna created, this will officially be the vision. Everyone should remember it. Aside from the shame on Joanna's face, everyone was laughing and nodding their heads. And so they continued discussing what they were going to do tomorrow. It was a meeting that could decide their future. After experiencing long days in hiding, the mages returned to their own rooms, laid on their own bed and had a good rest. And Benjamin, he stepped out of the hotel main door, looked to the blue sky and took a deep breath. Bringing down the church. Chapter 245, The Crow's Invitation. Yelling slogans is easy and fun, but when the plans are actually executed, any missed detail would make the whole process exceptionally troublesome. Just like Benjamin now. During the meeting, he had tons of courage as though a bright future awaited them. But back in reality, the things that he had to do were many. Just like the city in front of him was still a stranger to them. No matter what, firstly, he had to go look for the friend that Ricky recommended to understand the way things worked here. Where did they sell the magical creature ingredients? Where can he contact the other mages? Where is the more dangerous region? If not, they will be no different from a blind man. And so, after he left the hotel, he found Ricky near the Mercenary Association. After he told Ricky of his intentions, Ricky showed him a warm and friendly face, and explained to him the customs of the people of Rayleigh as he took Benjamin through the long avenue to a deserted, dirty and small alley. Your friend, is he reliable? When he looked around, Benjamin could not help but ask. Relax, I grew up with him. Every street and alley in Rayleigh, he knows it like the back of his hand, anyone who looks for him has no problem. Ricky said confidently. All right then. Benjamin put aside his doubt, and followed Ricky into an old and worn-out house. As they walked in the door, they saw something black flying towards them. Benjamin jumped in fright. But for people who have been in countless battles, both their reflexes were good, so they dodged sideways and hid. Only to see that it was a shoe. Benjamin was speechless. At the same time, a noise was coming from deep within the house. When he heard this, he felt regret and thought that he should not have come here. Ricky looked confused as though this was an accident. With suspicion, the two of them walked through the narrow hallway and came to the living room of the house. There were a few people there. At a glance, it looked like a few huge men were surrounding a small guy. They were both fighting and the situation was very tense. Will, what's going on? Ricky immediately rushed over, pulled the little guy up, and asked him. His friend did not open his mouth. One of the men raised a fist, and with a threatening voice he said, You are his friend? Good, this thief stole our boss things, if he does not hand it to us, you are really going to get it. The situation became even tenser. Suddenly, Ricky took the crossbow off his back, held it in his hand, and with his mercenary voice he said, "Who are you people? Why do you think you can defame my friend?" Benjamin put his hands on his waist, watching from the side with a cold gaze. Ricky, who wanted to protect his friend, raised the weapon in his hand, and confronted the men. Those men did not back away at all. After they spoke, the whole situation became clearer. To summarize, this was a dispute within the mafia. The few men came from some crow crew and believed that Rick's friend stole their things. And so, they came looking for him to reclaim their lost goods. Benjamin helplessly shook his head. He never thought that on the first day to the city of Rayleigh, he would meet the mafia. But, even though he was speechless, but he thought positively, at least he could see what it was like in the city, then he would be more familiar with it. And so, he did not turn away. "Will, how could you get caught up with these people?" After hearing the name of the mafia, Ricky was shocked. His grip on the crossbow was not as firm anymore. "How would I know? They randomly appeared at my door, wanting me to give them back the invitations, but I didn't do anything." Will was a little panicked, and he did not look like he was lying. "Enough. You still want to quibble?" "No. I didn't." Under the angry gaze of the men, Ricky could not take the pressure. In the end, he looked towards Benjamin. "You are a mage, can you help us?" At that moment, everyone's gaze fell on Benjamin. Benjamin helplessly blew out a breath. When he did not understand the situation, he did not want to cause more trouble. Because of that, he hesitated, and did not open his mouth at the first available moment. "Mage." Then, Benjamin still did not say anything. The men had shocked looks on their face. They glanced at Benjamin, and with a careful tone one of them said, "Excuse me, but are you really a mage?" Seeing this, Benjamin raised his eyebrows. After giving it some thought, he did not answer. He only conjured a water ball, casually controlled it and let it float in his hand to prove that he was a mage. "He really is a mage." At that moment, the men had bewildered looks on their faces. Feeling their eyes on him, Benjamin felt doubt in his heart. So what if he was a mage? Is that very special? There are definitely plenty of mages in this town. Why were they acting like foreigners seeing a panda bear for the first time? Before this, when they were in Isar, the strangers on the road were much calmer than them. "Master Mage, we misplaced our manners." The men's attitude took a 180 turn. "If these two people really are your friends, then I think that we must have misunderstood them. I apologize, please don't be angry." Benjamin's mind was full of questions. Was this person possessed? The way the face changed, compared to before, it was like two different people. Even though it felt weird, looking at the other guy's attitude, it proved that they were afraid of mages. If they can be afraid, then Benjamin did not have to worry that they will cause trouble. And so, he let the water ball dissipate. With a look like a boss, he expressionlessly nodded his head. "Just as long as you're not mad," a few of the men came over to him, bowing and nodding. "Our boss especially worships mages. You see, it is really fate that we can meet in a place like this. If you have time you can visit our boss. Our boss will definitely prepare gold or money to welcome you." What the hell? They were as fierce as tigers before, and with one look from Benjamin, they were no different from an ass-kissing eunuch. "Invite him over? What kind of thing is this? Master Mages, you see. I'm busy now, if I have time I'll go." He was annoyed and disgusted by the flattery, so he made up excuses. At that moment, the men were so grateful. Even if Benjamin killed their wife's father, if the culture matched, they would have kowtowed many times. "Thank you, Master Mage." "Thank you." Benjamin had nothing to say. While he was still confused, suddenly, the man took out a weird black feather, placed it in Benjamin's hands, and told Benjamin an address. They told him to look for his boss when he was not so busy. Benjamin looked at Ricky and Will. In the end, he did not let the disgust show on his face, but kept the feather and nodded his head. And so, the men quietly left, following the soft sound of the door closing. What is going on? You better have a good explanation for me. Benjamin turned, and with a sour face, he looked coldly at the two men left behind. It's a little too complicated to be explained. Will had an embarrassed smile on his face, scratched his head and said. You talk, I'll listen. Benjamin smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Suddenly having to face Benjamin's anger, Will became nervous and opened his mouth to explain. It's like this, they are from one of the more powerful mafias in the city of Rayleigh, the Crow members. I had a small incident with them, and then, I accidentally stole invitations from their boss. I don't know how they found out where I lived, and in the end they came here. So, you really did steal their things? Benjamin was kind of speechless. Then he really did act the part. Don't be angry, Master Mage, I was just trying to get revenge on them. Will was flustered, quickly retrieved a small piece of paper from his hand, and passed it to Benjamin. Look, this is the thing, they kept calling it an invitation, but I am illiterate, there was no use in taking it, I should just give it to you, please don't be angry. He has never been kissed on the ass so many times in a day. Benjamin felt a little ill. But since the thing was already in front of him, he took the small piece of paper and nonchalantly gave it a glance. But what he did not expect was to see the first sentence that shocked him. He could not help but raise his eyebrows. Chapter 246, The Proud Mage. This was an invitation to a mage gathering. Benjamin never thought that he would find this kind of thing in this kind of a situation. Was this useful to him? Without a doubt, it was. But the way that it came to Benjamin made Benjamin suspicious of its authenticity. It obviously was an invitation to a mage, but it somehow fell into the hands of a mafia boss. Then, this mafia boss accidentally allowed Ricky's mercenaries' friend steal the invitation. And in the end, the invitation somehow coincidentally fell into Benjamin's hands and answered his needs. He could not help but be suspicious if there was really even a mages gathering. Is this real? Could it be a trap? He glared at the thief, Will, and asked softly. Will hesitated before saying, I'm not too sure about that, but the Crow boss did not take this thing lightly. I heard that he spent a lot of money to buy it from another mage. To steal it, I had to put in a lot of effort, so it should not be fake. Benjamin still thought it strange, and asked, he is a mafia boss, why would he need to spend money to buy an invitation to a mage's gathering? What is the use? Hearing this, Will had a surprised look on his face. This is an invitation to a mage's gathering? No wonder. He really was illiterate, he only knew now what was written on the invitation. With a look of surprise, he said, that guy, he is known for yearning to make connections with the mages. But the master mages were always at a higher ranking, even the mercenaries are not worthy of their regard, what more of us who are like rats hiding in dark corners? To make connections with the mages? Benjamin could not help remembering the men's acts of flattery. If it really was like that, the whole situation was still going smoothly. The thing was, hearing what Will has said, the position the mages of the city of Rayleigh was very different from Isar. Interesting. Are the mages here very proud? When he thought about this, he asked. Will and Ricky exchanged a glance, and nodded in defeat. Yes, I thought you knew, Ricky scratched his head and said, in the beginning when I met you in the valley, I was very surprised. The mages are very eccentric and strange, usually they would not even look at a mercenary like me. Even those mage groups that are registered with the association, unless it is regarding the task, they don't like to work with other people, they go about on their own all day. A group of mages like yourself are rare. The mages in Ferelden are like this? At that moment, Benjamin sunk deep in thought. He was confused, how did this odd difference occur? The mages in Isar were very close and did everything together. It was nothing odd for people to see them together. But if it was really like they say, then the mages in Ferelden must be proud loners in a high position, who always looked down on people, and did not like to be in a group. It has not even been 10 years since the empire split up. For mages from the same place to already have this kind of a separation, it really was an odd sight to behold. Was it because of the mages' guild? As he thought about it, Benjamin felt that this has to be due to various reasons. Maybe during the split of the empire, some things occurred behind the scenes, which would be tough to investigate. And so, he looked at the invitation in his hand again. He was not sure if the invitation was real or fake, but if it was real, according to the isolated nature of the mages, this must be a rare event, maybe held once or twice a year. If he missed this, they might have a lot of difficulty in meeting another mage. And the date on the invitation was a week later at night. There was still time, enough for him to understand this huge city, and then decide if this invitation is real or fake. Forget about the invitation, so, he raised his head, looked at Will, and went back to the reason he was here. I need to understand everything about the city of Rayleigh, every district, every street. If you can provide a map, the benefits would not pass you by. At that moment, Will was not even surprised, instead he had an excited look on his face. Really? Of course it's real. Good, just you wait, I will get you one in an hour. With excitement, Will turned and rushed into the other room. Just then, a loud noise like something fell was heard, like a husky being let loose in a room full of things. Benjamin saw this, and could only shake his head, found a chair in the living room, and sat down. If it was an hour, he could wait. Master Mage, you must not find this weird. Ricky said with an apologetic look, scratching his head he said, even though Will's hands are not clean, having done many bad things and being sneaky all the time, but, he is a good person. I have a tattoo, I smoke, I drink, I curse, but I know I am a good girl. Benjamin shrugged but did not say anything. It did not matter, good guy or bad, he did not mind. Not to mention, a good person itself is a false claim. If he were to ask himself, he would not think that he was a good person. Most of the time, it is easier to judge a good person. Your friend, his skill is to steal. When he thought about it, Benjamin suddenly asked. This is not very good, but he can only rely on this to survive. Ricky was embarrassed, but he still answered, he has stolen plenty of things, money, jewelry, and treasure, even from mages. The thing is, people always find him at his house, so he has no choice but to move from one place to another, if not he will just get a beating and then return the things. The fact that he is still alive must be due to the protection from heaven. Hearing this, Benjamin nodded thoughtfully. He might not be a good person, but he might be a useful person. And so, the rest of the time, they waited patiently, simply talking about the situation in the city of Rayleigh, waiting for the map to be ready. Will was true to his word. After about half an hour, he brought out something that looked like sheepskin, and with an expectant look on his face, he passed it to Benjamin. Here you go, if you can memorize this entire map, then you will be no different from a citizen of Rayleigh who was born and raised here. Benjamin took the map and scanned through it. The system already took note of the contents on it. He gave them a satisfied smile and said, "Don't worry, I will memorize it to the letter." A map drawn in less than an hour will definitely not be as detailed as an encyclopedia, but it will do. He pulled out a few gold pieces and passed it to Will, as payment for the map. Then, after he asked a few more questions regarding the Crow Mafia situation, he bid the two of them farewell, turned, and left the isolated house. 10 minutes later, he was back at the hotel. He found Varys, and gave him the map, letting him pass the map on to the other people in their group to read, to ensure that everyone would be familiar with the city. After that, the naturally busy him didn't rest. He just passed the map on, turned and opened the large door, and went out into the streets of the city of Rayleigh again. The system had already memorized the map, and with its help, Benjamin's plan to permanently reside here could finally start. First things first, he had to decide where they were to stay. Chapter 247, The Crow's Boss. To choose a place where they could reside for a long time, there were a lot of things that had to be considered. Firstly, it has to be cheap. Benjamin was not so rich that he could simply squander money everywhere. Secondly, it has to be somewhere less populated, since nonconformity often brings judgment, so keeping a low profile was essential. And lastly, he needed a lot of space, enough to let everyone practice their magic. This can be considered pretty demanding specifics, but fortunately the city of Rayleigh was unique. Without much effort, he managed to find the perfect place. The house in front of him used to be a fairly huge workshop, but because of fierce competition from the industry, this place was ruined by their competitor. With tales of hauntings and curses and the like, their business slowly died. In time, the owner could only sell it at a low price as a storage space for other people. Not too long after that, there was a fire, which made the people believe in the rumors, and nobody dared to put any supplies here anymore. In the end, the owner could only sell it at an even lower price to a group of mercenaries. After the mercenary group moved in, nothing happened, but the rumors were already imprinted in the people's hearts. And so, this mercenary group was ostracized by the others and did not have a pleasant time there. Benjamin did not believe in the rumors, and the term ominous did not affect him. From the way he saw it, this was a cheap and big house, and it will soon be their safe house. After discussing it with the owner, Benjamin used 120 pieces of gold coins to purchase this huge house that came with a backyard. After the transaction, the mercenaries had to pack up their things, so they agreed to pass the house to them after 2 days. Benjamin gave them the money, took the receipt, and walked away satisfied. Then, he went to the magical creature ingredients shop, bought a few ingredients for potions, and took it back to the hotel for the 2 potions masters to use. As for the new formula, it was not something that he could easily get. From Will, he understood that in Ferelden, books related to the mages are not something that are on display in shops for sale. To get this knowledge, they had to go through the other mages, or in other words, from the mage Freemasonry. Regarding the mage Freemasonry, the two of them did not have much information. They only knew there was such a group that has great influence in Ferelden and Caretus, but they do not show themselves much. The more detailed information, based on their status in the society, is something that cannot be understood by them. In reality, in the country of Ferelden, mages were a mysterious career. But, shouldn't mages be mysterious in the first place? Benjamin felt as though he was going to go crazy with the different setups among the countries. After being busy for an entire day, he finally could get some rest after returning to the hotel. For the rest of the day, aside from eating, he spent it on meditation. Very quickly, it was evening time. He laid on his own bed and gently fell asleep. The next day, Varus led a few mages to sell the potions they made in these few days. On that morning, Benjamin went out on his own. He carried the black feather and headed to the location the Mafia Crow mentioned. To determine whether the invitation was real or fake, it must be investigated from here. To him, this mages gathering was very important. And so, he could only travel to them. To tell the truth, he was not worried that he was putting himself in danger. This so-called mafia was only a slightly smarter group who gathered together. They were still middle and lower level individuals in the society, so they could not harm him. The crow boss who wants to make a connection with the mages must also only be hoping to widen his own circle of influence through the gathering. Looking at it from another angle, the power of the mage is something that they cannot fight against, so they want it. After more than half an hour, Benjamin came to an isolated street. He followed the system's instructions, walked up to a door, and knocked on it. With a creak, the door opened only slightly. After some thought, Benjamin pulled out the black feather, and passed it through the small crack of the door. There was silence behind the door. Benjamin did not panic. With his water element sensing technique, he already knew that after the man behind the door took the feather, he had a look of shock on his face. He did not know what to do. He even forgot to let Benjamin in. He hurriedly rushed to the back, as though he wanted to inform their boss. So, after waiting for a while, Benjamin pushed the door open on his own and walked in. In the dark hallway a while later, he met a group of people who rushed towards him at the stairs. When that group of people saw him, they were stunned for a while, but one of them recognized him and said respectfully, "Master Mage, how did you get in here?" Benjamin shrugged, and looked at the men and said, "You are the crow boss." Hearing this, the big guy shook his head and said, "Master Mage, don't panic. Our boss is at another location. I will take you to see the boss now, please don't be angry." Benjamin nodded his head. He was not even surprised. In any case, they were one of the bigger mafia groups in the city of Rayleigh, so they definitely would have backup plans. The few men took Benjamin up the stairs, opened a random door and they went through the secret passage behind the tunnel. They passed through deep secret pathways, and after 10 minutes, they came to a place that looked like a backyard. The entire backyard was not big and it was well maintained. When Benjamin emerged from the dark passageway, he was welcomed by the aroma of fresh flowers and a gentle breeze. He was actually surprised by this. Are mafia bosses nowadays this artistic? With great expectation, very quickly, he found the only shadow in the garden. Wearing a blue long dress with an apron wrapped around it on the outside, she was half squatting, and in her hand was a bottle. Her movements were slow, and she was watering a rose bush. She had an aura of a rich girl. Her brown curls were tied into a ponytail, and there was a straw hat on her head to block the sun. A butterfly flew around her, and a few crows stood on the grass next to her. When Benjamin noticed her, she also noticed Benjamin, who just walked out of the secret entrance. At that moment, she excitedly stood up and faced them. She pulled off her hat, tilted her head and let out a sweet beautiful smile. Chapter 248, Suggestion to Cooperate. Benjamin was surprised. The stare that he used to look at the lady also changed. This season, not only the mafia boss leaned towards the arts, she is also a young girl? He crossed his arms and stood to the side, silently observing everything that happened in front of him. At the same time, the lady nodded her head to some of the men also acted as though they were servants who just received orders, didn't say anything and quietly left. Then, she walked towards Benjamin. "My name is Jessica, nice to meet you." She extended a hand, grinned and said, "I thought you weren't planning on coming." Benjamin raised his eyebrows, and politely shook her hand and said, "The fact that I am here means I have my reasons." As he said it, he pulled out the invitation from his pocket. When she saw the invitation, Jessica's face changed slightly. After a moment of silence, she opened her mouth and said, "Lord Mage, you are a mage, and can use your identity to get an invitation, why did you have to do this?" Hearing this, Benjamin was surprised. But he quickly understood. She thought that the stolen invitation was something Benjamin had specially planned to do, that was why she said that. As he thought about this, he shook his head. "You can think whatever you want," he said, "I have no other intentions, except to know everything about the invitation's mage gathering." Jessica frowned. "You don't know about the gathering?" Benjamin raised his hand. "I am not a local mage, and recently left Isar. After a few days only did I manage to enter the city of Rayleigh, and naturally I don't understand the local mage gathering." He didn't intend to cover up anything. After coming here, he used the water element sensing technique to sweep through the place. There weren't any suspicious characters. And in regards to this boss in front of him, she was just a regular person, and she couldn't threaten Benjamin. If Benjamin wanted to kill her, it would be the simplest thing in the world. "I see." He didn't know why, but Jessica's gaze looked a little too excited, about the invitation, I know all these things, but before this, I have a business that makes a steady profit with no losses. I wonder if you are interested. A business with a steady profit and no losses? Benjamin thought this was too coincidental. Even though his purpose was to clear things up about the gathering, but Jessica's words piqued his interest. A woman leading a group of riff-raff in reality, would only be able to stay at the city's middle to lower class, but when faced with a mage, she had no qualms in proposing a transaction. And so, Benjamin replied. Say it then. Then, Jessica took a deep breath and opened her mouth and said, I don't know what the situation is like in Isar, but here in Ferelden, the mages are always hidden from the outside world. You can say it this way, I have about a few hundred underlings under my command, and about 10 streets that I control. But in reality, a person like me will always be like ants fighting under a person's eyelids, not having the strength to move a tree. Benjamin nodded his head and asked, So, I need your help. Jessica suddenly looked up, straight at Benjamin. Most mages don't like to get involved in such things, but, since you are able to come here, shows that you are not most mages. If I can get your help, us crows that are always hidden in the dark, might be able to break through, and fly through wider skies. Oh? Hearing this, Benjamin finally understood what she wanted to do. As the leader of the mafia, she was pretty wild. The fact that she is in this mafia shows that she is powerful, but not satisfied, and wants the power of the mages, to break through the mafia view on the caste system, to be able to stand at a higher position. The thing is, it sounds nice and all, but, how would this benefit me? Benjamin asked. I can provide you with more resources. Jessica immediately answered, the power we have now is limited, and the amount of protection money we collect is not much. But with your help, we can expand, the power that we control will also increase. It doesn't matter if it is us giving you financial support, or dealing with something you are not comfortable with, we can do it. As she was talking, she paused, accentuating her tone, and continued on, Master Mage, my underlings are simple thugs, but thugs have their own uses. Some things, we are the only ones who can do it. Benjamin frowned, what you mean is, you want me to hire you as thugs? Jessica immediately shook her head and said, no, I prefer that it be called, a friendly collaboration. We are both independent, not interfering with one another, only helping each other out in different situations. Master Mage, I will try my best to ensure that this deal is fair, depending on how much benefit you can give us, we will return you the same amount, you won't be disappointed. Hearing this, Benjamin nodded his head thoughtfully. If this were true, then to them, it is not a bad deal. Thugs may be thugs, only of little power and not worth paying attention to, but if he were to use them, they may be of some mysterious use. After all, to Benjamin and his people, they have only just entered the city. Thinking this way, he looked at Jessica. Suddenly, doubt bloomed in his mind. If you dare to make a deal with me, and if our power is unbalanced, and in the end, you could belong to me? He asked meaningfully. If I am afraid, I will not be standing here. Jessica said calmly, with a laugh, even if the crows are destroyed by my hand, it is better than being stuck in a dark corner for the rest of our lives, using elegance to cover up for their low standard, definitely better. Oh? When faced with this monologue, Benjamin changed his impression of Jessica. To her, she might as well bet everything on the last battle. This kind of courage, no wonder she was the mafia boss, it was him who looked down on her. In reality, because of this sentence, Benjamin saw potential in this gentle, quiet girl. A potential that could reach great heights. And so, he suddenly grinned. I'm Benjamin, nice to meet you. He put out his hand, with every intention of shaking her hand and said, I am interested in your proposal, I hope that we can work together. Jessica heard this and was stunned, then she let out a brighter smile. Let's work together. She stuck out her hand, and gripped Benjamin's hand tightly. Chapter 249, A Murder Plot. So, tell me about the mage gathering. After accidentally striking a deal with the crows, Benjamin withdrew his hand, wiped the smile off his face, and went back to the reason why he was here. The mage gathering is a night where the mages in the city of Rayleigh interact with one another. Jessica explained, it was started by a renowned mage in the city, Mr. Vinci. You saw the address on the invitation, right? It's in his villa in the city of Rayleigh. Benjamin nodded his head and said, and I am not even a mage, I am not sure about the other things. Jessica raised her hands and said, but Mr. Vinci is very famous, one of the best mages in the region. I put in effort to get this invitation, only because I hoped to join the dinner, to win over a mage. But now, I don't need it anymore. After hearing this, he gave it some thought, then Benjamin kept the invitation. Looking at Jessica, the mage gathering should not be a trap. Of course, just in case, after he left he should look into the famous mage Vinci. If everything is fine, then he need not be worried. In short, he was prepared to join the mages gathering. And so, he confirmed the answer in his mind. After half an hour, he left, and went on to the streets of Rayleigh. He used this half an hour to hold some initial discussions about his deal with the crows. Jessica said that from now on, she was willing to give Benjamin 20 gold pieces every month. Benjamin felt that it was too little, but no matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat. He placed more importance on the non-monetary help. That was why he did not waste time on bargaining about the price. Jessica also said that, following the crow's expansion, the things she can provide for Benjamin would naturally become more. Of course, in the same way, Benjamin needed to help her with her expansion, then only will he be rewarded. He didn't know why, when he discussed this, Benjamin felt as though he was part of the crows, becoming a shareholder for the mafia. He entered though his magic, only when the crows start earning money would he get his dividends. It was an interesting feeling. It was also to say, the more things he could provide, the more say he would have within the crows. If one day, when the mafia can no longer function without Benjamin's magic, Benjamin would divest, and the crows would fall, then Benjamin would own the crows, becoming their chairman, and Jessica would be the general manager that helps him to do his work. rebve.co. At that moment, a sneaky idea suddenly appeared. But, as he thought about it, Benjamin did not intend to actually do it. Now the crows were just a group of thugs with little power. Every day they would bully the poor, collecting protection money. This kind of an existence, Benjamin was too lazy to think too much about it. Moreover, he had no ill feelings towards Jessica, there was no need to do things that way. And so, in the end he did not object. And before Benjamin left, Jessica brought up her first request on how magic can help the crows expand. Assassination. If you head east a few streets from here, there is a gang called the Eagles, they are our arch-enemies. Jessica said softly, their leader was once my father's underling. A few years ago, he killed my father, betrayed us, gathered quite a number of followers, and constantly knock heads with us. Hearing this, Benjamin thought before asking, you want me to destroy them? Jessica shook her head and said, how is that possible? They are 300 people strong, with plenty of hiding places. It will be difficult to kill them all. Moreover, I don't wish them all dead, I just want their gang to collapse, then I can get them all to join us instead. Benjamin heard this and nodded his head. It was as he thought. From the looks of things, Jessica had plenty of experience in this, him as a shareholder just needed to provide help, there was no need to get involved in her decision. Then what do you want me to do? He asked. Kill Johnny, the leader of the Eagles, the man who killed my father. Jessica's voice sounded sane and calm, he couldn't detect any hatred in it, if only he is dead, I can then spread a few rumors, with us slowly gnawing at it, their previous territory will then be ours. Benjamin answered immediately, no problem. Jessica gathered up all the relevant information, and passed it to Benjamin, and even included that guy Johnny's favorite places. Benjamin let the system memorize these places, and said goodbye to Jessica before leaving. On the way back to the hotel. Something like assassination, he was not eager to do it. He didn't know the other party's position, moreover when he makes his move, he should not reveal himself. This kind of relationship must be kept hidden, not to be revealed so easily, or it might attract other mages to join as well. Moreover, it is not like Benjamin would be doing this alone, he had a whole gang of mages to help. This point, when he was discussing with Jessica, he did not mention it. When he returned to the hotel, after giving it some thought, he found a few mages who weren't busy, to investigate more about the mage Vinci. Very quickly, their investigations paid off. Benjamin was satisfied that Jessica was in fact telling the truth. The mage Vinci was a highly respected middle-aged mage, and he was known to be highly skilled in potions, and he got along well with other people. And so, not only was he famous among the mages, he was very welcomed by the mercenaries as well. Here in the city of Rayleigh, there was a store that specializes in potions. The owner of the shop was the mage Vinci. Of course, that store was also the largest potions store in the city. The prices of his potions were also reasonable, sometimes he even sold potions that he created himself. He was highly in demand among the mercenaries. By having this kind of store, the mage Vinci was very rich. He was also known to be generous, lending out a helping hand to the poorer mages, and regarding the mage gathering, it was something he carried out on his own. His story was, from the time the empire split, and the president of the Mages Guild betrayed everyone, to follow the Queen of Isar, the mages became distrusting and would rather be alone. He hosted gatherings, with the hope that he could connect with everyone and their feelings, to not let the day come when mages had to fight their own battles alone. Benjamin couldn't help but sigh, this Vinci was a good person. And so, with the invitation in his hand, regarding next week's gathering, he was still looking forward to it. Of course, what he was more interested in was whether or not he could get more ingredients and books from this amazing potions master, to improve his team's production. Benjamin hoped that he would be as generous as he was in the rumors. After hearing about the news, Benjamin allowed the mages to return to the hotel, to let them meditate, to put in effort to improve their ability. After that, he prepared for the assassination of Johnny. After giving it some thought, he went back to look for the thief Will. Since it was his first time being an assassin, he needed some professional help. Will even dared to steal from a mage who had sensitive spiritual energy, his skills must be good. Thieves and assassins, they took different directions in their career but the essence was the same. From him, Benjamin should be able to get some help. Chapter 250, Kin, seriously. Do you know the boss of the mafia gang, the Eagles? In the room, Will was very focused on doing something. Benjamin saw this, walked over, and pulled him out of the junk, and asked. Will looked frightened. But when he saw that it was Benjamin, he immediately gave a flattering smile. Master Mage, of course I do, why? Benjamin answered him expressionlessly, that guy just pissed me off, I want to kill him. Will wiped the sweat off his forehead, and said with some difficulty, Master Mage, I am just a common thief, this kind of thing, I don't think I can be of much help. How? When he heard this, Benjamin gave a smile that showed his evil intentions. You could steal the invitations, I'm sure you know plenty about the different gangs on this street. I don't want you to do anything, I just need you to get me close to him, then you don't need to worry about the rest. This. Will was still uncomfortable, as though talking about murder made him so frightened. He had no courage, no wonder he was just a common thief. This is how it is going to be, do you want some potions? Benjamin pulled out a bottle of the most basic agility potion and showed it to the other guy, if you help me get close to him without being noticed by anyone, this is yours. To someone like Will, potions are considered a luxury. He may have the money to buy them but he was still a thief. And that meant he did not possess any proof of identification like the mercenaries do, which denied him the privilege of buying potions. Before he can even enter the shop, he will be chased out of it. In reality, these countries have pretty strict laws regarding the buying and selling of potions. In a legal store, they will not sell their products to someone who doesn't have a clue how to use them. Master Mage, what kind of potion is that? Will perked up at the sight of it. It is an agility potion, I reckon someone like you would definitely have use for it. Benjamin grinned as he spoke. When he heard this, Will's face changed and became even more scrunched up. But very quickly, he sighed and stretched out his hand to take the potion from Benjamin. You cannot tell anyone about this, I have got nothing to do with this. Benjamin nodded his head and said, of course. After about 10 minutes and with sufficient preparation, Benjamin and Will silently snuck out the door and left. Based on the information that Jessica gave him, the Eagles' main base of activity was a little to the south of their current location. But Will shook his head and instead headed west. Even though this surprised Benjamin, he didn't say anything. After walking for half an hour, they arrived at a quiet neighborhood. The road was framed by neat whitewashed buildings which gave the place a special atmosphere. People walked about with solemn faces, not making a sound. It reminded him of the Holy District in Haven Right. And according to the map that Will drew, there was no difference between these streets and those in the Holy District. Aside from places like the Kingdom of Helius, religion does not play a huge role, neither does it affect the government. But there was still quite a number of religious people. The three countries may not allow the church to send out missionaries, but there were other small factions that were ignored but not banned. Just like this district, the gathering place of the Rabkahala cult. Their boss is religious. Benjamin whispered, his voice dripping with suspicion. I'm not sure. Will shook his head as he answered softly, but I followed him for a short while a while back and noticed that he frequented this place, and he would sneak in. If you want to kill him anonymously, this is definitely the place to do it. Benjamin nodded his head and didn't say anything else. When choosing their disguise, Will purposefully chose clothes that resembled religious clothing. With that ensemble, they looked no different from the other followers, and so they drew no attention to themselves. As quickly as possible, they walked into a temple with a white round dome on it. There were a lot of people inside, it was as though there was some sort of event going on. An old man stood on the stage, saying something that they couldn't understand. Benjamin and Will crept through the listening crowd. What he didn't expect was to find his target so soon after coming in. The leader of the Eagles, Johnny, was wearing an odd little round cap, dressed in the follower's garb, easily recognizable by his face. At that moment, as he sat in the front row and watched the old man on stage with a devout look on his face, he looked nothing like a mafia boss. It was as though he would have no qualms strapping a bomb to his chest and die. There was nothing about this side of him in Jessica's notes. This was very interesting. Benjamin and Will exchanged glances as they sat not too far away from Johnny. They looked as though they were paying attention to the speaker, but secretly they were observing Johnny's every move, waiting for their chance. The old man on stage spoke for almost an hour before he stopped and ended the odd religious activity. The followers stood up to leave. Johnny stood up too, but instead of leaving, he followed the old man through a set of doors, right out of the prying eyes of Benjamin and Will. Benjamin raised his eyebrows. Using the water elemental sensing technique, he could see that Johnny and the old man enter a small room and exchanging something in it. But everyone else was leaving, and as the crowd thinned, it would raise suspicion if they stayed here. So they followed the crowd out and left. As they left the building, they ate 2 bowls of beef noodles in the restaurant next door. They may act like they were just hanging out, but actually Benjamin was using the water elemental sensing technique to observe Johnny's every move. Can you really observe them from here? Will asked in a low voice. Benjamin just nodded his head. From his observation, Johnny and the old man wasn't just talking. But, the old man pulled out a weird book and handing it over to Johnny. And Johnny pulled out bags upon bags of money in exchange. Benjamin felt a jolt in his chest as though he thought of something. Johnny didn't stay long, and when the two of them finished their beef noodles, he sneakily left through the back door of the building. Benjamin and Will quickly paid their bill and followed Johnny from quite a distance away. They slowly left the district behind. Will was surprised at Johnny's choice of direction, and so he suddenly said, "This is it, it's your chance. He is headed to a secret spot, and soon he will turn into an isolated alley. You should make your move there, then no one will know." Benjamin nodded his head and made his own preparations. No problem at all, I should go," Will said anxiously. "You go, if anything comes up I'll look for you," Benjamin said in a low voice. "Don't tell anyone about today, or else it won't bode well for you when I see you again." Will nodded his head as he turned and left.